Chapter 10. The Battle and Defeat. On the issue of Hull's campaign hung the fate of Fort Dearborn. With the Indian, war was a passion, at once his greatest pleasure and his chief business in life. He could not remain an idle spectator of such a war as had now been joined between the white races, but must be a participant on one side or the other. The exhortations of the Americans that the red man hold aloof from the war, which did not concern him, and let the whites fight out their own quarrel, would be heeded only on one condition. The Americans must manifest such a decided superiority over the British as to convince him that theirs was the successful cause. Both disposition and self-interest urged the Indian to take his stand on the winning side. As long as appearances led him to believe that this was the American, he would hold aloof from the war, since the United States did not desire his assistance. In the contrary event, both inclination and self-interest would lead him to side with the British. There were exceptions, of course, to these generalizations. Tecumseh's hostility to the Americans was independent of any such adventitious circumstances. But with Hull triumphant at Maiden, the tribes to the west of Lake Michigan would have possessed neither the courage nor the inclination to rise against the Americans. With the British flag waving over Detroit, the whole Northwest as far as the Maumee River, and the settlements of southern Indiana and Illinois would, as Hull pointed out to the government before the war began, pass under British control. Alarming reports of Indian hostility and depredations came to Chicago during the winter of 1812. Early in March, Captain Heald received news from a Frenchman at Milwaukee of hostilities committed by the Winnebagoes on the Mississippi. On April 6, a band of marauders who were believed to belong to the same tribe made a descent upon Chicago. Shortly before sunset, 11 Indians appeared at the farm of Russell and Lee some 3 or 4 miles from the fort up the South Branch. Lee is said to have settled at Chicago about the year 1805, having received the contract to supply the garrison with provisions. He lived with his family a short distance southwest of the fort and carried on his farming operations at the place on the South Branch, which was later known as Hardscrabble. Russell was evidently the partner of Lee, but aside from this fact, nothing is known about him. The farm was under the immediate superintendence of an American named Liberty White, who had lived at Chicago for some time. At the time of the descent of the marauding war party, there were 3 other persons. In addition to White at the farmhouse, a soldier of the garrison named John Kelso, a boy whose name no one has taken the trouble to record, and a Canadian Frenchman, John B. Carden, who had but recently come to Chicago. Footnote 568. Short reports of the attack by Matthew Irwin and by Captain Heald are printed in Wentworth, Early Chicago, 4950. Longer and more valuable accounts are contained in the letters of Heald and John Law Lyme to Captain William Wells, dated April 15 and 13 respectively, printed in the Louisiana Gazette for May 30, 1812. I have made use of the copies of these letters made by Lyman C. Draper in the Draper Collection, S. Volume Roman 26. The best-known account is Mrs. Kinsey's narrative in Wow Bun 15560, but its statements require verification. Footnote 569. Statement of William R. Head in his Annals of Chicago, MS owned by his widow. I have not been able to verify it. Footnote 570. Wow Bun 157. That his first name was Liberty is stated by Heald. That he had lived at Chicago for some time is evident from the occurrence of his name in Kinsey's account books. Footnote 571. Law Lyme's letter to Wells, as printed in the Louisiana Gazette, May 30, 1812, gives the name of John Kelson. From the similarity of names, I infer that the man was John Kelso, a private in Heald's company. Soon after the arrival of the visitors, Kelso and the boy, not liking the aspect of affairs, cleared out for the fort. White and Carden, less apprehensive of a hostile disposition on the part of the Indians, remained and were shortly murdered. The former was shockingly butchered. He was tomahawked and scalped, his face was mutilated and his throat cut from ear to ear, and he received 2 balls through his body and 10 knife stabs in his breast and hip. It was with reason that Heald declared him to be the most horrible object I ever beheld in my life. Carden was shot through the neck and scalped, but his body was not otherwise mutilated. It was Heald's belief that the Indians spared him a little out of consideration for his nationality. Following the murder of White and Carden, the garrison and the civilian residents of Chicago endured for some time what may fairly be described as a state of siege. The murderers were supposed to belong to the Winnebago tribe, but the efforts of the commander to learn from the neighboring Indians whether the supposition was correct were in vain. Accordingly, he forbade the Indians to come to the place until he should learn to what nation the murderers belonged. Kinsey moved his family into the fort, and all of the other residents of the place outside the garrison fortified themselves in the house formerly occupied by Jowett, the Indian agent. Those able to bear arms, 15 in all, were organized by Heald into a militia company and furnished with arms and ammunition from the garrison store. Parties of savages lurked around, and the whites were forced to keep close to the fort to avoid the danger of losing their scalps. A few days after the murders, 3 of the militia, 2 half-breeds and a Frenchman, deserted, thus reducing the membership of the company to 12, the number present at the time of the massacre. The deserters were believed to have gone in the direction of Milwaukee, taking 10 or a dozen horses with them. Footnote 572. The narrative at this point is based on the letters of Lalime and Heald to Captain Wells, April 13 and 15, 1812. Footnote 573. Letter of Heald to Captain Wells, April 15, 1812. Letter of Sergeant William Griffith to Heald, June 13, 1820. Draper Collection, U. Roman 8, 88. On May 1, Francis Kenome, a British subject who lived at Maiden, reached Chicago, attended by 2 Chippewa Indians, en route for Green Bay. The party was arrested on suspicion that Kenome was a British emissary, and he subsequently made an affidavit showing that he had been engaged by the brother-in-law of Matthew Elliott, the British Indian agent, to go on a secret mission to Robert Dixon, the most active and influential British emissary among the tribes west of Lake Michigan. The Indians had taken the precaution to conceal the letters entrusted to them in their moccasins and to bury them. After their release from detention, they proceeded on their way and delivered them to Dixon, who was passing the winter at the Fox, Wisconsin Portage. The message which Captain Heald thus failed to intercept was from no less a person than General Brock, who was seeking to establish communication with Dixon. And it was due to the communication thus established that Dixon led his Northwestern bands to St. Joseph's to cooperate in the attack on Mackinac, and in that descent upon Detroit which had such a fatal effect upon Hull's campaign. Footnote 576. This conclusion is based on the letters, in addition to those already cited, of Captain Glegg to Dixon printed in Michigan Pioneer Collections, Roman 15, 180-82, 193-95, and the communications between Glegg and Dixon printed in Wisconsin Historical Collection S, Roman 12, 139-40. We have seen already how that campaign progressed to its disastrous close, and that, on its issue, hung the fate of Fort Dearborn and the Northwest. With so much of importance in the immediate vicinity of Detroit to demand his attention, Hull had little time or thought to devote to the remote posts at Mackinac and Chicago. News of the declaration of war was received at Fort Dearborn toward the middle of July. The tradition was current at Chicago long afterward that the news was brought by Pierre Leclerc, a half-breed who figured in the negotiations for the surrender of the garrison on the day of the massacre, who walked from the mouth of the St. Joseph River to Fort Dearborn, a distance of 90 miles, in a single day. Footnote 578. Lieutenant Helm's narrative of the massacre says July 10. On July 14, Hull wrote to Eustis, the Secretary of War, that he would cause the brig Adams, which had been launched 10 days before, to be completed and armed as soon as possible for the purpose of supplying the posts of Mackinac and Fort Dearborn with the necessary stores and provisions, if they could be obtained at Detroit. Exactly 2 weeks later, however, 2 Chippewa Indians reached Hull's camp at Sandwich bringing news of the surrender of Mackinac. The report seemed so improbable that at first Hull refused to believe it, but close questioning brought forth so many circumstantial details as to remove his doubt. On the same day, July 29, he wrote to the Secretary of War, "I shall immediately send an express to Fort Dearborn with orders to evacuate that post and retreat to this place or Fort Wayne, provided it can be effected with a greater prospect of safety than to remain. Captain Heald is a judicious officer, and I shall confide much to his discretion." With the evacuation impending, we come upon some of the most important questions in the history of Fort Dearborn. The nature of Hull's order for the evacuation, the demeanor of the savages around the fort immediately prior to the evacuation, the relations subsisting between Captain Heald and the officers and men under his control, the degree of sanity and sense displayed by the commander in dealing with the difficult situation which confronted him. All these things require careful consideration. In the accounts of the massacre that have been written hitherto, these matters have commonly been presented in such a way as to place the responsibility for the tragedy solely on Captain Heald's shoulders, and to represent his administration of affairs as stupid and incompetent to the verge of imbecility. But there is abundant reason for suspecting that these accounts, which all proceed, directly or indirectly from a common source, do Heald grave injustice. If an examination of the available sources of information confirms this suspicion, it is quite time, a century after the massacre, to correct the popular impression of the affair and do belated justice to the leader of civilization's forlorn hope on that day of savage triumph. Hull's letter to Eustis of July 29 expressed an intention to confide much to Heald's discretion in the matter of the evacuation. But his letter to Heald, although written on the same day, does not fulfill this intention. The order to evacuate was positive, and the reason assigned for this step was a want of provisions. Heald was also peremptorily enjoined to destroy the arms and ammunition. The only thing confided to his discretion was the disposition of the goods of the government factory, which he was authorized to give to the friendly Indians and to the poor and needy of the settlement. Footnote 583. Lost to the world for almost a century, Hull's order was brought to light a few years since among the Heald papers in the Draper collection at Madison, Wisconsin. It was first published by the author in Some Notes on the Fort Dearborn Massacre, in the Mississippi Valley Historical Association, Proceedings for 1910-11, 138. The order reads as follows. Sandwich, July 29, 1812. Captain Heald. Sir, it is with regret I order the evacuation of your post, owing to the want of provisions, only a neglect of the commandant of Word, illegible possibly Detroit. You will therefore destroy all arms and ammunition, but the goods of the factory you may give to the friendly Indians who may be desirous of escorting you onto Fort Wayne, and to the poor and needy of your post. I am informed this day that Mackinac and the island of St. Joseph will be evacuated on act of the scarcity of provision, and I hope in my next to give you an act of the surrender of the British at Maiden, as I expect 600 men here by the beginning of Sept. I am Sir yours and C. Brigadier Gen. Hull. Addressed, Capt. Nathan Heald, Commander Fort Dearborn by express. Unfortunately for Captain Heald's reputation with posterity, the evacuation order was lost to sight for almost a century. Lieutenant Helm's labored account of the massacre, written in 1814, states that the order to Heald was to evacuate the post of Fort Dearborn by the route of Detroit or Fort Wayne if practicable. Helm's narrative, like the evacuation order, was unknown to the public for almost a century. His version of Hull's order, however, was preserved in the form of tradition in the family of Kinsey, the trader, to which Mrs. Helm belonged. And thus, after the lapse of a third of a century, it appeared in print in Mrs. Juliet Kinsey's account of the massacre, which was afterward incorporated in her book, Wow Bun. Footnote 585. According to Mrs. Kinsey, the order was to evacuate the fort, if practicable, and in that event, to distribute all the United States property contained in the fort, and in the United States factory or agency, among the Indians in the neighborhood. Wow Bun, 162. Illustration: General Hull's order for the evacuation of Fort Dearborn. By courtesy of the Wisconsin State Historical Society. The evacuation order closed with the expression by Hull of the hope, destined never to be realized, of being able to announce in his next communication the surrender of the British at Maiden. Instead of this, on August 8, he abandoned Sandwich and recrossed the river to Detroit. The next day, the Indian runner, Winnemac, delivered to Captain Heald at Fort Dearborn his order for the evacuation. Hull also sent word of the intended evacuation to Fort Wayne, ordering the officers there to cooperate in the movement by rendering Captain Heald any information and assistance in their power. In consequence of this, Captain William Wells, the famous Indian scout, set out for Fort Dearborn at the head of 30 Miami warriors to assist in covering Heald's retreat. Footnote 586. Heald's journal, Appendix III, his report of the massacre, Appendix IV, Lieutenant Helm's narrative of the massacre, Appendix VI. Footnote 587. Heald's report, Appendix IV. Bryce, History of Fort Wayne, 206. The days following the 9th of August were, we may well believe, filled with care and busy preparation for Captain Heald and all the white people in and around Fort Dearborn. Their situation in the heart of the wilderness was an appalling one, well calculated to tax the judgment and abilities of Heald, on whose wisdom and energy the fate of all depended, to the utmost. Apparently, Kinsey sought to dissuade Heald from obeying Hull's order to evacuate. There must be powerful reasons to justify him in taking this step. Yet if sufficiently convincing ones pertaining to the safety of the garrison existed, it is clear that Heald should have assumed the responsibility on the ground that the order had been issued in ignorance of the facts of the situation confronting the Fort Dearborn garrison. There were several reasons to be urged against an evacuation. The fort was well situated for defense. With the garrison at hand, it could probably be held indefinitely against an attack by Indians alone, providing the supply of ammunition and provisions held out. The surrounding Indians outnumbered the garrison 10-1, it is true, but success against such odds when the whites were sheltered behind a suitable stockade was not unusual in the annals of border warfare. The red man possessed little taste for besieging a fortified place, and if the first assault were beaten off, his lack both of artillery and of resolution to persevere in such a contest rendered his success improbable unless the odds were overwhelmingly in his favor, or the provisions of the besieged gave out. Moreover, whatever the odds might be at Fort Dearborn, the probability of making a successful defense behind the walls of the stockade was immeasurably greater than it would be in the open country. Both Governor Edwards of Illinois and Harrison of Indiana were vigorous executives, and if the fort were held, relief might reasonably be expected before long from the militia, which was then being collected in southern Illinois and Indiana, or even from Kentucky. The situation was complicated, too, by the private interests at stake. Evacuation would mean financial ruin to Kinsey, the trader, and Lai, the farmer. These considerations Heald properly ignored, of course, but the danger to the families of the soldiers and of the civilians clustered around the fort was greater and more appalling than to the garrison itself. There could be no thought of abandoning these helpless souls, yet the attempt to convey them away with the garrison would render the retreat exceedingly slow and cumbersome. Kinsey at Chicago and Forsyth at Peoria were well known and esteemed by the resident natives, and many of these were well disposed toward the Americans. The hostile bands might be expected to disperse after a period of unsuccessful siege, and the property of the settlers and the lives of the garrison would be saved. On the other hand, most of these things were as familiar to Hull as to Heald himself. Practically, the only feature of Heald's situation about which Hull's knowledge might be presumed to be deficient was that concerning the number and demeanor of the Indians around Fort Dearborn. But in the provision of his order authorizing Heald to distribute the goods of the factory to the friendly Indians who may be desirous of escorting you on to Fort Wayne, was a clear indication of the commanding generals will in case this contingency should be realized. Obedience to orders is the primary duty of a soldier. He may not refrain from executing the order of his superior, however ill-advised it may appear to him, unless it is evident that it was issued under a misapprehension of the facts of the situation, and that the commander himself, if aware of these facts, would revoke it. The truth of this proposition is so obvious that it would scarcely be worthwhile to state it, were it not for the fact that there has been a practically unanimous chorus of condemnation of Captain Heald on the part of those who have hitherto written of the Fort Dearborn massacre, because he acted in accordance with it and obeyed his superior's order. Heald's own view of his duty is clear, both from the course he followed and from the narratives of himself and of his detractors. The latter shows that he paid no attention to the protests against the evacuation made by Kinsey and such others as the traitor was able to influence, while in his own official report of the massacre Heald does not even discuss the question of holding the fort or of his reason for evacuating it, further than to recite the order received from Hull to do so. The time until the 13th of August was doubtless spent in preparation for the wilderness journey, though actual details are for the most part wanting. Some slight indication of the commander's labors is afforded by an affidavit he made in 1817 in behalf of Kinsey and Forsyth's claims against the government for compensation for the losses sustained by them in the massacre. In this Heald stated that, being ordered to evacuate Fort Dearborn and march the troops to Fort Wayne, he employed sundry horses and mules, with saddles, bridles, and other equipment, the property of Kinsey and Forsyth, to transport provisions and other necessities for the troops. On August 13, Captain Wells arrived from Fort Wayne with his 30 Miami warriors to act as an additional escort for the troops in their retreat. Probably on this day, a council was held with the Indians at which Heald announced his intention to distribute the goods among them and evacuate the fort, and stipulated for their protection upon his retreat. On the 14th, the goods in the factory were delivered to the Indians, together with a considerable quantity of provisions which could not be taken along on the retreat. The stock of liquor was destroyed, however, as were also the surplus arms and ammunition. The one was calculated to fire the red man to deeds of madness, while for the whites to give him the other would have been to furnish him with the means for their own destruction. Footnote 588. Affidavit of December 2, 1817, Draper Collection, Forsyth Papers, Volume I. Footnote 589. Heald's report does not mention the holding of a council. Helm's narrative represents that Wells held the council with the Indians. This is probably correct as to the main fact that a council was held, but untrue in representing Wells, rather than Heald, as the principal participant in it on the part of the whites. A few months after the massacre, the Superintendent of Indian Trade was initiating measures for recovering from the War Department indemnity for the goods of the Chicago factory destroyed at the time of the massacre on the ground that they were delivered by Heald to the Indians. Under a kind of treaty, between the two Indian Office, Letter Book 100, Mason to Matthew Irwin, February 9, 1813. To the resentment kindled among the Indians by the destruction of these stores, the immediate cause of the attack and massacre on the following day has often been ascribed. That the disappointment of the red man was keen is self-evident. Yet that, but for the destruction of the powder and whiskey, there would have been no attack on the garrison seems most improbable. Heald stated under oath several years later that prior to the evacuation the Indians had made much application to him for ammunition, and expressed the opinion that, but for the destruction which took place, not a soul among the whites would have escaped the tomahawk. Footnote 590. Affidavit of December 2, 1817, Draper Collection, Forsyth Papers, Volume I. All was now ready for the departure, which was to take place on the morning of the 15th. At this juncture, there came to the commander a belated warning. Black Partridge, a Potawatomi chief from the Illinois River, came to him with the significant message that linden birds had been singing in his ears and they ought to be careful on the march they were about to make. At the same time, he surrendered his medal, explaining that the young warriors were bent on mischief and probably could not be restrained. Footnote 591. There are two contemporary versions of this incident. One is contained in Lieutenant Helm's narrative of the massacre, the other in McAfee's History of the Late War, 98. McAfee's informant was Sergeant Griffith of Heald's company. Both of the accounts are very brief. They agree in the main fact that Black Partridge gave the warning to the interpreter, but Helm alone mentions the surrender of the medal. It was now too late to withdraw from the plan of evacuating the fort even if the commander had desired to do so. The next morning dawned warm and cloudless. Inside the stockade, the last preparations for the toilsome journey had been made. No chronicler was present to preserve a record of the final scenes, but the imagination can find little difficulty in picturing them. With all its rudeness and privation, the Chicago they were leaving was home to the members of the little party for some the only one they had ever known. Here the Lees had lived for half a dozen years. Here their children had been born and had passed their happy childhood. Here the Kinseys had lived for an even longer time and had long since attained a relative degree of prosperity. Here the soldiers had hunted and skated and fished and gone through their monotonous routine duties until they had become second nature to them. Here, the talented young Van Voorhis had dreamed dreams and seen visions of the teeming millions that were to compose the busy civilization of this region in the distant future. Hither in the spring of 1811, the commander had brought his beautiful Kentucky bride, the niece of Captain Wells. Here, true to her ancestry, she had fallen in love with the wilderness life. And here, 3 months before, her life had been darkened by its first great tragedy, the loss of her firstborn son, born dead for the want of a skillful midwife. We may not know the thoughts or forebodings that filled the mind of each member of the little wilderness caravan, but doubtless home was as dear, and anxiety for the future as keen, to the humbler members of the party as to any of those whose names are better known. Without, in the marshes and prairies and woods that stretched away from the fort to south and west and north, the representatives of another race were encamped. Several hundred red warriors, many of them accompanied by their squaws and children, had gathered about the doomed garrison. For them, doubtless, the preceding days had been filled with eager debate and anticipation. The former had concerned the momentous question whether to heed the advice of the Americans to remain neutral in the war between the white nations, or whether to follow their natural inclination to raise the hatchet against the hated Long Knives and in behalf of their former great father. The latter had hinged about the visions of wealth hitherto undreamed of to flow from the distribution of the white man's stores among them, or about the prospect, equally pleasing to the majority, of taking sweet if belated revenge for the long train of disasters and indignities they had suffered at the hands of the hated race, by the slaughter of its representatives gathered here within their grasp. As day by day the runners came from the Detroit frontier with news of the ebbing of Hull's fortunes, and with appeals from Tecumseh to strike a blow for their race, the peace party among them dwindled, doubtless, as did the hope of Hull's army. Now, at the critical moment, on the eve of the evacuation when, if ever, the blow must be struck, had come a final message from Tecumseh with news of Hull's retreat to Detroit and of the decisive victory of August 4 over a portion of his troops at Brownstown. With this, the die was cast, and the fate of the garrison sealed. The war bands could no longer be restrained by the friendly chiefs, to whom was left the role of watching what they could not prevent and saving such of their friends as they might from destruction. And now the stage is set for Chicago's grimmest tragedy. Before us are the figures of her early days. Let us pause a moment to take note of some of the actors before the curtain is lifted for the drama. John Kinsey, the traitor, vigorous and forceful and shrewd, with more at stake financially than anyone else in the company, but of vastly greater importance, with a surer means of protection for the lives of himself and family and the friendship of the Indians. Chandonnai, the half-breed, staunch friend of the Americans, whom all authorities unite in crediting with noble exertions to save the prisoners. The friendly Potawatomi chiefs, Alexander Robinson, who was to pilot the Healds to safety at Mackinac, and Black Partridge, who had warned Captain Heald of the impending attack, and who soon would save the life of Mrs. Helm. Among the hostile leaders were Blackbird, probably the son of the chief who had assisted the Americans in plundering St. Joseph in 1781, and Nusketnemeg, or the Mad Sturgeon, already guilty of many murders committed against the whites. There were, of course, many other chiefs of greater or less degree and reputation. Then there were the officers and their wives. Heald, the commander, old in experience and responsibility if not in years, his beautiful and spirited young wife, whose charm could stay the descent of the deadly tomahawk, and whose bravery extort the admiration of even her savage captors, Lieutenant Helm and his young wife, who preferred to meet the impending danger by the side of her husband. Of the younger men, Van Voorhis and Ronan, the former has left of himself a winning picture sketched in a letter A fragment of which has been preserved. The latter is painted in the only description we have of him, in the pages of Wow Bun, as brave and spirited, but rash and overbearing, and lacking a due sense of respect for his superiors in age and responsibility. These faults of youth, if in fact they existed, were soon to be atoned by the bravery with which he met his fate, fighting desperately to the end. Footnote 592. Wisconsin Historical Collections, Zi 320, Washburn Edwards Papers 57. Sadder, however, than any of these was the situation of some of the humbler members of the party. That a soldier and officer should face death with composure was to be expected. that a soldier's wife should brave danger by his side was not an unknown thing in the annals of the frontier. But the officers' wives were mounted, and whatever might happen on the weary march, they were certain to receive the best care and attention the resources of the company could afford. There were, too, in their case, no children for whom to provide or worry. But what of the state of mind of those members of the Chicago militia, who, in addition to abandoning their homes, were burdened with wives and children, and with inadequate means of providing for them? What of Mrs. Burns and Mrs. Simmons with their babes of a few months and the hardships of the march before them? What of the other mothers' forebodings for their loved ones? What of the wife of Fielding Corbin, with the pangs of approaching maternity upon her and the prospect of the dreary journey before her? Perhaps it was a mercy a period was so soon to be put to her trials. Finally, what of the innocent babies whose bright eyes were looking out, doubtless, in uncomprehending wonder, upon the unwonted scene of bustle and excitement around them? With them, but not of them, was William Wells, the famous frontier scout, the true history of whose life surpasses fiction. Member of a prominent Kentucky family, the brother of Colonel Samuel Wells of Louisville, he was kidnapped at an early age by the Indians and adopted into the family of Little Turtle, the noted Miami chieftain. He became a noted warrior and fought by the side of his red brothers in the campaigns of 1790 and 1791, when they defeated the armies of Harmer and St. Clair. Afterward, whether because of a belated consciousness of his true race identity or of the solicitations of his white relatives and the pleading of his beautiful niece, Rebecca Wells, he threw in his lot with the whites. His fame as a scout and fighter soon became as great among them as it had formerly been with the Indians. He was a perfect master of woodcraft and of the Indian mode of warfare, and as head of a special force of scouts, he rendered most efficient service in Wayne's campaign. Footnote 594. On the career of Wells C. Kirkland, Chicago Massacre, 173-78. Roosevelt, Winning of the West, Roman 4, 79 ff. Wentworth, Early Chicago, 4546, 5657. Speech of Little Turtle in American State Papers, Indian Affairs, I. 583. Letter of Governor Harrison to the War Department, October 3, 1809, MS copy in Chicago Historical Society Library. Perhaps the most notable tribute to his character is the fact that despite this change of allegiance, he continued to retain the esteem of his former associates, and that in this period of fierce rivalry between the two races, he enjoyed at one and the same time the esteem and confidence of such men as Little Turtle on the one side and Anthony Wayne and William Henry Harrison on the other. At the conclusion of the Treaty of Greenville, Little Turtle made a speech on behalf of the Indians, expressing his satisfaction with it, in the course of which, adverting to the subject of the traders, he especially requested that Wells be stationed by the government at Fort Wayne as resident interpreter, saying that he possessed the confidence of the Indians as fully as he did that of the whites. Fort Wayne remained his place of residence for the remainder of his life, and during most of the time, he was serving in the Government Indian Department. In 1807, Nathan Heald came to Fort Wayne as commander of the post, and here met and wooed Rebecca, the daughter of Samuel and favorite niece of William Wells. Now at the summons of love and duty, heedless of the danger to himself, the latter had hastened with his friendly Miamis from Fort Wayne to rescue her and assist in the retreat of the garrison. He alone of all the company, therefore, was present from choice rather than from necessity. His arrival at Fort Dearborn on the 13th must have afforded the only ray of cheer and hope which came to the settlement in this time of trial and danger. All preparations being complete, about 9 o'clock the stockade gate was thrown open, and there issued forth the saddest procession Michigan Avenue has ever known. In the lead were a part of the Miamis, and Wells, their leader, alert and watching keenly for the first signs of a hostile demonstration. In due array followed the garrison, the women and children who were able to walk, and the Chicago militia, the rear being brought up by the remainder of the Miamis. Most of the children, being too young to walk, rode in one of the wagons, accompanied, probably, by one or more of the women. Mrs. Heald and Mrs. Helm were mounted and near or with their husbands, though each couple became separated early in the combat. The other women and children were on foot around the baggage wagons, which were guarded by Ensign Ronan, Surgeon Van Voorhis, the soldiers who had families, and the 12 Chicago militia. Footnote 595. The account of the battle and the massacre which follows is the result of a study of all the known available sources of information. Since Appendix II is devoted to a consideration of the principal sources of our knowledge of the massacre, I have deemed it unnecessary to cite my authority in each instance for the statements made here. The route taken was due south, parallel with the river until its mouth was reached, and then along the beach, not far, probably, from the present Michigan Avenue, for most of the land to the east has been filled in since the beginning of modern Chicago. On the right of the column moved an escort of Potawatomis. Below the mouth of the river began a row of sand hills, or ridges, which ran between the prairie and the beach, parallel to the latter and distant from it about 100 yards. When these were reached, the soldiers continued along the beach, while the Potawatomis disappeared behind the ridges to the right. The reason for this soon became apparent. When a distance of about 1.5 miles had been traversed by the soldiers, Captain Wells, who with his militia was some distance in advance, discovered that the Indians had prepared an ambush for the whites and were about to attack them from their vantage point behind the bank. Aware of a favorable position for defense a short distance ahead, he rode rapidly back toward the main body to urge Heald to press forward and occupy it, swinging his hat in a circle around his head as he went, as a signal that the party was surrounded. The heads of the warriors now became visible all along the line, popping up like turtles out of the water. The troops immediately charged up the bank, and with a single volley followed home with a bayonet charge, scattered the Indians before them. But this move proved as futile as it was brave. The Indians gave way in front only to join their fellows in another place, on the flank or in the rear, and the fight went on. Meanwhile, a deadlier combat, which we may perhaps think of as a separate battle, was raging around the wagons in the rear. Here it was that the real massacre occurred. Apparently in the charge up the sand hills, and in the ensuing movements, the main division of the regulars under Heald became separated from the rear division. And yet it was precisely here, where the provisions and the helpless women and children were placed, that protection was most urgently needed. The Indians, outnumbering the whites almost 10-1, swarmed around, some apparently even coming from the front to share in the easier contest at this point. Here were the junior officers, Ronan and Van Voorhis, and here apparently Kinsey had elected to stay. Around the wagons, too, were the militia, 12 in number, comprising the male inhabitants of the settlement capable of bearing arms, who had been organized and armed by Heald at the time of the April murders. The combat here was furious, being waged hand-to-hand in an indiscriminate melee. Fighting desperately with bayonet and musket butt, the militia were cut down to a man. But one, Sergeant Burns, escaped instant death, and he, grievously wounded, was slaughtered an hour after the surrender by an infuriated squaw. Ronan and Van Voorhis shared their fate, as did the regular soldiers, Kinsey being the only white man at the wagons who survived. Even the soldiers' wives, armed with swords, hacked bravely away as long as they were able. In the course of the melee, 2 of the women and most of the children were slain. The butchery of these unfortunate innocents constitutes the saddest feature of that gory day. The measure which had been taken to ensure their welfare was responsible for their destruction. For while the conflict raged hotly, a young fiend broke through the defenders of the wagons and, climbing into the one containing the children, quickly tomahawked all but one of them. Of the women slain, one was Mrs. Corbin, the wife of a private soldier, who is said to have resolved never to be taken prisoner, dreading more than death the indignities she believed would be in store for her. Accordingly, she fought until she was cut to pieces. The other was Cicely, Mrs. Heald's Negro serving woman. She and her infant son, who also perished, afford 2 of the few instances of which we have authentic record of Negroes being held in slavery at Chicago. Footnote 596. The printed sources of information concerning Cicely and her child are Darius Heald's Narrative of the Massacre in Magazine of American History, Roman 28, 111 ff. And the Heald petition to the Court of Claims for compensation for property lost in the massacre in Chicago Tribune, December 8, 1883. The author has a memorandum prepared by Mrs. Heald for the guidance of her son, Darius, on the occasion of his visit to Chicago in 1855 for the purpose of procuring testimony in support of the claim for compensation for the Heald property lost in the massacre. It contains the following allusions to Cicely and her son. John Kinsey at Chicago. He knew the Negro girl Sicely. He came to buy the Negro girl offered me $600. He probably knows about the horses 3 in number. He knows about the Negro woman being killed and also her male infant killed in the battle by the Indians Mrs. Bobby knew capped. Heald and his wife and the Negroes and horses which they had in possession at the time of the defeat, knows of the killing of the Negroes Mrs. Helium, get these 2 ladies to relate all their knowledge as regards the loss of the 2 slaves, the horses, and other personal property in their possession. While this slaughter was going on at the wagons, Captain Wells, who had been fighting in front with the main body of troops, seems to have started back to the scene to engage in a last effort to save the women and children. His horse was wounded and he himself was shot through the breast. He bade his niece farewell when his horse fell, throwing him prostrate on the ground with one leg caught under its side. Some Indians approaching, he continued to fire at them, killing one or more from his prostrate position. An Indian now took aim at him, seeing which Wells signed to him to shoot, and his stormy career was ended. The foe paid their sincerest tribute of respect to his bravery by cutting out his heart and eating it, thinking thus to imbibe the qualities of its owner in life. Wells was the real hero of the Chicago massacre, giving his life voluntarily to save his friends. The debt which Chicago owes to his memory and earlier generations sought to discharge by giving his name to one of the city's principal streets. But to its shame, a later one robbed him in large part of this honor, by giving to that portion of the street, which runs south of the river, the inappropriate and meaningless designation of Fifth Avenue. The close of another brave career was dramatic enough to deserve separate mention. During the battle, Sergeant Hayes, who had already manifested the greatest bravery, engaged in individual combat with an Indian. The guns of both had been discharged when the Indian ran up to him with uplifted tomahawk. Before the warrior could strike, Hayes ran his bayonet into his breast up to the socket so that he could not pull it out. In this situation, supported by the bayonet, the Indian tomahawked him and the foemen fell dead together, the bayonet still in the red man's breast. Footnote 597. Schoolcraft, Narrative Journal of Travels from Detroit. To the sources of the Mississippi River in the year 1820, 392. Meanwhile, what of Captain Heald and the troops under his immediate direction? The Miamis had abandoned the Americans at the first sign of hostilities. After a few minutes of sharp fighting, Heald drew off with such of his men as still survived to a slight elevation on the open prairie, out of shot of the bank or any other cover. Here he enjoyed a temporary respite, for the Indians refrained from following him, having no desire, apparently, to grapple with the regulars at close range in the open. The fight thus far had lasted only about 15 minutes, yet half of the regulars had fallen. Wells and 2 of the officers were dead and the other 2 wounded, and the Americans were hopelessly beaten. The alternatives before them were to die fighting to the last, or to surrender and trust to the savages for mercy. After some delay, the Indians sent a half-breed interpreter, who lived near the fort and was friendly with the garrison, and who in the commencement of the action had gone over to the Indians in the hope of saving his life, to make overtures for a surrender. Heald advanced alone toward the Indians and was met by the interpreter and the chief, Blackbird, who requested him to surrender, promising to spare the lives of the prisoners. The soldiers at first opposed the proposition, but after some parleying, the surrender was made, Captain Heald promising, as a further inducement to the Indians to spare the prisoners, a ransom of $100 for every one still living. The captives were now led back to the beach, and thence along the route toward the fort over which they had passed but an hour or so before. On the way, they passed the scene of the massacre around the wagons. Helm records his horror at the sight of the men, women, and children lying naked with principally all their heads off. In passing the bodies, he thought he perceived that of his wife, with her head severed from her shoulders. The sight almost overcame him, and we may readily believe that he now began to repent that he had ever surrendered. He was happily surprised, however, on approaching the fort to find her alive and well, sitting crying among some squaws. She owed her preservation to the friendly Black Partridge, who had claimed her as his prisoner. In the action, the white force numbered 55 regulars and 12 militia, in addition to Wells and Kinsey, the latter of whom did not participate in the fighting. Against these were pitted about 500 Indians. The white men were better armed, but the Indians had the advantage of position and of freedom from the encumbrance of baggage and women and children to protect. Under the circumstances, the odds were overwhelmingly in their favor, and their comparatively easy victory was but a matter of course. Their loss was estimated by Heald at about 15. The Americans killed in the action comprised 26 regular soldiers, the 12 militia and Captain Wells, with 2 of the women and 12 children. A number of the survivors, too, were wounded. Footnote 598. On the number of the regulars and others engaged in the combat, see Appendix IX. Footnote 599. Including Burns, who was wounded in the action and killed by a squaw about an hour afterward. Following the surrender came the customary scenes of savage cruelty. The friendly Indians could answer only for the prisoners in their possession. Some of the wounded were tortured to death, and it is not improbable that some of the prisoners were burned at the stake. The more detailed story of their fate, along with that of the other survivors of the battle, is reserved for the following chapter. For the remainder of the day and the ensuing night, the victors surfeited themselves with the plunder and the torture. The following day, the plundering of the fort and the distribution of the prisoners were completed, the buildings were fired, and the bands set out for their several villages. The corpses on the lake shore, bloody and mutilated, were left to the buzzards and the wolves, and over Chicago silence and desolation reigned supreme. In March 1813, Robert Dixon passed through Chicago on a mission to rouse the Northwestern tribes against the Americans. He reported that there were 2 brass cannon, one dismounted, the other on wheels but in the river. The powder magazine was in a good state of preservation, and the houses outside the fort were well constructed. He urged the Indians not to destroy them, as the British would have occasion to use them if they should find it necessary to establish a garrison here. Chapter 11. The fate of the survivors. 29 soldiers, 7 women, and 6 children remained alive at the close of the battle among the sand dunes to face the horrors of captivity among the Indians. These figures do not include Kinsey, the traitor, and the members of his family, who were regarded as neutrals and were not included by the Indians in the number of their prisoners. Concerning the fate of some of the survivors, we have full information, but of others not even the names can be given with certainty, and of their fate we can speak only in general terms. The student of the Fort Dearborn massacre finds himself hampered by a notable dearth of official records. This is due in part to the destruction, at the time of the massacre itself, of such as existed at Chicago, to an even greater extent, perhaps, to the destruction of the records of the War Department at the time of the looting of the Capitol by the British in 1814. Finally, by a departmental ruling promulgated in 1897, the historical investigator has in recent years been denied the cold comfort of access to such fragmentary records as do in fact exist in the files of the War Department. For such official documents as have been available for this study, therefore, the writer is indebted to other sources. Some of them were copied by earlier investigators in the field, before the War Department files were sealed to the student, and have been printed in various places. Others have been found in manuscripts or in printed works existing outside the government archives. Footnote 601. This prohibition was removed in 1912, too late, however, to be of any advantage to the author in the preparation of this work. For this reason, the statements may have been allowed to stand unchanged. The last existing muster roll of the Fort Dearborn garrison prior to the massacre has hitherto been supposed to be that for December 1810. However, the Heald papers belonging to the Wisconsin State Historical Society include the muster roll for the period ending May 31, 1812. It shows a garrison strength of 55 men, which was probably the number present at the time of the massacre. No list of those slain in the massacre has ever been made, nor is there any comprehensive account of the names and fate of the survivors. The attempt to construct one from the various fragmentary sources of information in existence has proved more successful than could perhaps have been reasonably anticipated. Yet it reveals certain discrepancies which cannot be harmonized until additional sources of information shall be uncovered. This is not surprising in view of the confusion attendant upon the massacre and the scattering far and wide of the survivors following it. The passage of time and the absence of records make it impossible at this date to check up the errors and fill in the gaps in our information. The hardships endured or the adventures encountered by those whose experiences have been recorded, may have been no greater or more noteworthy than by those whose fate is now buried in oblivion. Yet the historian must deal with the information he can obtain, and this chapter of necessity concerns itself largely with a comparatively small number of the survivors whose story has been preserved. Footnote 603. The muster roll is printed for the first time as Appendix VIII. The battle and the massacre proper had barely ended when the dreary work of torture began. It had been stipulated by Captain Heald that the lives of the prisoners should be spared, but this agreement was promptly violated. We cannot speak with much assurance of the details of the tortures, but concerning the main fact there is no doubt. One man, Burns, who had been wounded in the battle, was killed by a squaw about an hour after its conclusion. Possibly this is the man whom Mrs. Helm refers to as having been stabbed to death with a stable fork in her presence. In Judge Woodward's letter to General Proctor upon the survivors of the massacre, Burns is spoken of as a citizen, and he is similarly designated in Helm's account of the massacre. A letter of Sergeant Griffith to Captain Heald in 1820 clears up the question of his identity. It shows that he was a sergeant in the Chicago militia, enrolled by Heald after the murders at the Lee Farm in April 1812. It confirms the fact of his death at the hands of his captors after the surrender, and incidentally throws a pleasing light upon his character, recalling to Heald's mind the soldier-like conduct of Burns while engaged with an unequal force of savages, and the manner in which he was inhumanly murdered in your presence after he was a prisoner. The Wow Bun narrative represents the Burns family as living at the time of the massacre on the north bank of the river, some distance above the Kinsey house. Apparently Burns was a discharged soldier who had made Chicago his permanent home, for the Fort Dearborn muster roll for November 1810 shows that he was then a member of the garrison and that his term of enlistment would expire in June 1811. Footnote 605. Letter of Sergeant Griffith to Heald, January 13, 1820, Draper Collection, U. Roman 8, 88. Judge Woodward to Proctor, October 7, 1812, Appendix VII. The various accounts generally agree that a number of the prisoners were put to death during the night following the massacre. Judge Woodward's letter to Proctor, which, written October 7, 1812, and based on information given by Heald and Sergeant Griffith, is the most reliable source of information on this particular point, states that 5 soldiers were known to have been put to death at this time. The Wow Bun narrative, written many years later, makes the same statement. The Darius Heald narrative states that the Indians were believed to have gone off down the lake shore on the evening of the massacre day to have a general frolic, torturing the wounded soldiers. Woodward gives the names of 2 of these victims, Richard Garner and James Latta, both private soldiers. By a process of comparison of all the sources concerning those who perished in captivity, we get the names of the other 3, Micajah Dennison, John Fury, and Thomas Poindexter. But one account attempts to tell us how they died, and this, of more than dubious validity, suggests rather than describes their fate. A half-breed Frenchwoman, who had remained in her hut on the north side of the river during the battle and massacre, made her way after its conclusion to a point opposite the Indian village north of the fort. Here she could see the torture ground, where the squaws had 3 men, and the warriors 1 white woman, undergoing the most fearful torture and indignities, such as she had never heard of in Canada. Perhaps, after all, it is just as well that we have no more detailed description. The fate of the victims was no more awful than that customarily meted out to the vanquished white man in the course of his contest with the red man for the possession of this continent, and it is better that the gory details should sink into oblivion. Footnote 609. For the way in which these names are determined, see Appendix IX. On the day after the massacre, the fort having been burned and the plunder and the prisoners divided, the bands began to scatter to their various homes. The dreary story of the hardships endured by the captives and the indignities and cruelties meted out to them by their masters is relieved, happily, now and then by some act of kindness or generosity, calculated to prove that gentleness and humanity were qualities not entirely unknown, even to the savage red man. Ultimately, the majority of the prisoners were to find their way back to civilization, but for several death offered the only avenue of escape from their captivity. For some, indeed, death must have come as a welcome relief from sufferings far more dreadful. Such must have been the case with Mrs. Needs, the wife of one of the soldiers. Her husband, her child, and herself all survived the massacre, only to die in captivity. The husband died in January 1813. The brief record left us contains no indication of the cause of his death. Annoyed by the crying which hunger forced from the child, the savages tied it to a tree to perish of starvation or to become the prey of some wild beast. Still later, the wretched mother perished from cold and hunger. Another prisoner, William Nelson Hunt, was frozen to death. Hugh Logan, an Irishman, unable to walk because of excessive fatigue, was tomahawked. Such also was the fate of August Mort, a German, and for a similar reason. Footnote 612. Niles Register, June 4, 1814. The name is printed as Nelson. It does not occur in any of the other accounts of the massacre, nor on the muster roll of Heald's Company of May 31, 1812. The latter does contain the name of William Nelson Hunt, however, and he is probably the man designated as Nelson in the newspaper account. Footnote 613. The following letter written by Thomas Forsyth to Nathan Heald, April 10, 1813, suggests a different reason for the killing of Mort. The letter is reproduced in full for the sake of the information it gives concerning the massacre and the affairs of some of the participants in it. The original manuscript is the property of Mrs. Lillian Heald Richmond, of St. Louis, Mo. St. Louis, 10th April 1813. Sir, I had the honor to receive from the hand of Gov. Howard your letter to him of the 24th February last, in answer to his to you respecting Kinsey and Forsyth claims for losses sustained 1st August at Chicago. In your letter you mention that you gave Mr. Kinsey a quantity of gunpowder for hire of horses to carry provisions. And see to Detroit, in that case, the gunpowder was from you to us, for hire of horses for public use, and of course the gunpowder became our property, after the delivery of the gunpowder to Mr. Kinsey. I understood from him, that either you or the late Captain Wells, and perhaps both, told him that if he, would destroy all his gunpowder and whiskey, that he should be paid for his losses by the U states, all of which was certainly destroyed. In your letter to Gov. Howard, you say you seen the whiskey destroyed, and that you have no doubt but the gunpowder was also destroyed. In that case, I would thank you if you would forward on to me at this place a certificate of what you know about the destruction of those articles, also the prices of gunpowder, whiskey, mules and horses, at Chicago. I have claimed for each horse 60 mules $90, whiskey $2 per gallon, gunpowder $2 per lb. This you know was the current price for whiskey and gunpowder. I paid myself this price for gunpowder bought out of the factory of that place. As for the horses and mules, they are by no means high. Our losses in horn cattle, hogs, merchandise, and sea are very great, for which we demand nothing for. DePayne and Buisson wintered at Chicago last winter with goods from Mackinac. They have bought of Mrs. Lee and her younger child. And another woman, which I expect is Mrs. Cooper or Burns. Old Mott was a prisoner, and became out of his head last winter and was killed by the Indians. Please give my respects to Mrs. Heald, and remain your most obet served. T. Forsyth. With relief, we turn from these tragic details to the story of the efforts which were making to restore the captives to civilization. On September 9, Proctor communicated to General Brock the news of the massacre at Fort Dearborn, expressing regret over its occurrence and denying that the British had known anything of the intended attack, or that the superintendent of the Indian Department had any influence over the Indians. At the time of writing, this letter Proctor believed that Captain Heald and his wife and Kinsey were the only survivors of the massacre, and no suggestion was made by him of measures for the relief of the captives. Soon, however, Captain and Mrs. Heald and Sergeant Griffith reached Detroit, bringing information that nearly half of the garrison and a number of women and children were captives among the Indians. Detroit and Michigan being in the hands of the British, in the absence of any official representative of the American government, Judge Woodward assumed the duty of procuring the initiation of measures for the relief of the prisoners. On the strength of the information furnished by Heald and Griffith, he addressed a letter to Proctor, representing that over 30 Americans had been taken by the Indians. He urged that immediate measures be taken for their relief, suggesting the sending a special messenger overland to Chicago, charged with the duty of collecting the captives who still survived and information of those who had perished, and supplied with the means of conveying the former to either Detroit or Mackinac. He further urged that Captain Roberts, the commander at Mackinac, be instructed to cooperate in the efforts to rescue the Americans, and assured Proctor that the funds necessary for the work would be repaid either by the American government or by private individuals. Footnote 615. The original draft of this letter is printed in Appendix VII. The statements in the text are based on the letter as actually sent. This differed in some respects from the rough draft. In consequence of this bold and manly appeal, tardy measures were instituted by Proctor, which resulted in the rescue of a number of the captives. Woodward was assured that all possible measures would be taken to secure their release, and 2 weeks later Proctor, in reporting the correspondence to his superior, announced that the chiefs of the tribe concerned in the massacre had been informed of his desire that the captives be brought to him. Weeks passed, however, and it was not until the departure of Robert Dixon for the West in February 1813 that any active measures were taken to recover them. Footnote 616. Proctor to Woodward, October 10, 1812, Michigan Pioneer Collections, Roman 15, 163. Proctor to Evans, October 28, 1812, Ibid. 172. Dixon, as we have already seen, had led a motley band of Northwestern Indians to the assault on Mackinac in the summer of 1812. In November, he proceeded to Montreal and Quebec to lay before the authorities there a plan he had conceived for securing the active cooperation of the Northwestern tribes in the prosecution of the war against the Americans. He proposed that large stores of supplies be sent to Chicago and Green Bay in the spring of 1813, which points were the most convenient for rendezvous. He himself, if given the necessary authority and assistance, would proceed by way of Detroit and Chicago to the Mississippi and collect the warriors at these points, whence they could be led to the seat of war around Detroit in time to participate in the operations of 1813. Footnote 618. For Dixon's project, see Michigan Pioneer Collections, Roman 15, 180-82, 200-24, 208-11, 316-21, et passim. This plan was accepted by the military authorities and Dixon set out for the West. On February 15, he was at Sandwich, and a month later was among the Potawatomis of St. Joseph. Here he was informed that the Fort Dearborn captives still in the hands of the Indians numbered 17 men, 4 women, and several children. He at once took steps to secure them and expressed confidence that he would succeed in getting them all. On March 22, he was at Chicago, and here penned the description of the fort to which reference has been made in a preceding chapter. From this point, he hastened on toward the Mississippi. Early in June, he was back at Mackinac at the head of 600 warriors, and in addition to these, he reported the dispatch of 800 by land to Detroit. That, in the face of such exertions as these achievements imply, he should have found any time to bestow on the Fort Dearborn captives, speaks well for both his energy and his humanity. Apparently, in the press of other matters, Dixon neglected to report further as to his measures for the relief of the captives. In May 1814, however, 9 surviving members of the Fort Dearborn garrison arrived at Plattsburgh, New York, from Quebec. The story they told was that after the massacre they had been taken to the Fox River country and there distributed among the Indians as servants. In this situation they remained about 9 months when they were brought to Chicago, where they were purchased by a French trader acting under the instructions of General Proctor. Doubtless the trader was Dixon, whose arrival at Chicago, March 22, 1813, falls in the 9th month after the massacre. From Chicago, the captives were sent on to Amherstburg or Maiden, and thence to Quebec, where they arrived November 8, 1813. The names of the 9 men who were thus restored to their countrymen almost 2 years after the massacre deserve a place in our narrative. They were James Van Horn, Dyson Dyer, Joseph Knowles, Joseph Bowen, Paul Grummo, Nathan Edson, Elias Mills, James Corbin, and Fielding Corbin. With the exception of Grummo, no record has been found of the further career of these men. His story, written down over 80 years after the massacre, possesses considerable interest, and contains, moreover, certain details not preserved elsewhere. In later life, Grummo, or DeGarmo, as he seems to have been known, settled at Maumee City, a few miles from Toledo, Ohio. Here on a small reservation in the early 30s was the gathering place and council house of the surviving remnants of the Potawatomi, Wyandot, and other tribes. Here, too, gathered various traders, among others Robert Forsyth and James Walcott, whose brother Alexander was Indian agent at Chicago until his death in 1830. From 1837 until about the year 1841, Charles A. Lamb, to whom we are indebted for the preservation of the story, was the nearest neighbor of Grummo at Maumee City. He describes him as a tall, well-built man who always insisted that he was a participant in the Fort Dearborn massacre. Footnote 623. Letter of Charles A. Lamb, August 24, 1893, MS in Chicago Historical Society Library. As Lamb remembered his story, Grummo represented that he was employed as a scout in the summer of 1812, carrying dispatches between Fort Dearborn and Fort Wayne. After the battle, he was adopted by a chief whose son he had killed in the contest. His newfound father took him, in company with others, in a northwesterly direction. After traveling many days, they crossed the Mississippi above the Falls of St. Anthony, the object of their journey being to induce the tribes to join them in the war against the Americans. Returning from this mission, Grummo's captors sold him to the British at Detroit, or somewhere around there. By them, he was taken to Louisburg, where he was kept till the close of the war, when he found his way to New York. Such, in brief, was Grummo's story as recorded by Lamb a half-century after he had heard it. In some respects, it is perplexing, and many of its details are untrustworthy. There is no reason to question Lamb's sincerity. He frankly admits his liability to error in telling it after the lapse of so great a time. It is evident, too, that Grummo drew a long bow in relating his own experiences. This, however, is so common a characteristic of old soldiers' stories that it need occasion no particular surprise. Lamb further records that though Grummo, whose story he has related only briefly, added many things to prove his veracity, yet he was never able to secure a pension. Both General Cass and General John E. Hunt exerted their influence in his behalf, but on the records of the War Department he had been set down as a deserter, and this charge could not be disproved. The fortunes of the officers, Heald and Helm, and their wives may be followed with less difficulty, though even here we encounter at times perplexing contradictions. The Indians who secured possession of Captain Heald and his wife at the close of the battle belonged to different bands. Owing to the entreaties of Mrs. Heald, however, and the efforts of Chandonnai, the two were brought together. On the day after the battle, their captors set out with them for the St. Joseph River, coasting around the southern end of Lake Michigan in a canoe. The trip consumed, according to Heald's journal, 3 days, although the distance is only about 100 miles. Footnote 624. The details as to Chandonnai's agency in the matter vary somewhat in the different accounts. It is clear that he exerted his influence, whether by purchasing Mrs. Heald from her captives or otherwise, to bring the captain and his wife together, and that the Healds afterward regarded him in the light of a benefactor. Footnote 625. The principal sources for the captivity of the Healds are the following: Heald's official report of the massacre, Appendix IV; his journal, Appendix III; the Heald papers in the Draper collection; the Darius Heald narrative of the massacre as reported first to Lyman C. Draper, Appendix V, and second to Joseph Kirkland, Magazine of American History, Roman 28, 111-22. A brief account gained from Sergeant Griffith, the companion of the Healds until they reached Pittsburgh, is contained in McAfee, History of the Late War, 100-101. Practically the only details recorded of this journey are contained in the narrative of Darius Heald to Kirkland in 1892. That these details, based on second-hand information and written down at so late a date, cannot be relied upon is obvious. Yet they are of sufficient interest to merit inclusion here. Both Heald and his wife were badly wounded, the former being shot in the thigh and through the right forearm, and the latter having a half-dozen wounds in all, no one of which, apparently, was dangerous. After the party had traveled for many hours around the end of the lake, a young deer was seen, coming down to the water in a clump of bushes to get a drink. The travelers drew close to the shore, and the deer was shot by an Indian. They then pitched camp and dressed the animal. Using the hide as a kneading board, Mrs. Heald stirred some flour which they had brought along in a leather bag into a stiff paste, which she wound around sticks and toasted over the fire. Captain Heald afterward declared that this was the best bread he ever ate. At the mouth of the St. Joseph, which was reached on August 19, the party halted. The Healds were permitted to stay in the house of Burnett, the trader, and their wounds were dressed and given medical attention by an Indian doctor. After a few days, most of the Indians trooped off to participate in the attack on Fort Wayne. In their absence, an avenue of escape opened to the captives. A friendly Indian, Alexander Robinson, was prevailed upon to conduct them to Mackinac in his birch-bark canoe. He was assisted by his squaw and possibly by one or two half-breeds, and for the service Heald paid him $100. Footnote 626. Among the Heald papers in the Draper collection is a certificate of Captain Heald, on honor, that he paid $10 to an Indian for attendance and medicine while sick of his wounds at the St. Joseph River. The distance to Mackinac was 300 miles along the eastern shore of Lake Michigan, and the journey consumed 16 days. The treatment accorded to the fugitives by Captain Roberts on their arrival there forms one of the bright spots in the story of the wearisome captivity. He extended them every kindness within his power to render their condition as comfortable as possible. Both Captain Heald and Captain Roberts were Masons, and, as Mrs. Heald told the story in after years, they retired to a private room together when Heald told his story and asked for help and for protection from the Indians, who, he feared, were in pursuit of him. Roberts felt doubtful of his ability to protect the fugitives, but Heald was given his parole and permission to proceed to Detroit. Sergeant Griffith was permitted to attend him, and Heald agreed to deliver him up to the British officer in command upon reaching Detroit. It is of interest to note that one of the witnesses of Heald's parole was Robert Dixon, the vigilant and enterprising foe of the Americans in the Northwest. Probably due to the influence of Captain Roberts, the captives secured passage to Detroit on a small sailboat, paying to Robert Irwin, the master, $17 for their transportation thither. Before parting from Captain Roberts, the latter took out his pocketbook and urged Heald to help himself, saying he might repay the money if he ever reached home. If not, it would not matter. It was not necessary to accept the generous offer, however, for before the evacuation, Mrs. Heald had taken the precaution to sew a sum of money in her husband's underclothing, and this he had succeeded in retaining when stripped of his uniform by his captors. On reaching Detroit at the close of September, Heald reported to General Proctor and was permitted by him to rejoin his countrymen. Griffith, also, was allowed to continue to attend him to the U.S. on Heald's promise to do all in his power to prevent his serving in arms against the British until regularly exchanged. The party left Detroit October 4 for Buffalo, to which place they had been provided with transportation by Proctor. Curiously enough, the vessel which bore them was the Adams, Kingsbury's erstwhile Navy of the Lakes, which had often journeyed to Chicago on friendly missions during the life of the first Fort Dearborn. In July, Hull had attempted to fit it out for one more trip to carry provisions to Mackinac and Fort Dearborn. The successful execution of this project might have rendered Heald's present journey unnecessary. With the capture of Detroit, the Adams had fallen into the hands of the British and, as a British vessel, bore the defeated commander to Buffalo. From Buffalo, the party journeyed by land to Erie and thence by water to Pittsburgh, which was reached October 12. The movements of Griffith from this time are unrecorded. The Healds remained here 16 days, during which time the commander wrote his official report of the massacre and of his subsequent movements. Resuming their journey down the Ohio on November 8, they reached Louisville, the girlhood home of Mrs. Heald, 11 days later. In their captivity and flight, 3 months of time had been consumed, and a circuit of nearly 2,000 miles had been traversed, almost all of it by water, much of the way in a canoe or open boat. The distance from Chicago to Louisville by rail today is less than 1/6 as long as Heald's route, and can be traversed in thrice as many hours as the number of months he required. Footnote 627. The estimate of the distance made by Heald in his journal was 1,907 miles. Of this, only 90 miles, from Buffalo to Erie, were traveled by land. At the home of Mrs. Heald's parents, the fugitives were greeted as people risen from the dead. Part of the booty captured by the Indians at the time of the massacre had been taken down the Illinois River and sold to the whites. It chanced that Colonel O'Fallon, an old friend of the Healds, saw and recognized certain articles which had been their personal property. He had ransomed them and sent them to Samuel Wells at Louisville, as a memento of his brother and daughter who were both supposed to have been killed. Most of these articles, including Heald's sword, a comb, finger ring, brooch, and tablespoons of Mrs. Heald, are still in the possession of her descendants. Illustration: the Heald home near O'Fallon, Missouri. From photograph taken in 1912, reproduced by courtesy of the grandchildren of Major Heald. Captain and Mrs. Heald spent the winter at her father's home, and in the spring of 1813 went to Newport, where the ensuing summer was passed. They shortly returned to the vicinity of Louisville, where in 1814 they purchased some land and began the erection of farm buildings, into which they moved late that fall. 3 weeks after the massacre, while he was pushing his weary flight in an open canoe along the desolate eastern shore of Lake Michigan to Mackinac, Heald had been promoted to the rank of major. His wounds, which never ceased to trouble him, incapacitated him for further service, and at the consolidation of the army in 1814, he was discharged. In 1817, he was granted a pension of $20 a month, to date from the time of his discharge from the army in 1814. During this year, he removed to Stockland, now O'Fallon, Missouri. Here he purchased a farm from Jacob Zumwalt, which had been granted to the latter by the Spanish government toward the close of the 18th century. Here Major Heald continued to reside until his death in 1832, and Mrs. Heald until her demise a quarter of a century later. Shortly before Heald's death, his old benefactor, Chandonai, paid him a visit, accompanied by a chief and a number of other Indians. The members of the party were on their way to Kansas to view the country and report to their people upon its desirability. They visited with Major Heald, who caused a sheep and a beef to be killed for their entertainment, and talked over with them the story of the captivity. The Heald estate is still intact in the hands of the grandchildren. The old homestead, built by the original proprietor of hewn walnut logs, with the flooring held in place by wooden pegs, still stands. Within its walls, the first Methodist sacrament in Missouri is said to have been administered in 1807 by Reverend Jesse Walker, the pioneer of Methodism in Chicago. For many years the house has been unoccupied, but it is still in a partial state of repair. Recently, 2 of its rooms have been fitted up to serve as the meeting place of local chapters of the Society of Daughters of the Revolution. Footnote 629. The following letter from William Turner regarding the granting of Heald's pension discloses a creditable aspect of the latter's character. The original letter is the property of a granddaughter of Heald, Mrs. Edmonia Heald McClure. Washington sitteth January, 1817. Dear Madge, I have taken the liberty without your approbation or knowledge, with the assistance of my friend General Parker, to procure you a full pension as capped. We were at first in hopes to procure it as full pay for a Madge, but on examining the list of officers, we found that your promotion as Madge took place 11 days after you received your wound. It will take effect from the 10th June 1814 at $20 per month, which will be $600 up to the 31st Dec 1816. You will excuse me for the liberty I have taken in procuring this pension without your knowledge, and will explain that I always feel it my indisputable duty to render assistance to my fellow citizens in all cases, but more particularly to a brother officer who has served his country as faithfully as you have, and whose increasing friendship for myself and family have been so conspicuous. Should you feel any delicacy in receiving the pension, which I trust you will not, as you are so greatly entitled to it, permit me to suggest the propriety of bestowing it on your child or children, which will be of service to them at some future period. General Parker will enclose to you the warrant or certificate for the pension, with instructions how you are to obtain the money already due. W.M. Turner, Madge, and Heald, Louisville, Kentucky. Footnote 630. Letters of Mrs. Rebecca Heald McClure, granddaughter of Nathan Heald, to the author, May 7 and June 1, 1912. The fortunes of the Kinsey family after the massacre are recounted with much detail in the family narrative, Wow Bun. Unfortunately, however, the details are untrustworthy. Some of the incidents recited undoubtedly possess a certain basis of fact, and the broader outlines of the itinerary of the family may in the main be accepted as correct. But these things aside, accuracy of statement is no more to be looked for than in a medieval historical romance. Several days after the battle, the family proceeded by boat to the St. Joseph River, where it remained some weeks with the friendly Potawatomis, when Mrs. Kinsey and her children journeyed to Detroit under the escort of Chandonai, while John Kinsey remained behind for a time in the hope of collecting some of his scattered property. Footnote 631. Probably there was a kernel of fact around which the story of the rescue of the family by Billy Caldwell from impending slaughter at the hands of the Wabash Band of Indians was developed. Forsyth's letter to Heald, January 2, 1813, infra, note 632, recounts the disappointment of them murdering dogs from the Wabash, who reached Chicago shortly after Heald's departure therefrom. It is not improbable that they sought to vent their displeasure upon the Kinseys, nor, if so, that Caldwell, who was a firm friend of Kinsey, intervened to protect them. That Mrs. Helm may have sought refuge with Ouelmet's family is equally consonant with probability. But here as elsewhere it is evident from a critical reading that the bulk of the narrative is the product of the author's literary imagination. The account of the rescue of Sergeant Griffith must be regarded in a similar light. A careful reading of the story, accompanied by the reflection that Griffith was an experienced frontiersman and soldier, suffices to convince one of this. Instead of being on the north side of the river during the battle, Griffith was a participant in it. Necessarily, then, the greater part of the narrative is invalid. Yet Helm's brief entry concerning Griffith, supposed to be a Frenchman and released, seems to indicate that Mrs. Kinsey's narrative had some incitement in fact. Footnote 632. According to the family narrative on the third day after the battle. The following letter from Thomas Forsyth to Heald, January 2, 1813, shows that in fact it was the fifth day. The letter is primarily concerned with the property losses of Forsyth and Kinsey, but incidentally it supplies some interesting data concerning the massacre and certain of the survivors. The original manuscript is owned by Mrs. Lillian Heald Richmond of St. Louis, Mo. St. Louis, 2nd Janey, 1813. Sir, I have forwarded on to the city of Washington our claims against the U States for our whiskey gunpowders and horses that was lost at Chicago in August last. L.T. Helm, who I got off from the Indians, has proven by affidavit to the quantity of gunpowders and whiskey, but by a neglect in drawing up his affidavit it does not say that L.T. Helm saw the gunpowder and whiskey destroyed, say 850 pounds. Gunpowder and 1,200 gallons whiskey. I therefore would thank you if you would forward on to the city of Washington, to Gov. Howard of this place, who is gone on to that city, and has our claims with him, a certificate or affidavit stating simply the destruction of the gunpowder and whiskey, as L.T. Helm has proven that he saw the horses and mules in possession of the Indians when he was a prisoner, will be sufficient. The day after the horrid affair, and I believe the very day you left Chicago for St. Joseph's I arrived there, Chicago. I remained 4 days with Kinsey and his family, and I left Chicago the same day Kinsey left it for St. Joseph's, and I have not heard of him since. You was certainly very fortunate in getting of from Chicago the moment you did, as I can assure you that a very few days longer, and probably you would never have left Chicago, as them murdering dogs from the Wabash. Was very much displeased when you was gone, and said it would be needless to follow you, as the wind was fair and they could not overtake you, was they to follow the boat. Lynch and Suttonfield was badly wounded, and were both killed before the Indians arrived at River Aux Sable. Crozier was taken off from River Aux Sable to Green Bay by a Chipeway Indian, an old friend of his, and therefore he is free. When you send on the deposition to Gov. Howard, direct your letter to him at Lexington, Kentucky, and should he not be there his friends will forward it on to the seat of government. Please give my respects to Mrs. Heald. And remains, Sir, your most obedient. Served, Thomas Forsyth, S.D.G. Capt. N. Heald, Louisville. Mrs. Helm shared the fortunes of her mother's family as far as Detroit. Meanwhile her husband, Lieutenant Helm, was taken by his captors down the Illinois River. Before leaving Chicago, apparently Mrs. Kinsey interceded with her son-in-law's captors in his behalf. Her speech had the desired effect, and within a few weeks Thomas Forsyth succeeded in ransoming Helm by the payment of 2 mares and a keg of stuff when practicable. After spending some time with his rescuer at Peoria, Helm proceeded down the river, arriving at St. Louis October 14, 2 months after the massacre. Thence he made his way to his father's home in New York, where he rejoined Mrs. Helm, who had arrived there shortly before. For some reason not now in evidence, 5 months elapsed between Helm's arrival at St. Louis and the conclusion of his journey, the reunion with Mrs. Helm occurring in March 1813, 7 months and 1 week after their separation. Footnote 633, Helm's narrative of the massacre, Appendix VI, Letter of Forsyth to Heald, January 2, 1813, Supra, Note 632. Forsyth to John Kinsey, September 24, 1812, in Magazine of History, March 1912, p. 89. Footnote 634. In Wow Bun, p. 187, occurs a moving story of Mrs. Helm's journey from Detroit to Fort George on the Niagara frontier. It represents that Helm rejoined his wife in Detroit, where both were arrested by order of the British commander and sent on horseback in the dead of winter through Canada to Fort George. No official appeared charged with their reception, and on their arrival they were forced to sit waiting outside the gate for more than an hour, without food or shelter, notwithstanding the fact that Mrs. Helm was a delicate woman and the weather was most cold and inclement. When Colonel Sheaffe learned of this brutal inhospitality, he expressed his indignation over it, and treated the prisoners kindly until they were exchanged, when they made their way to their friends in New York. Aside from the improbability that Helm, finding himself safe among his own countrymen at St. Louis, would voluntarily go to Detroit to become a prisoner of the British, the truth of Mrs. Kinsey's detailed narration is disproved by the explicit statement of Helm in his narrative of the massacre, that after separating from his wife near the fort on the day of the massacre, they met again at his father's home in the state of New York. She having arrived 7 days before me, after being separated 7 months and 1 week. The story of Mrs. Simmons and her infant daughter is in some respects the most interesting and heroic of the narratives of the Fort Dearborn captives. Her husband was one of the little band of soldiers who died fighting in defense of the wagons. Among the children in the wagon was his son, David, 2 years of age, who perished beneath the tomahawk of the young fiend who slaughtered the children collected there. Mrs. Simmons on foot survived the massacre and succeeded in preserving her daughter, Susan, a babe of 6 months, whom she carried in her arms. Perceiving the delight which the savages derived from tormenting their prisoners, she resolved to suppress any manifestation of anguish. If the family narrative may be credited, her resolution was promptly put to a terrible test. The slain children were collected in a row, among them the gory corpse of her son, and she was led past them in the effort to discover from her bearing whether any of them had belonged to her. She passed through the ordeal without a sign of recognition, and according to the same account, endured the long months of her terrible captivity without once shedding a tear. Footnote 635. For the story of the captivity of Mrs. Simmons, the principal source is the family narrative. Heroes and Heroines of the Fort Dearborn Massacre. A Romantic and Tragic History of Corporal John Simmons and His Heroic Wife, by N. Simmons, M.D. The book is of value only for its story of the experiences of Mrs. Simmons and her daughter. The Fort Dearborn Muster Roll for May, 1812, shows that Simmons was not a corporal as stated, but only a private. In general, the book must be used with great caution. In the division of the captives, Mrs. Simmons fell along with others into the hands of some savages from the vicinity of Green Bay. On the morning after the massacre, they crossed the Chicago River and began the homeward march. The weather was warm, and the hardship of the journey for Mrs. Simmons, aside from the fatigue of the travel, consisted mainly in being compelled to do the drudgery of her captors, such as gathering fuel and building fires. On the march she walked, carrying her baby the entire distance, 200 miles or more. The hardships of the march were as nothing in comparison with the reception which awaited its conclusion. Runners were sent in advance to announce the approach of the war party to the members of the tribe in camp, and as it drew near, the women and children streamed forth to meet it. They saluted the captives with a fusillade of insults, kicking and otherwise abusing them. Arrived at the village, they were put under close guard until the following day. In the morning, the village was early astir, and preparations were made for subjecting the captives to the ordeal of running the gauntlet. A long double line was formed by the women and children in an open space before the wigwams, and each of the soldiers was compelled to run between the lines, receiving the blows dealt out with sticks and clubs by those composing them. Mrs. Simmons' hope of being spared this ordeal proved vain, and she was led to the head of the line. Wrapping her babe in her blanket and enfolding it in her arms to shield it, she ran rapidly down the path of torment and reached the goal, bleeding and bruised, but with the infant unharmed. At this stage of her persecutions, the mother encountered an unexpected act of kindness. An elderly squaw led her into her wigwam, washed her wounds, and gave her food and an opportunity to rest. The newfound friend continued her kindly services as long as Mrs. Simmons remained in the same camp with her, and the captive ever afterwards spoke of her as her Indian mother, and regretted her inability to repay the favors received from her. Meanwhile, Robert Dixon was collecting the Western tribes to lead them to the scene of war on the Lake Erie frontier. The warriors rendezvoused at Green Bay, from which place the chieftain, Black Hawk, destined to play a prominent role in the Northwest 20 years later, led a party of live hundred southward around Lake Michigan, past the slaughtered garrison of Fort Dearborn, and onward to the frontier. The band to which Mrs. Simmons belonged seems to have participated in this movement of the Western tribes. The captive retraced her weary way from Green Bay to Chicago and the bones of her murdered husband, carrying her baby as before. From Chicago, her captors led her around the lake to Mackinac. The length of the entire journey was about 600 miles, and winter closed in before it was completed. Scantily clad, suffering from cold, weariness, and hunger, the mother strove desperately to save her child, and accomplished the almost incredible exploit of carrying it in safety to Mackinac. Here she was cheered by the prospect of ransom or exchange, but the sequel proved that her trials were as yet but half surmounted. To accomplish her release, she was sent to Detroit. The terrible march was again resumed, this time in the dead of winter. The route led through 300 miles of wilderness. Deep snows with occasional storms impeded the progress. Her clothing was in rags, and food was so scarce that she was often constrained to appease her hunger by eating roots, acorns, and nuts found under the snow. The child, now a year old, had much increased in weight, while the mother's strength was diminishing. But the prospect of release at the end of the journey buoyed up her hopes, and she continued to struggle on. From Detroit to her parental home near Piqua, Ohio, the journey was comparatively easy. The first stage took her to Fort Meigs, then in command of General Harrison, where she arrived late in March 1813. Here she learned that a supply train which had recently come from Cincinnati was about to return, and that it would pass within a few miles of her father's home. She accordingly secured passage in one of the government wagons. She still had over 100 miles to travel over wet and swampy roads in early springtime, but in comparison with her earlier travels, this stage of the journey must have seemed luxurious enough. About the middle of April, she left the train at a point within 4 miles of her home, walked to the blockhouse where her parents had taken refuge from marauding Indians, and rejoined the family circle which had long mourned her as dead. 3 years before, with husband and baby son, she had set out for her new home at Fort Dearborn. Both husband and son were dead, and she now returned a widow, but with another child, who had been born at Fort Dearborn in February 1812. Safe among her former friends, the brave woman at last broke down. To use her own language, she did nothing but weep for months. There were still other dangers and trials, however, for Mrs. Simmons to pass through. In August, a murderous attack was made by some marauding Indians upon the family of Henry Dilbone, who had married the sister of Mrs. Simmons. Mr. and Mrs. Dilbone were working together in the flax field, with their 4 young children close at hand. Near the close of the day's work, their dog raised an alarm, and at almost the same instant the husband fell shot through the breast. The savage sprang forward from his place of concealment to take his victim's scalp. But the latter, though mortally wounded, was not dead, and gathering his remaining strength he rose, ran to the edge of the field, and leaped the fence which separated it from an adjoining swamp, where he fell among the bushes. The Indian abandoned the pursuit and turned back after Mrs. Dilbone, who had fled for concealment into the neighboring corn. Her flight was vain, however, for she was soon overcome, tomahawked, and scalped. The slayer now turned his attention to the 4 children, the eldest of whom was 10 years of age and the youngest 7 months. They, meanwhile, had been making what progress they could toward the house. Instead of pursuing them, the warrior made off into the forest, fearing probably that the noise caused by the discharge of his gun and the screams of Mrs. Dilbone would attract rescuers to the spot. The neighbors were quickly aroused, and a company went in search of Mr. and Mrs. Dilbone. The corpse of the latter was found and carried together with the children to the blockhouse of the Simmons family. The search for Mr. Dilbone was given over for that night through fear of an ambuscade. In the morning it was resumed, and he was soon found, too weak to move or even to cry out. He, too, was borne to the blockhouse, where he expired the following day. Thus, after her own escape from captivity and death at the hands of the savages, Mrs. Simmons found herself once more in the midst of bloodshed and slaughter, her sister and brother-in-law slain, her nephews orphaned. To such perils were the people on the Northwestern frontier exposed during these troublesome and bloody years. The story of the later career of Mrs. Simmons and her daughter can quickly be told. The latter, in due course of time, grew to womanhood and became the wife of Moses Winans. The couple first settled in Shelby County, Ohio, but in 1853 they removed to Springville, Iowa. Mrs. Simmons, who had previously taken up her abode in her daughter's family, removed with them to Iowa and died at Springville in 1857. Mrs. Winans' husband died in 1871, and 17 years later she went to Santa Ana, California, to make her home with her younger daughter. She lived to become the last survivor of the Fort Dearborn massacre, dying at Santa Ana, April 27, 1900. Footnote 637. For this and the following facts concerning Mrs. Winans, see the letters and affidavits pertaining to the securing of a pension for Susan Simmons Winans in the Chicago Historical Society Library. An interesting, although necessarily incomplete narrative of the fortunes of the surviving members of the Burns family may be constructed by assembling the facts contained in several widely scattered sources of information. The killing of the husband, Thomas Burns, an hour after the surrender has already been described. A son of Mrs. Burns by a former marriage, Joseph or James Cooper, was also a member of the slaughtered militia. To complete the tale of the mother's bereavement, her two children next in age perished in the massacre. The mother with two children, one of them an infant, alone survived to undergo the horrors of captivity among the Indians. Concerning this captivity we have two accounts, both of them brief and unsatisfactory. Mrs. Kinsey relates in Wow Bun that Mrs. Burns and her infant became the prisoners of a chief, who carried them to his village. His wife, jealous of the favor shown by her lord and master to the white woman and her child, treated them with the greatest hostility, and on one occasion sought unsuccessfully to brain the infant with a tomahawk. Soon after this demonstration, the prisoners were removed to a place of safety. The author further relates that 22 years after the massacre, she encountered a young woman on a steamer, who, hearing her name, introduced herself and, raising the hair from her forehead, displayed the mark of the tomahawk, which so nearly had been fatal to her. Footnote 640. Letter of Griffith to Heald, January 13, 1820, Draper Collection, U. Roman 8, 88. Footnote 641. Griffith speaks of 3 children of Mrs. Burns. Helm's account of the massacre and the letter of Abraham Edwards to John Wentworth, which will be considered presently, mention only 2, and this harmonizes with Heald's list of the survivors. The other narrative was given to John Wentworth in 1861 by the son of Abraham Edwards, who was hospital surgeon in Hull's army at Detroit in 1812. He settled at Detroit in 1816, and there the family made the acquaintance of Mrs. Burns. Her daughter, Isabella Cooper, became an inmate of the Edwards home, and thus the younger Edwards became familiar with the story. Together with her mother and sister, she had been an occupant of one of the wagons when the evacuation of Fort Dearborn took place. A young Indian pulled her out of the wagon by her hair, but the child, though only about 9 years of age, fought him to the best of her ability, biting and scratching. Finally, he threw her down, scalped her, and was about to tomahawk her, when an old squaw who had frequently visited at her father's house intervened and saved her life. The rescuer later took the child to her wigwam where she cared for her and healed her wound, although a spot on the top of her head, the size of a silver dollar, remained bare. She and her mother and sister remained among the Indians 2 years, when they were taken to Mackinac, purchased by some traders, and sent to Detroit. The narrative thus told by Edwards to Wentworth 50 years after the massacre is confirmed in part by a letter of Sergeant Griffith to Captain Heald in 1820. Griffith had recently been to Detroit and wrote to Heald, then living on his farm in Missouri, to enlist his support in procuring a pension for Mrs. Burns. She was then living in Detroit, supporting herself and her 3 surviving children by her own labor. A number of officers and others had interested themselves in the project of obtaining a pension for her. Her husband had been enrolled by Heald as a sergeant in the militia, in which capacity he had served for several months and finally given up his life. Of all this, the government had no record or knowledge, however, and so Heald's certificate as to the nature of Burns's services was needed. In the absence of any knowledge concerning the success of the pension project, we may hope that the government ministered to the needs of the widow who had suffered so grievously in the Fort Dearborn massacre. Edwards records that Mrs. Burns died at Detroit about the year 1823. He also states that the daughters were living as late as 1828, at which time he left Detroit, and that he had since heard they were living in Mackinac. With this, except for the brief notice by Mrs. Kinsey of a meeting with one of them, which has already been mentioned, our knowledge of them comes to an end. Footnote 644. Letter of Griffith to Heald, January 13, 1820, cited supra, note 640. Hovering on the border between myth and history are a number of stories concerning the fate of others who went through the massacre. Some of these may be true, while some are certainly without foundation in fact. They are grouped together here because of the impossibility of confirming their claim to validity. The story of little Peter Bell will probably forever remain an unsolved mystery. In September 1813, a British officer, Captain Bullock, addressed an inquiry from Mackinac to General Proctor concerning the disposition to be made of certain prisoners whom the Indians had surrendered to the British at that post. Among others, he mentioned Peter Bell, a boy of 5 or 6 years of age, whose father and mother were killed at Chicago. He had been purchased from the Indians by a trader and brought to Mackinac in July 1813, in accordance with the orders of Robert Dixon. The mystery concerns the identity of the child. The time and manner of his rescue harmonizes with what is known of Dixon's work for the relief of the Chicago captives, but in none of the accounts of Fort Dearborn and the little settlement around its walls prior to 1812 is there any mention of a Bell family. The various accounts of the massacre establish conclusively the proposition that there were 9 women among the whites on that day. 2 of these were killed, the names of all of them are known, and the list contains no Mrs. Bell. Moreover, it is clear from the sources that 6 children survived the massacre. The names of all these are known, but that of Peter Bell is not among them. The only explanation of the child's identity which suggests itself is that he was taken captive at some other place than Chicago, and that his captors for some reason, perhaps because of the ransom offered, saw fit to surrender him as one of the children taken at Fort Dearborn. Whatever the true explanation may be, a mournful interest attaches to the forlorn little waif who thus appears for a moment amidst the wreck of battle, only to sink again into oblivion. The fate of the Lee family is recorded in the pages of Wow Bun. All of its members except the mother and an infant child were killed during the battle. The fate of the girl, 12 years of age, was particularly pathetic. On leaving the fort, she had been placed upon horseback, but being unused to riding, she was tied to the saddle for greater security. During the battle, her horse ran away, and the rider, partially dismounted yet held by the bands, hung dangling as the animal ran. From this predicament, she was rescued by Black Partridge, with whom she had been a great favorite. But finding her badly wounded, he terminated her sufferings with a blow of the tomahawk. The mother and her infant child were taken by Black Partridge to his village. There the infant fell ill and Black Partridge fell in love, instituting a campaign for the hand of his captive. Unable to cure the sick child, he took it during the winter to Chicago, where a French trader had established himself since the massacre. The trader, M. Dupin, not only prescribed for the child, but learning of Black Partridge's designs upon its mother, proceeded to ransom her and then in turn to marry her. This story is repeated with embellishments by Matson, who, with curious disregard for consistency, includes an important feature not found in the original. He avers that the child who was dragged by the horse and afterward tomahawked was Lillian Lai, 10 years of age. and that she had a sister 2 years older who escaped unharmed, was taken by her captors to the Kankakee, and the following spring was carried to St. Louis, where she married a man named Besson, and was still living in East St. Louis at the time Matson's book was written. Footnote 647. In his letter to Heald, April 10, 1813, Supra, note 613, Forsyth stated that Dupin and Buisson wintered at Chicago last winter with goods from Mackinac. They have bought of Mrs. Lee and her younger child, and another woman which I expect is Mrs. Cooper or Burns. Footnote 648. Matson, Pioneers of Illinois, 257-62. The book was published in 1882. Notwithstanding the author's statement that he had interviewed Mrs. Besson and listened to her thrilling narrative, there is much in his account to excite distrust. It recites many details which are obviously purely imaginary, and for the rest follows, in the main, the account in Wow Bun. The story of David Kennison, a survivor of the Fort Dearborn garrison, is worthy of preservation, if only because of the remarkable career of the man. Born in New Hampshire in 1736, if his own story of his age is to be accepted, a member of the Boston Tea Party, a participant in Lexington and Bunker Hill and many another battle of the Revolution, he had reached the respectable age of 71 when, in March 1808, he enlisted in the army for the regular term of 5 years. Probably this was a reenlistment, for Kinsey's account books show that he was at Chicago as early as May 1804. The garrison muster roll for May 1812 shows that he was present for duty at that time. The supposition that he was a participant in the massacre 3 months later rests upon inference, for his name is nowhere expressly mentioned in connection with that event. Presumably, he was one of the small number of survivors who returned from captivity concerning whom no definite record is left. In his old age, Kennison told of further service in the War of 1812, but it is evident that his memory had become confused upon the subject. Footnote 649. The account given here of Kennison is drawn from the following sources: The Chicago Democrat, November 6 and 8, 1848, and February 25, 26, 27, 1852. The Chicago Daily News, December 19, 1903. The Fort Dearborn garrison payroll for the quarter ending December 31, 1811, and the muster roll for the period ending May 31, 1812, both among the Heald papers in the Draper collection, for the latter see Appendix VIII. The garrison muster roll for December 1810, printed in Wentworth, Early Chicago, 88. Many of the details concerning the career of Kennison are, of course, of doubtful validity. After the war, Kennison settled in New York, and in the ensuing years of peace met with physical injuries far more numerous and serious than in all of his years of warfare. A falling tree fractured his skull and broke his collar bone and 2 ribs. The discharge of a cannon at a military review broke both of his legs, and the kick of a horse on his forehead left a scar which disfigured him for life. Notwithstanding these accidents, Kennison succeeded in becoming a husband 4 times and a father 22, and in living to the mature age of 115. Late in life, he became separated from all his children, and in 1845 he came to Chicago, where his last years were spent. He drew a pension of $8 a month for his revolutionary services, and until 1848 eked out this means of support by manual labor. Becoming incapacitated for the latter, however, he entered the Chicago Museum. In his card to the public announcing this step, he explained that the smallness of his pension obliged him to take it to provide himself with the necessary comforts of life. For the last 20 months of his life, the veteran was bedridden, but his sight and hearing, which for a time had been deficient, became perfect again, and he retained his ordinary faculties to the end. His death occurred February 24, 1852. It was fitting that such a character should receive an imposing funeral. On the day before his death, in response to a request presented in his behalf that he be saved from the Potter's Field, the city council had voted that a lot and a suitable monument be provided for him in the city cemetery. The funeral was held from the Clark Street Methodist Church, and several clergymen assisted in the services. At their conclusion, a procession moved in 2 divisions from the church to the cemetery, to the accompaniment of cannon booming at 1-minute intervals. In the procession were the mayor and the councilmen, a detachment of the United States Army, the various military companies and bands of the city, companies of firemen, and others. Upon this spectacle and that of the interment, which was marked by the usual military honors, a large proportion of the population of the city gazed. The cemetery occupied a portion of the ground now included in Lincoln Park. When the use of this for burial purposes was abandoned a number of years later, nearly all of the bodies interred in it were removed. Kennison's was one of the few left undisturbed. For many years, the site of his grave had practically been forgotten, when in 1905, with appropriate ceremonies, it was marked by a massive granite monument, erected by a number of patriotic societies. Thus, it has come to pass that Kennison's burial place possesses a prominence of which the humble soldier in life can hardly have dared to dream. Veteran of our two wars against Great Britain, participant in the Boston Tea Party and the Fort Dearborn Massacre, he enjoys the unique distinction of a grave in Chicago's most famous park, overlooking the blue waters of Lake Michigan. Another massacre story, concerning the mythical character of which there can be no doubt, is noticed here because of the use that has been made of it by a historian of acknowledged worth and ability. Among the beautiful sheets of water which dot the surface of the lower peninsula of Michigan is Diamond Lake near the town of Cassopolis. In its midst lies Diamond Lake Island, a wooded expanse of perhaps 40 acres in extent. This was occupied in the early days of white settlement in Cass County by an aged recluse who bore the prosaic name of Jobright, but who was often more romantically designated as the Hermit of Diamond Lake Island. The hermit eked out a living by fishing, hunting, trapping, and basket weaving. Since he was of an uncommunicative disposition, his neighbors were free to give rein to their imagination in constructing the story of his past, and the scars upon his face furnished a visible support for the rumor that he had been a soldier. Footnote 650. For the story of Job Wright C. Matthews, History of Cass County, Michigan, 6566. Michigan Pioneer Collections, Roman 14 265-67. Another character of note in Cass County 3/4 of a century ago was Shavehead, the erstwhile leader of a band of renegade Indians. Shavehead's peculiar cognomen was due to his fashion of dressing his head. The hair at the base of the head was shaved off, and the rest gathered in a bunch and tied at the top. He had been throughout his lifetime the persistent foe of the whites, and among the early settlers of Cass County, he enjoyed a reputation for knavery and villainy which must, if he was aware of it, have delighted his heart. With old age, Shavehead fell upon evil days. His followers disappeared, and with the advance of white settlement and the disappearance of game, the old chief was reduced to sore straits for food. At times, however, he succeeded in securing a supply of fire-water sufficient to obliterate for the time being the memory of his troubles. On one occasion, the hermit, visiting Cassopolis to dispose of his wares, had his attention attracted by a group of men and boys on the village street who were being harangued by an Indian. Shavehead, for it was he, partially intoxicated, was gesticulating wildly, relating the warlike exploits of his stormy past. As the white man paused to listen, the old chief was describing the massacre at Fort Dearborn and the slaughter of the women and children around the baggage wagons. As he proceeded with his boastings, the hermit muttered words of recognition and involuntarily drew his gun from his shoulder as though to terminate Shavehead's recital together with his life. He, too, had fought near the baggage wagons. Changing his mind, however, he listened patiently to the end, but when at sundown the Indian left the town, the soldier followed on his track. The red man and the white passed into the shade of the forest. The soldier returned alone. Chief Shavehead was never seen again. He had paid the penalty of his crime to one who could, with some fitness, exact it. Such is the story of Shavehead and the Hermit of Diamond Lake Island. So complete is it in its tragic fitness that one would fain believe it. Yet, though it received the approval of Edward G. Mason, it must be pronounced purely mythical, at least so far as its connection with Fort Dearborn is concerned. That Shavehead and Job Wright are historical characters in the early settlement of Cass County is clear. That the former took part in the Fort Dearborn massacre is possible, and even probable. But that he met his death at the hands of Job Wright, there is no proof whatsoever. Various other accounts exist, in fact, having apparently an equal claim on our credulity with the one already cited, of the manner in which Shavehead met his end. Furthermore, there is no evidence that Job Wright was a member of the Fort Dearborn garrison in 1812. On the contrary, that he was not may be stated with a positiveness bordering on certainty. That he was not a member of Heald's company is shown by the muster roll of the garrison for May 31, 1812, while the possibility of his belonging to the militia is negatived by the positive statements of both Heald and Helm that all of the latter were slain. It remains to relate what is perhaps the strangest tale of all, concerning the survivors of the massacre. For it we are indebted to Moses Morgan, whose share in the building of the second Fort Dearborn has already been explained. In October 1816, two of the men detailed to select timber for the work of construction proceeded in a skiff far up the North Branch, when they came upon a half-concealed Indian hut. They were first apprised of its proximity by the shrill shrieks of the squaws, who had seen their boat as it approached. As they turned their skiff to retreat, they heard the voice of a white man, imploring them to stop and talk with him. The man spoke good English, indifferent French, and poor Winnebago. He informed them that he was one of the members of Heald's company. He had been wounded in the battle, but was mercifully saved by an elderly squaw, whom he had often provided with something to eat. She prevented the Indians from scalping him, and with the help of her girls, moved him across the river and put him under some bushes. Here they cared for him, attending to his wounds, although both they and he suffered much from lack of food. As soon as he could be moved, the women tied him onto a flat piece of timber taken from the burnt fort and dragged him to a small lake some 40 miles to the northward. Here he found himself compelled to take the old squaw for a wife or perish from starvation. Upon her sudden death, a year before the visit of the Sawyers, he had taken the two oldest girls to be his squaws. There was a third girl, younger than these, and the three women and himself comprised the inmates of the hut. When the Sawyers reported their discovery at the encampment, it was feared the squaws would spirit away their common husband. On the following day, the surgeon, Dr. Gale, accompanied the Sawyers to the hut, taking a boatload of presents for the squaws. It appeared that the inmates were about to change their location, and as a preliminary step, the soldier had taken the youngest girl to be his third wife. She was then 150 moons, or 13 years old, but had desired to be married before leaving the vicinity of her mother's burial place. Dr. Gale examined the man's wounds and found that they had healed, but with unnecessarily poor results, one leg being shortened and one arm of little use. The doctor took down his name and other personal details and listened to his story of the massacre. He refused to return to civilization as long as the squaws would live with him and care for him, but he promised to bring them to visit the encampment, exacting, however, a promise that the little squaw should not be ridiculed by the soldiers. Nothing more was ever seen of the man, a fact not much to be wondered at. The surgeon wrote out his account of the interview and handed it, together with the memoranda he had made, to the adjutant, by whom in some manner it was lost. That the story did not, like the wounded soldier, pass into complete oblivion is owing to the quite accidental circumstance of its narration by Moses Morgan to head, whose interest in Chicago history led him to preserve it. Chapter 12. The New Fort Dearborn. The British negotiators of the Treaty of Ghent, which brought the War of 1812 to a close, made strenuous efforts to compel the renunciation by the United States of its sovereignty over all of that portion of the Old Northwest, not included within the line drawn by the Treaty of Greenville of 1795. The avowed object of this provision was to erect a permanent barrier between the United States and the possessions of Great Britain in that region by forever securing the territory thus surrendered by the former to the Indians. The American representatives refused even to consider this proposition, however, and in the end the British were compelled to abandon it. Their contention that the Indian should be admitted as a party to the treaty was also abandoned, and as finally agreed upon, it provided for a better definition of the boundaries between the two nations, but for no surrender of territory on either side. The counterpart for the Northwest of the Treaty of Ghent was the negotiation during the summer of 1815, by two commissions representing the United States, of over a score of treaties with the various tribes of that region. One commission, consisting of Governor Edwards of Illinois and Governor Clark of Missouri Territory and Auguste Chouteau, the St. Louis Indian trader, met the diplomats of the Red Race at Portage des Sioux near the mouth of the Illinois River. The other, composed of General Harrison, General Duncan MacArthur, and John Graham, conducted its negotiations at Spring Wells near Detroit. Except for the Sacs and Foxes, who manifested a belligerent attitude for some months longer, the autumn of 1815 witnessed the conclusion of treaty-making and the formal restoration of peace to the harassed Northwestern frontier. But the British influence over the tribes was still powerful, despite the bitterness of the Red Men over their desertion, as they chose to regard it by their former ally. The American influence over the tribes of Wisconsin and the territory farther west was as yet but slight. Though nominally, this region had long acknowledged the sovereignty of the United States. In fact, it had remained commercially dependent upon Great Britain, and the British possessed, as a matter of course, the sympathy and affection of the Red Man. Footnote 654. For the treaties and accompanying documents, see American State Papers, Indian Affairs, Roman II, 126. With the restoration of peace, therefore, it remained for the Americans to establish an effective control over the Northwestern tribes. The dominance of the British trader over them must be broken, and to this end, garrisons must be scattered throughout the country to overcome the tribes and give countenance to the American traders in their efforts to compete successfully with their British rivals. How the situation was viewed by well-informed Americans may be learned from a letter written by Lewis Cass to the Secretary of War in the spring of 1816. Calling attention to the indications of a renewal by the British Indian Department of its old aggressive attitude, with reference to the Indians of the United States, Cass pointed out the existence of three great channels for carrying on trade between Canada and the Indians of the Mississippi and Missouri country. These were first, by way of Chicago and the Illinois River, second, by Green Bay and the Fox-Wisconsin Waterway, third, from Lake Superior to the headwaters of the Mississippi. Of these, the Great Channel at that time was the second. Through it, great quantities of goods were smuggled into the Indian country of the United States. This practice could be cut off, Cass urged, so far as the Illinois and the Fox-Wisconsin River routes were concerned, by the establishment of garrisons at Green Bay and Chicago. To stop smuggling altogether, however, there must also be a post near the Grand Portage. Almost a year before this, John Kinsey had transmitted to Cass an argument in favor of the re-establishment of a garrison at Chicago to take the place of the one that had been destroyed in the massacre of 1812. Kinsey was, of course, greatly interested in the adoption of this proposal, for it would make possible the renewal by him under favorable conditions of the pursuit of a livelihood at Chicago. He pointed out that the hostility for the Americans of the tribes around Lake Michigan, between Mackinac and the southern end of the lake, was mainly due to their intercourse with the traders of the Southwest Company, who were hostile to the American traders. Because of lack of game, these tribes were forced to migrate at certain seasons to the waters of the Fox, Chicago, and Illinois rivers, and as an incident to this migration, they generally rendezvoused at Chicago in the spring. For this reason, a garrison there was necessary to preserve order among the Indians and to restrain the British traders, whose influence would ever keep them hostile to the United States. Footnote 657. Kinsey to Cass, July 15, 1815, Indian Office, Book 204, Letter Book 190. Before the close of the summer of 1815, the government determined not only to establish garrisons at Chicago and Green Bay, but to reoccupy Prairie du Chien and erect a new fort at Rock Island on the Mississippi, and another in the vicinity of the Falls of St. Anthony. At the same time, it was planned to restore the government factory at Chicago for the conduct of the Indian trade, and to establish new factories at Green Bay and Prairie du Chien. To the 3rd Infantry under Colonel Miller, then stationed at Detroit, was allotted the duty of garrisoning the forts at Mackinac, Green Bay, and Chicago. Colonel Miller, with his station at Mackinac, was to have command of the 3 posts. 2 companies, Bradley's and Baker's, were destined for Chicago. In the absence of Major Baker, the ranking officer, Captain Hezekiah Bradley, commanded the detachment. The companies comprising the Green Bay contingent were ordered to embark June 9. Whether the Chicago detachment accompanied them on their way does not appear, but on June 30 it was on board the schooner General Wayne off the Manitou Island in Lake Michigan. Here the first inspection was held, and a roster of the companies was made. Of the 133 men enrolled in the two companies, 112 were present on this expedition. Footnote 658. Flagler, History of the Rock Island Arsenal, 1416, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 19, 376-89. The decision to restore Fort Dearborn was reached at least as early as June, 1815 Ibid, 384. Footnote 660. Drennan Papers, Department Orders dated Detroit, June 7 and 8, 1816. Footnote 661. For a short account of the establishment of the fort at Green Bay, see Neville, Historic Green Bay, Chapter Roman 6. On July 4, the expedition arrived at Chicago. The public buildings were found to have been entirely destroyed with the exception of the magazine, which was badly damaged. Numerous small parties of Indians visited the soldiers during the first few weeks, but no hostility was manifested by them. But one account preserves the details of the events attending the construction of the new Fort Dearborn, and this one is rambling and unreliable. It relates that some Detroit traders, foreseeing a demand for vegetables upon the arrival of the garrison, had sent some Canadian half-breeds to Chicago in the spring of 1816 to start a truck garden. Upon the arrival of the General Wayne, the troops landed and a temporary camp for the protection of themselves, and the stores was established in a pasture near the old fort. Some garden seeds had been brought along, and one of the first tasks was to prepare a garden. Two half-breeds, Alexander Robinson and Wilmette, and their squaws with their ponies were engaged to prepare the ground. With the aid of the soldiers, the task was soon accomplished, but whether from the lateness of the season or for some other reason, the gardening experiment was not a success. The Canadian gardeners, who had planted in May about 4 miles up the South Branch, brought in vegetables for sale to the garrison at high prices. Meanwhile, the construction of the fort was being prosecuted. In addition to the garrison, pit sawyers and other workmen had been brought from Detroit. A grove of pine trees near the lake shore about 4 miles north of the river was selected, and the logs were rolled into the lake and rafted down to the mouth of the river and up the stream to a point opposite the site of the fort. Bands of Indians straggled around the buildings to gaze at the work of construction, beg for tobacco, and pilfer any unguarded tools that might be concealed under their blankets. The visits of the squaws and their papooses to the camp became so frequent and obnoxious that a heavier detail was required to mount guard by day to keep them away from the tents than was necessary by night. A detail of soldiers guarded the pit sawyers at the pine grove on the north shore, who were engaged in cutting out the sawn lumber for roofs and floors. The Indians remained peaceable, but the sawyers' fears of them were easily excited. From this unpromising situation, a real romance shortly developed. The disappearance of 2 of the Canadian pit sawyers, who when last seen were in the company of an Indian, intensified the fears of their associates. Their anxiety was soon relieved by the reappearance of the men accompanied by 2 young squaws whom they had taken to wife. They had determined to take up their abode with a band of Indians residing on the Calumet, and had returned to demand their saws and the wages that were due them. Their requests were satisfied, and they were allowed to depart, but not until the adjutant had read the marriage service to them, and the garrison and workmen had celebrated the occasion with a holiday. A few months after the arrival of the garrison major, Long of the Engineer Department of the Army, who was to acquire fame several years later as an explorer, came to Chicago in search of information for a topographical report, which he was preparing on the region roughly corresponding to the modern states of Illinois and Indiana. He found that the construction of the fort had been pushed with commendable industry, and reported that it would probably be brought to completion in the course of the following season. It was on a point of land formed by a bend in the river about 800 yards from its mouth. Curiously enough, he reported that a more eligible site for the fort was afforded on the opposite side of the river, on the point of land between it and the lake. This location would more completely command the entrance to the river, and would also command the anchorage to a considerable extent. Perhaps the reason for this descent, from the judgment of the officers who had located the first and second forts, may be inferred from Long's recommendation that the position he approved should be fortified in a manner calculated to resist any naval force that might be brought against it. Evidently, he had in contemplation the possibility of another war with Great Britain, while both the first and second Fort Dearborn were designed to afford protection against Indian attacks only. Footnote 665. The report is printed in full in the National Register, Roman III, 190-398. With the fort constructed and the garrison re-established, life at Chicago assumed in the main the aspects which it had borne before the massacre. Fort Dearborn was no longer, as in the old days, the farthest outpost of the United States in the Northwest, but it was still only an isolated wilderness station. Fort Wayne was the nearest post office, and between this place and Chicago, the mail was carried by foot soldiers once or twice a month. Other agencies for maintaining connection with the outside world were few and irregular. The conduct of the business pertaining to the garrison and the operations connected with the prosecution of the fur trade were responsible for most of them. The provisions for the garrison were for the most part brought around the lakes in schooners, although the livestock destined to supply the soldiers with fresh meat was sometimes driven overland to Chicago. The historian of Major Long's expedition reported in 1823 that the total annual lake trade of Chicago, including the transportation of supplies for the garrison, did not exceed the cargo of 5 or 6 schooners. Footnote 666. In describing Chicago in 1818, Hubbard says, Life, 38 once a month. A report of the Post Office Department, January 14, 1825, American State Papers, Volume Roman 15, Post Office Department, 136, shows that at that time the mail was carried between Fort Wayne and Green Bay once a month. J. Watson Webb, who was post adjutant at Fort Dearborn in 1821-22, states, letter to John Wentworth, October 31, 1882, that he sent a sergeant and a private to Fort Wayne fortnightly to bring the mail for Chicago and Green Bay, and that a similar detail from the latter place was always on hand to receive and carry forward the mail destined for that place. Footnote 667. Keating, Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, I. 183. A letter from Captain Bradley of Fort Dearborn in the winter of 1816, Drennan Papers, Bradley to Macomb, December 3, 1816, announces that a drove of hogs consisting of about 300 recently arrived here for the contractor. At the time of the Chicago Treaty of 1821, 200 head of cattle were driven from Brownstown to Chicago to supply fresh meat for the Indians in attendance on the negotiations. Schoolcraft. Travels in the central portions of the Mississippi Valley, 375. In June of this same year, Reverend Isaac McCoy, while traveling from the mouth of the St. Joseph River to Fort Wayne, met a party engaged in driving cattle through the wilderness to Chicago. McCoy, History of Baptist Indian Missions, 108-9. The existence of war interrupted, but did not entirely prevent the conduct of the Indian trade at Chicago. The business of the American traders was broken up, but their lives were safe, even in the midst of the slaughter which attended the massacre. The winter following the massacre, 2 French traders, Dupain and Buisson, established themselves with a stock of goods in the abandoned house of John Kinsey. What success they met with, or whether they returned in the following years, does not appear, but the needs of the Indians were supplied to some extent by Robert Dixon, whose plans for stirring up the Northwestern tribes against the Americans necessitated the sending of large quantities of goods to Chicago to distribute among his Red allies. The restoration of Fort Dearborn was the signal for the return of the American traders to Chicago. Among the early arrivals was John Crafts, the representative of a Detroit firm, who is said to have established himself at Chicago sometime during the year 1816. His trading house was on the South Branch, not far from the Lee Cabin, where the murders of April, 1812, occurred. Crafts pursued his calling with success for several years, but the competition of the American Fur Company at last proved too strong, and in 1822 his establishment passed into its possession. Crafts became its employee at the same time and continued to reside at Chicago until his death, several years later. Footnote 669. Kinsey and all his family passed through the massacre unscathed. Thomas Forsyth came to Chicago the day after the massacre and remained with the Kinseys several days. Supra, note 632. Footnote 670. Supra, note 613. Mrs. Kinsey gives the name as Du Pin, Wow Bun, 190. Her story of his rescue of Mrs. Lee and her baby from captivity and threatened matrimony at the hands of Black Partridge has already been told, p. 255. Footnote 671. For a list of the goods to be sent from Mackinac to Chicago for Dixon at the opening of navigation in the spring of 1813 see Michigan Pioneer Collections, Roman 15, 224. Footnote 672. On crafts see Hurlbut, Chicago Antiquities, Passim Andreas, History of Chicago, Volume I, Passim. It is usually said that he was in the employ of Mack and Canant of Detroit, but Hurlbut suggests, Chicago Antiquities, 409, that Abraham Edwards was his employer. John Kinsey's interest in the restoration of Fort Dearborn has already been noted. The exact date of his return to Chicago is uncertain, but it apparently occurred during the latter half of the year 1816. In an affidavit made September 14, 1816, Kinsey described himself as of the city of Detroit. The last entry in his account book at Detroit bears date of June 16, 1816, and the first entry at Chicago occurs on January 10, following. From the same source, we learn that the revival of Kinsey's commercial activities at Chicago was coincident with the return of the garrison. For under date of June 13 occurs the invoice of a Chicago adventure, followed 3 days later by a second. The principal items of the first invoice are butter and whiskey 4 kegs and 10 pounds of the former, and 2 barrels containing 68 gallons of the latter. The contents of the second invoice pertain wholly to live stock, the principal items being 5 head of oxen and a mare and colt. Footnote 673. Copy of affidavit concerning the wounds received by Heald in the Chicago Massacre, MS in possession of Mr. Wright Johnson of Rutherford, New Jersey. The Kinsey family was again established in the old home, and the trader resumed his calling. He seems never to have recovered, however, the leading position as a trader which he held before the war. Within a few months after his return to Chicago, he arranged with Varnum and Jowett to act as interpreter for both the factory and the Indian agency, and relinquished his trade with the Indians. He continued to act as interpreter for some time, and several years later, when Walcott had succeeded Jowett as Indian agent at Chicago, Kinsey was appointed subagent, receiving separate compensation for each appointment. In addition to his services with the government, he again entered into the Indian trade during these years, part of the time on his own account, and later, according to Hubbard, as an employee of the American Fur Company. Footnote 675. Indian Department, Letter Book, Cass Correspondence, Kinsey to Cass, January 25, 1817. Jowett to Cass, January 25, 1817. All of the Indian Department letter books to be cited are preserved in the Pension Building at Washington. An important part of the life at Chicago in this period centered in the government Indian establishment, the restoration of which was coincident with the return of the garrison to Fort Dearborn. During the year 1815, Charles Jowett received the appointment of Indian agent, and Jacob B. Varnum was designated as factor. Jowett had been agent at Chicago for several years prior to the War of 1812, but had resigned in the year 1811 and settled in Mercer County, Kentucky. He now returned to the government service and to his old position at Chicago. His residence during this second incumbency was a log house on the north side of the river, possibly the same house which had sheltered the Burns family in the period before the massacre. It was far from adequate to the needs of Jowett's family, and in 1817 he complained bitterly of it and of the indifference of the officers of the garrison concerning his plight. The house he described as a little hut that a man of humanity would not suffer his Negroes to live in. It was 14 feet square, with but a single chair, which Jowett had brought with him from Kentucky, and there were 9 persons in the family, including servants, to be accommodated. Jowett's indignant appeal produced little result, however. When Walcott succeeded him as agent in 1819, he found the agency house a mere shell, which necessitated rebuilding entirely to make it habitable. Footnote 678. Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 19, 380-95. Jowett was first appointed agent at Green Bay and Colonel John Bowyer agent at Chicago. At Jowett's request, however, a change was made in the appointments, Jowett going as agent to Chicago and Bowyer to Green Bay. Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 19, 391-92, 399. Footnote 679. On Jowett C. Hurlbut, Chicago Antiquities 102 ff. Andreas, History of Chicago 87. Footnote 680. Indian Department, Letter Book, Jowett to Cass, February 1, 1817. Footnote 681. Indian Department, Cass Correspondence, Walcott to Cass, January 1, 1820. Jowett was a lawyer by training, and both before and after his second residence at Chicago, he held the office of judge, the first time in Kentucky, the second in Arkansas Territory. He was a man of remarkable physique, 6 feet 3 inches in height, broad-shouldered and muscular. Among the Indians, he was known as the White Otter, and it is said that he possessed a commanding influence over them. His daughter recalled in after years that the red men were frequent visitors at her father's home, and that the dusky callers were especially kind to the children, her sister, and herself. Their nurse was an Indian girl, a faithful and devoted servant, who afterward married a soldier of the garrison. In 1819, Jowett again resigned the Indian Agency and returned to Kentucky. His place was filled by the transfer to the Chicago Agency of Dr. Alexander Walcott, who had been appointed Agent to the Lakes in April 1818. Footnote 682. Indian Office, Letter Book 500, 241, Calhoun to Walcott, April 22, 1818. Ibid. 277, Calhoun to Walcott, March 27, 1819. Jacob B. Varnum, Chicago's only government factor after the War of 1812, belonged to an old and prominent New England family. Through the family influence Varnum secured, when but 23 years of age, the appointment as government factor at Sandusky, Ohio. He remained there until the news of Hull's surrender at Detroit, causing the precipitate retreat of the Ohio militia from Sandusky, compelled the abandonment of the factory. Varnum thereupon entered the army and served until the close of the war. On the return of peace, finding himself without an occupation, he applied for a position in the Department of Indian Trade, and in the summer of 1815 was appointed factor at Chicago. Footnote 683. For at C. Varnum, the Vanums of Dracut. James Mitchell Varnum was a brigadier general during the Revolution. His brother, Joseph B. Varnum, was Speaker of the Lower House of Congress from 1807 to 1811 and United States Senator from Massachusetts from 1811 to 1817. Footnote 684. The account which follows is based upon the journal of Jacob B. Varnum. At this time, it was the expectation of the department to establish the factory before the winter set in. On receiving the news of his appointment, Varnum set out for Erie by way of Buffalo, where he met Matthew Irwin, who had been factor at Chicago before the war and was now en route to establish the new factory at Green Bay. After a rough passage from Buffalo to Erie, in a miserable apology for a schooner, the officials learned that the goods for the Indian trade, which were to have preceded them thither, had not arrived, and that the movement of the military to Chicago and Green Bay had been postponed to the following year. This involved the postponement of the establishment of the factories as well. Nevertheless, the naval commander at Erie resolved to take the goods, should they arrive in time, on to Mackinac that season, there to await the departure of the military expedition in the spring. Irwin thereupon returned to his home, while it was agreed that Varnum should go on to Mackinac in charge of the goods. Footnote 685. Varnum's Journal. Mason to Varnum, August 20, 1815. Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 19, 391-95. Varnum's narrative of the autumn voyage through the lakes from Erie to Mackinac presents a vivid picture of the discomforts and dangers of travel on the Great Lakes a century ago. The expedition consisted of 2 government vessels, the Porcupine and the Ghent. The naval officers considered themselves insulted and degraded by the menial service of transporting merchandise. They therefore took no pains to protect the goods from ruin by water, and but little, apparently, to promote the comfort of the luckless factor. At Detroit, a lady was given passage to Mackinac. In order to make room for her, Varnum had to surrender the berth he had occupied thus far, and received in exchange for it one so near the bottom of the vessel that in rough weather the bilge water would spurt into it, keeping it wet most of the time. The commander was a perfect tyrant, as far as his power extended, and Varnum avers that during the 4 weeks they were together, he witnessed the infliction of more severe and often undeserved punishments than during all the remainder of his life. The stories of the floggings meted out by the commander's orders sicken the reader, after the lapse of a century, as they did the helpless witness at the time. On the second day out, the Negro cook, with whom the commander professed he would not part for his weight in gold, was given a dozen lashes because his master conceived the meat was not sufficiently cooked. A sailor possessed of an undue propensity for liquor had been unmercifully flogged for getting drunk and threatened with 100 lashes upon a repetition of the offense. Notwithstanding this, the offense was repeated. The delinquent was ordered stripped and lashed to the shrouds. Varnum went below to escape witnessing the scene. In due time, the commander came down, raging because the culprit had borne the torture so stoically. After receiving 100 lashes without uttering a groan, the tyrant demanded of him a promise not to repeat the offense, under pain upon refusal of receiving a second 100 on his now raw and bloody back. The torture proceeded, and 17 lashes had been administered when the victim gave in, making the promise required and begging for mercy. At the entrance to Lake Huron, the rapid current made it difficult for sailing vessels to steer an even course. Dissatisfied with the helmsman's efforts, the commander ordered a fresh man to the wheel, and the one who had been relieved received a dozen lashes. The new steersman promptly encountered the same difficulty and was as promptly relieved and flogged. And this routine was kept up until every seaman on board had taken his turn at the wheel and received his quota of lashes before the vessel got into the lake. At Mackinac, Varnum opened and dried the goods which had been wet, and then settled down to pass the long winter. Despite the extreme cold and the desolation produced by the recent war, the winter's confinement proved to be one of the pleasantest periods of his whole life. He had a comfortable room with a good stove and plenty of firewood. The days were spent in reading, or, in pleasant weather, in excursions to the nets of the fishermen or elsewhere. The evenings were devoted to social amusements participated in by the merchants and the officers of the garrison. Among the latter were 2 brothers of Franklin Pierce, afterward President of the United States, one of whom, Captain Benjamin K. Pierce, wooed and married a half-breed French and Indian girl. Footnote 686. Varnum's Journal, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 14, 36, 40-41. Among the arrivals on the first vessel in the spring was a beautiful young woman from Detroit who came to visit her aunt. Varnum became enamored of her, and a romance began which was to culminate sadly enough at Chicago only a year later. The impression which the fair stranger made upon him was thus graphically set forth after the lapse of half a century. She was a girl of polished manners, tall and graceful in her walk, and of striking symmetry of form. Her hair was auburn, her eyes dark blue, and remarkably transparent skin blended with a due proportion of red. I thought her in point of beauty quite equal to any lady I had seen. That the young girl's beauty had a real existence, apart from the imagination of the fond lover, is shown by the reminiscences of Mrs. Baird of her childhood days at Mackinac. After a lapse of 70 years, she alluded to her as a beautiful woman who was married at Mackinac. 3 months after the first meeting, the beautiful girl became Varnum's bride, the marriage being solemnized by Major Puthoff in the absence of any minister of the gospel at Mackinac. A few days later, the couple embarked with the factory goods on the Tiger, bound for Chicago, whither the troops under Captain Bradley had recently preceded them. On their arrival, the skeleton of a log hut on the south side, which had survived the destruction in 1812, was assigned to Varnum to serve both as a store and as a dwelling. It was about 20 feet square, a story and a half in height, and without a floor. Varnum caused a floor of puncheons to be laid, made of logs split out 4 or 5 inches thick and roughly hewed on the face, and procured the erection of a linta for a kitchen. A large portion of the goods were stored in the loft, the remainder being deposited with Kinsey for retail purposes. In this hovel, the brief period of the wedded life of the young couple was passed. According to the chronicler, the winter passed pleasantly enough. But for him, there was the diversion of his business, and for recreation he indulged in frequent hunting excursions. For the young wife, no relief from the lonely monotony and the grinding hardship of such an existence was possible. With the coming of spring, she fell ill from approaching maternity. They had no servants, and there was no possibility of procuring any, but fortunately Mrs. Varnum's sister came on a visit and afforded assistance during the time of trouble. In June 1817, the birth occurred, but the child was stillborn, and the trial killed the mother. The simple words of the husband written long afterward may well be permitted to terminate our recital of the pathetic tragedy. Its long-suffering mother survived but a few moments. Thus was I bereft of a beloved wife and the anticipated hope of a family. The mother with the child in her arms was buried a few yards from my house, where they rested when I left Chicago, 1822. 2 years passed, when Varnum joined a horseback party on a trip to Detroit. With the hot season, the Indian trade ceased and the recreation of hunting was suspended. Diversions wholly failed, and the principal occupation consisted in fighting mosquitoes. The journey would involve a ride of 700 miles in fly time, yet Varnum gladly entered upon it to escape the deadly monotony of life at Chicago. Aside from Varnum, the party consisted of Major Baker, John Dean, who had come to Chicago as an army contractor in 1816, and a guide. The route taken was by way of Fort Wayne and thence down the Maumee River and on to Detroit. The destination was reached after 11 days of travel, Varnum making his entry into Detroit after nightfall, covered with mud from head to foot as the result of being thrown from his horse into a swamp almost at the end of the journey. Detroit was at that time a small village where each person interested himself in the affairs of all the rest. Upon the arrival of Varnum with no ostensible business, the ready conclusion was reached that he had come in search of a wife. Although he denied such an intention, within 2 months he confirmed the expectation of the villagers by contracting a second marriage alliance. In the autumn of 1819, he embarked with his wife and her sister on a schooner for Chicago. The weather was pleasant and the company jovial. Arrived at Chicago, the new wife began housekeeping under more favorable circumstances than her predecessor had done. The soldiers had constructed a new dwelling for the factor, under Varnum's superintendence. Mrs. Varnum had brought with her 2 servants, and the society of the place had improved somewhat. Several of the officers had brought on their families, and a spirit of friendliness and sociability prevailed, evening parties with dancing and other amusements being frequently held. Among the inhabitants of Chicago during this period were several who had figured prominently in the massacre of 1812. About the time of Kinsey's return came Lieutenant Helm and his wife. In 1817, they were living on the south side of the river in a small square house without a floor. In lieu of this, a tarpaulin was spread down, and tarpaulin was also hung about the walls. No one has taken the trouble, apparently, to record the duration of this domestic establishment. Mrs. Helm continued a resident of Chicago for many years, and frequent mention of her later doings is made by the family historian in the pages of Wow Bun. No mention of Lieutenant Helm occurs, however, and even the fact of his existence is ignored. The reason for this silence is perhaps revealed by certain court records of Peoria County, within whose boundaries Chicago was for a time included. These show that in 1829 Helm was still living, residing, apparently, in Clay County, Illinois. In October of this year, Mrs. Helm received a divorce from him together with alimony and the custody of their child. Footnote 688. Helm's name appears in Kinsey's account book in January 1817 and again in January 1818. Footnote 689. Recollections of Mrs. Baird, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 14, 26. To what extent Jean-Baptiste Channonay made Chicago his home in the period of the Second Fort Dearborn is also somewhat uncertain. It is related by Mrs. Baird that he was here in the employ of Kinsey shortly after the return of the troops, and his wife, coming to join him, was a passenger from Mackinac on the same schooner which brought Mrs. Baird and her mother to Chicago. The date of this visit is given as 1816, though it seems probable it actually occurred the following year. During the next few years, Chandonay was engaged in the fur trade in the region tributary to Chicago. What the Indians received from him in exchange for their furs is perhaps sufficiently indicated by a consignment of goods sent to him from Mackinac, September 19, 1818, consisting of 4 barrels of whiskey and 6 barrels of flour. Evidently, the order had called for a larger quantity of fire water, for the consignment was accompanied by the explanation that no more liquor could be promised because of its dearness and uncommon scarcity. The next year, Chandonnai betrayed the confidence reposed in him by the American Fur Company, by selling his furs to John Crafts and refusing to pay the company for the merchandise with which he had procured them. The latter appealed to Kinsey to exert his influence in its behalf. That he did so with good effect seems evident from a later letter expressing gratitude for his exertions in securing the payment of a portion of the claim against Chandonnai. The writer urges a continuance of these efforts and asks if a mortgage cannot be secured on the lands granted to Chandonnai by the Indians. What was, apparently, the sequel to this claim appeared 14 years later in a clause of the Chicago Treaty of 1833. Among the grants of money made to individuals was the sum of $2,500 to Chandonnai, 1,000 of which, by the particular request of the latter, was to be paid to Robert Stewart, agent of the American Fur Company. Footnote 691. See on this point the letters of Ramsey Crooks printed in Andreas, History of Chicago, I. 9495. Perhaps the most picturesque character in the little group of civilian residents of Chicago in the decade which began with the restoration of Fort Dearborn was Jean-Baptiste Beaubien. He was descended from an old Canadian family, one of whose members is said to have been a follower of La Salle. About the middle of the 18th century, a branch of the family established itself at Detroit, where the future citizen of Chicago was born in the year 1787. He early engaged in the Indian trade, and according to the custom of the time, married a squaw. He is said to have had a daughter born at Chicago as early as 1805, but the details both of his early migrations and of his marriage alliances are rather hazy. In 1814, he married Josette Laframboise, who was a servant in the family of John Kinsey at the time of the massacre. How soon after this Beaubien made Chicago his permanent place of residence is not certainly known, but in 1817 he purchased a house of John Dean, the Army contractor, and thenceforth continued to reside on the Fort Dearborn reservation until, in the early 30s, his attempt to gain title to it precipitated the struggle over the Beaubien land claim, which became famous in the annals of early Chicago. Footnote 693. Beaubien Family Genealogy, MS in Chicago Historical Society Library. An interesting feature of the life of Chicago and the adjoining region during the period under consideration was afforded by the periodical visits of the Illinois Brigade of the American Fur Company. From its headquarters at Mackinac, each autumn a number of trading outfits departed for the various trading posts scattered throughout the Northwest. Each brigade was composed of voyageurs organized into boat crews, the number of the latter varying with the importance of the station, which constituted the destination of the brigade. The goods were transported in bateaux, each manned by half a dozen men and carrying about 3 tons of merchandise. The Illinois Brigade consisted of a dozen boats carrying, including the families of the traders, about 100 persons. Footnote 694. On the operations of the American Fur Company, see Hubbard, Life, Passim. Each autumn for a number of years, this fleet made its way from Mackinac down the eastern shore of Lake Michigan and around its southern end to Chicago. From the south branch of the river, the boats and goods were forced at the expense of much toil and hardship across the Portage and down the Des Plaines until navigable water was reached on the Illinois River. Here the brigade broke up, small parties going to the various trading stations of the Illinois and its tributaries, and the winter was passed in bartering the goods for the furs of the Indians. With the opening of navigation in the spring, the outfit reassembled and the return journey to Mackinac was begun. The boats, now laden with furs, were forced up the Illinois and the Des Plaines, the difficulty on the latter stream arising now from the excess of water, rather than from its scarcity, and the labor of stemming the raging current of the swollen stream. The remainder of the journey from Chicago, around the lake to Mackinac, was made with comparative ease. We are indebted to the recollections of Gurdon S. Hubbard for an intimate picture of the life and activities of the traders who composed the Illinois Brigade. Hubbard first visited the Illinois country as a youth of 16 in the autumn of 1818. Approaching Chicago, the brigade spent the night at the mouth of the Little Calumet River. At dawn, the party set out, in holiday attire and with flags flying, upon the last 12 miles of the lake voyage. At Douglas Grove, young Hubbard landed, and climbing a tree gazed in wonder upon the first prairie he had ever beheld. In the foreground was a sea of waving grass, intermingled with a profusion of wild flowers. In the distance, the groves of timber at Blue Island and along the Des Plaines River. A herd of wild deer appeared in view, while a pair of red foxes emerged from the grass within gunshot of the enraptured youth. To the northward could be seen the whitewashed walls of Fort Dearborn sparkling in the sunlight, while on the blue surface of the lake, the brawny voyageurs urged onward the fleet of bateaux, their flashing oars keeping time with the music of the boat's song. Descending from his observation point, Hubbard made his way toward the fort and found the traders encamped on the north side of the river to the west of Kinsey's house. Here he was entertained, and a firm friendship between him and the Kinsey family soon developed. The young visitor was to return to Chicago frequently during the following years, until in 1834 he made it his permanent home and shortly became one of the foremost citizens of the struggling but optimistic young city. Interesting glimpses of the manner of life in and around the new Fort Dearborn are afforded by the accounts of travelers who occasionally visited this frontier station. The reception of Storrow at Fort Dearborn in 1817, as one arrived from the moon, has already been mentioned. Storrow was greatly impressed with the strategic advantages possessed by Chicago, which he thus early pointed out marked it as the future place of deposit for the whole region of the Upper Lakes. He described the climate and soil as excellent, although not all visitors of this early period agree with him in this opinion. At the time of his visit, traces of the massacre yet remained, and Storrow encountered one of the principal perpetrators, Nusket Nemeg, or the Mad Sturgeon. From the pen of Mrs. Baird, whose visit to Chicago was probably made in the same year as that of Storrow, we get a more detailed description. The vessel which transported her from Mackinac had for its cargo the familiar load of pork, flour, and butter. There were no ports of call on the western side of Lake Michigan, and the master, after seeking in vain at Chicago for a return cargo, had finally to take on a ballast of sand and gravel. Mrs. Baird draws a pleasant picture of the household of her host, John Kinsey. The establishment included a number of men and women retainers. There was as yet no bridge across the river, the only means of passage being a canoe or dugout, as in the days before the massacre. In this craft, with the 2 Kinsey children, 8 and 10 years of age, acting as her crew, Mrs. Baird first crossed the Chicago River. In the summer of 1820, Governor Cass of Michigan Territory, returning from a voyage of exploration to the sources of the Mississippi River, arrived in mid-August at Chicago with a party of 16 men in 2 canoes. At Chicago, the party separated. Cass with several attendants proceeded on horseback along the Indian Trail to Detroit, while the scientists of the expedition, Captain Douglas and Henry R. Schoolcraft, completed the circuit of Lake Michigan by continuing around its eastern shore to Mackinac. Schoolcraft, like Storrow, was greatly impressed with the natural advantages possessed by Chicago and predicted for it a glowing future. With the extinguishment of the Indian title to the surrounding country, immigration would flow in, and Chicago would become the depot for the inland commerce between the northern and southern sections of the Union, and a great thoroughfare for strangers, merchants, and travelers. Footnote 698. For an account of the expedition, see Schoolcraft, Narrative Journal of Travels from Detroit, to the sources of the Mississippi River in 1820. No little discernment was requisite thus to perceive the future destiny of the rude frontier hamlet, which according to Schoolcraft's estimate contained, exclusive of the military, but 10 or a dozen houses and a population of 60 souls. Quite different from Schoolcraft's description was that of the historian of Major Long's expedition to the sources of the St. Peter's River 3 years later. He described the climate as inhospitable, the soil sterile, and the scenery monotonous and uninviting. The village consisted of a few huts of log or bark, low, filthy, and disgusting, displaying not the least trace of comfort, and inhabited by a miserable race of men, scarcely equal to the Indians from whom they were descended. Nor could the chronicler perceive the brilliant future in store for Chicago which Schoolcraft had foretold. He granted that, at some distant day, when the country between the Wabash and the Mississippi should become populated, Chicago might become a point in the line of communication between the Great Lakes and the Mississippi. But even the intercourse which would be carried on through this channel would, he thought, be at all times a limited one. Footnote 699. Keating, Expedition to the Source of St. Peter's River, I. 163-65. From September 1821 until June 1823, the commander of Fort Dearborn was Lieutenant Colonel John McNeill. Colonel McNeill was a man of interesting personality in many ways. Physically, he was the rival of General Scott for being the tallest and heaviest man in the Army, and the equal in size of Long John Wentworth, Chicago's well-known editor, mayor, and congressman. He was a soldier of the War of 1812, during the course of which he was twice brevetted for gallant conduct, the first time in the Battle of Chippewa and the second in the Battle of Niagara. Mrs. McNeill was a half-sister of Franklin Pierce, later President of the United States. She was described over half a century later, by one who as a young soldier had come under her influence, as a most estimable woman, whose kindness and wise counsels had had a beneficial influence on his whole life. For a daughter born to Mrs. McNeill at Fort Dearborn, the father subsequently claimed the distinction of having been the first child born in the new fort. Their only son, Lieutenant J. Winfield Scott McNeill, who died in 1837 of wounds received in a battle with the Seminole Indians, was a young boy during the time his father was stationed at Fort Dearborn. Footnote 701. Wentworth, Early Chicago, 2425. In 1857, Wentworth was said to be the tallest man in Chicago, measuring about 6 feet and a half and weighing 230 pounds, Chicago Magazine, I. 399. James Watson Webb, who later acquired national renown as editor, politician, and diplomat, was stationed at Fort Dearborn as a young lieutenant during a part of the period of McNeill's incumbency as commander. The descendant of an old New York family, Webb ran away from home at the age of 17, and going to Washington secured, as the result of a personal interview with Calhoun, then Secretary of War, a commission in the Army. In October 1821, he joined the Fort Dearborn garrison and remained here until the following June. Webb's service at Fort Dearborn was marked by a bold and arduous exploit. Toward the end of January 1822, John Kinsey, who was then acting as sub-Indian agent, communicated to Colonel McNeill information which he had received from a friendly Chippewa chief of a plot on the part of the Sioux and Fox Indians to overwhelm the garrison at Fort Snelling on the upper Mississippi the following spring. It was desirable to send word to Fort Armstrong of the plot, from which place the news could be forwarded up the Mississippi to Fort Snelling. Lieutenant Webb, though barely 20 years of age, volunteered for this service. Accompanied by a sergeant and a Potawatomi guide, he set out on February 4, intending to proceed to the post of a French trader on the Rock River and there secure a Winnebago guide for the remainder of the trip. Upon reaching there, however, he found the Winnebagos celebrating their war dance. To secure a guide from them was out of the question. During the night, Webb and his companions set out, ostensibly to return to Chicago, but in reality to make their way across the prairie to Fort Armstrong. The weather was bitterly cold, and they were exposed to the double danger of death from freezing and of being intercepted by the Indians. Neither materialized, however, and in due time Webb's message was delivered to the commander at Fort Armstrong. Footnote 706. For Webb's account of the affair, see his letter to John Wentworth, October 31, 1882, in Chicago Historical Society Library, and Andrews' biographical sketch of James Watson Webb, 1115. For Kinsey's report of the plot to Cass, February 1, 1822, see Indian Department, Cass Correspondence. In May 1823, an order was issued from Washington for the evacuation of Fort Dearborn, and the following autumn the garrison departed. Dr. Alexander Walcott, who had succeeded Jowett as Indian agent at Chicago, continued to serve in this capacity until his death in 1830. In July 1823, he married Ellen Marion, the eldest daughter of John Kinsey's second family, and upon the removal of the garrison took up his residence in the fort. The circumstances of Walcott's marriage well illustrate the primitive conditions which prevailed at Chicago in this period. There was no justice of the peace, minister of the gospel, or other person at Chicago authorized to solemnize marriages. It chanced that William S. Hamilton, son of the famous statesman Alexander Hamilton, who had adopted a roving life in the wilderness of northern Illinois, had taken a contract to supply the garrison at Fort Howard with beef cattle. John Hamlin, one of the early residents of Peoria who held a commission as Justice of the Peace, had accompanied Hamilton on a trip to Green Bay with a drove of cattle. On the return journey, he reached Chicago about July 20, and advantage was taken of his presence by the prospective bride and groom to have their marriage ceremony performed. Footnote 707. Wentworth, Early Chicago, 47, Drennan Papers, Fort Dearborn Post returns. With the garrison departed most of the life at Chicago. During the next few years, little occurred to interrupt the monotonous course of existence. Rarely a new settler, attracted by the presence of relatives who had gone before or lured westward by the hope of improving his material condition, would direct his steps to Chicago. Periodically, the Indians, who still held possession of the country tributary to Chicago, would assemble to receive their annuities, the payment of which had been stipulated in various treaties. At such times, the place teemed with savages and excitement for a few days, during which the traders reaped a golden harvest. Finally, in 1827, occurred the Winnebago War, which, for a time, furnished plenty of excitement for Chicago, and led eventually to the reoccupation of Fort Dearborn by a garrison of United States troops. Chapter 13. The Indian Trade. To omit from the history of early Chicago an account of the Indian trade would be like giving the play of Hamlet with the principal character left out. Its origin is coeval with the advent of the white man in this region, and until almost the close of the period covered by this volume, it constituted the basis of the commerce of the region tributary to the upper Great Lakes and the Mississippi Basin. With the advance of the settler into the Northwest, the wild game receded before him, and its disappearance marked the passing of the Indian trade, soon to be followed by the red man himself. As a rule, the first white man to penetrate the wilderness was the trader, and the Indian's conception of the white race was based upon his intercourse with the traders, the class of whites with whom he was most familiar. Upon these, he was dependent for the gun, ammunition, and other supplies which quickly became essential to his existence, and most of the problems which grew out of the contact of the two races centered around the conduct of the Indian trade. As early as 1675, Marquette found French traders had entered Illinois and established themselves below Chicago, in the vicinity, apparently of the junction of the Des Plaines River with the Kankakee. Thus early, too, certain of the Indians themselves had turned traders, and Marquette was attended, on his second visit to Illinois, by a party of Illinois Indians who were returning from Canada with merchandise to trade with the members of their own race for furs. One of the party, named Chachaguesio, was greatly esteemed among his nation because, in part at least, he was engaged in the fur trade. And this, in spite of the fact that he and his associates subjected their kinsmen to the same extortion as did the white traders. That it was primarily for the sake of the fur trade that the French valued the country is a fact easily demonstrable. The economic foundation of La Salle's colony was the Indian trade which he expected to develop. For its exclusive possession he sought and obtained the royal license, and against interlopers upon his privileged monopoly he waged relentless warfare. With his death, the license to carry on trade at Fort St. Louis passed to his faithful lieutenant, Tonty. For many years from his lofty stronghold, he continued to trade with the Indians of the surrounding region. But the French government looked upon the enterprise with a jealous eye, and early in the 18th century, at its request, Tonty's establishment at the Rock of St. Louis was abandoned, and he himself departed for Lower Louisiana, where he shortly met his death. During the greater part of the 18th century, there was, as far as known, no civilized establishment at Chicago. That traders may have established themselves here for a shorter or longer time is entirely possible. But there was no regular French post here, as has often been stated. Until the end of the French regime, the trade of the territory around Chicago found outlet at the neighboring posts. The nearest of these was St. Joseph, but there were others at Mackinac, Green Bay, Ouiatenon, and in the French settlements of Lower Illinois. Footnote 711. For the posts of the interior and their trade toward the close of the French regime, see Bougainville's memoir in Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 18, 167 ff. The first trading establishment at Chicago, of which we have any certain knowledge, was that of Baptiste Point du Sable in the latter years of the 18th century. Hugh Heward, who in 1790 passed from Lake Michigan by way of the Chicago Portage to the Illinois, tarried at Chicago a day to prepare for the further journey. He exchanged his canoe for a pirogue belonging to Du Sable, and bought from him a quantity of flour and pork, for which he gave in exchange 13 yards of cotton cloth. How long Du Sable continued to reside here, or how extensive was his trade, is somewhat conjectural. It is evident that during the closing years of the century, the St. Joseph traders, Burnett and Kinsey, at times extended their trading operations around the lake as far as Chicago. It is evident, too, from the fact that when the garrison came in 1803, there were 4 traders' huts here, that still other traders had established themselves at Chicago for a shorter or longer period. Footnote 713. See in this connection the letters of William Burnett, the St. Joseph trader, in Hurlbut, Chicago Antiquities, 4970, Passam. So far as existing records are concerned, the first quarter of the 19th century marks the heyday of the Indian trade at Chicago. The establishment of the garrison here not only attracted traders and others, as in the case of Kinsey, but it also resulted in the handing down of more numerous and extensive accounts of the trading activities of this region than had ever been done before. Perhaps the most important private source of information for the period prior to 1812 is the transcript of names in Kinsey's account books. Far overshadowing this in importance for the whole period from 1805 to 1822, however, are the records of the Department of Indian Trade, which maintained a government factory at Chicago. The trading operations of Kinsey during the first period of his residence at Chicago were evidently of considerable importance. An entry at St. Joseph in April 1804, less than a month before the removal to Chicago, shows that the sum of £245 was invested in a single adventure at Peoria. That similar enterprises were being simultaneously conducted appears from an entry a week later concerning Billy Caldwell's adventure. At Chicago, in addition to the trade he himself conducted and the adventures he financed, Kinsey was in partnership with his half-brother, Thomas Forsyth, during the entire period prior to 1812. Although the articles of indenture of Jeffrey Nash describe Kinsey and Forsyth as merchants of Chicago, Forsyth was stationed at Peoria until his establishment was broken up by Captain Craig's militia in the late autumn of 1812. In Kinsey's account book under date of June 13, 1806, settlements with 4 individuals, amounting in all to £1,431, are noted. The names of these men, Sigrain, Bourbonnais, Lave, and Maisonneuve, furnish a typical illustration of the nationality of the men who conducted the Illinois fur trade in the first decade of the 19th century. Some individual entries taken at random from Kinsey's account books may be of interest as showing the prices that prevailed at Chicago a century ago. 30 bushels of corn sold in 1805 for $45. The same year, however, 2 bushels were sold by Kinsey to Ramsey Crooks for $5. Another entry for 1806 states that tobacco sold at 50 cents a pound, whiskey at 50 cents a quart, powder at $1.50 a pound, and shot at 33 cents a pound. In May of this year, butter was quoted at 50 cents, the same price which Kinsey paid at Detroit 10 years later for a shipment of 10 pounds sent on his first Chicago adventure after the return of the garrison to Fort Dearborn. This same adventure included 2 barrels of whiskey invoiced at 10 shillings or $1.25 a gallon. A comparison of this with the selling price already noted of 50 cents, a quart would seem to indicate that the profit from the sale of fire water proceeded mainly from the dilution of it with water, which the traders customarily practiced. Returning to 1806, flour is priced at 10 cents a pound, while the pay of 6 boatmen, hired to assist in pulling a trader's craft up the river, is 50 cents a day. In 1810, raisins sold for 4 shillings and tea for 20 shillings a pound, while the price of 1 Tyson, which Jowett ordered, was 30 shillings. A silver brooch for 6 rats, 2 large silver crosses, $7.50, and Francis Bourbonnais, doctor to one Negro wench, sold him by indenture £160, are entries which suggest their own explanation. It seems evident that the fur trade of Illinois in the period under consideration was of considerable magnitude. "I had no idea of there being so extensive a trade carried on in that quarter," wrote Colonel Kingsbury to Captain Whistler in the fall of 1804, in reply to an inventory which the latter had sent him of peltries passing Fort Dearborn the preceding spring. The operations of Kinsey and Forsyth could have constituted but a small part of the fur trade of Illinois at this period. In the spring of 1805, Kingsbury was himself at Chicago, seeking to conduct a company of soldiers down the Illinois River to establish a new fort near the mouth of the Missouri. Whistler had been ordered to secure suitable boats for the transportation of the detachment, but his efforts to do so had been unavailing. Upon Kingsbury's arrival at Chicago, however, he succeeded in securing 2 traders' bateaux on condition that the goods, amounting to 100 packs of peltry and 10 bags, should be transported to Mackinac in the brig Adams, which had brought the troops to Chicago. A few entries from Kinsey's account book will serve further to show the extent of the trade which passed through Chicago. June 14, 1806, Ouimet is charged with the hire of a wagon and oxen to transport a trader's goods to the forks of the Illinois River. 3 weeks later, Hugh Pattinson and company become indebted to Kinsey for the labor of 4 men for 6 days, each pulling boats up the river, and at the same time for the portage of 156 packs of peltries. In July 1807, Kinsey transported 46 packs across the portage for James Aird, and in the same month on 2 occasions transported enough for August Chowdo to incur charges of almost £40. A similar entry in July 1808 charges Chowdo with $256 for carrying 128 packs from Mount Joliet to Chicago. Footnote 716. Kingsbury Papers, Whistler to Kingsbury, August 14, 1804. Kingsbury to Whistler, September 10, 1804. Footnote 717. For this expedition see Ibid. Gushing to Kingsbury, February 20, 1805. Kingsbury to Smith, June 2, 1805. Smith to Kingsbury, June 1, 1805. Kingsbury to Brevoort, June 2, 1805. Kingsbury to Williamson, July 10, 1805, at Passim. The government factory, or trading house, constituted a notable feature of the Indian trade at Chicago after 1805. The policy of the government toward the red man, which found expression in the factory system, was fraught with such significance, not only for the Indian trade, but also for the larger subject of the relations between the 2 races, that it seems desirable at this point to present a somewhat comprehensive account of it. The origin of the policy of government trading houses dates from the early colonial period. In the Plymouth and Jamestown settlements, all industry was at first controlled by the Commonwealth, and in Massachusetts Bay the Stock Company had reserved to itself the trade in furs before leaving England. In the last-named colony, a notable experiment was carried on during the first half of the 18th century in conducting truck houses for the Indians. About the close of this period, Benjamin Franklin, whose attention had been called to the abuses which the Indians of the Pennsylvania frontier suffered at the hands of the private traders, investigated the workings of the Massachusetts system and recommended the establishment of public trading houses at suitable places along the frontier. Footnote 719. Franklin Works Roman II, 221. The letter is not certainly by Franklin, but he is supposed to have been its author. See Ibid. 217 footnote. The first step toward a national system of Indian trading establishments was taken during the opening throes of the Revolution. The establishment of friendly relations with the Indians appeared to the Second Continental Congress a matter of the utmost moment. Accordingly, it was resolved, July 12, 1775, to establish 3 Indian departments, a northern, a middle, and a southern, with appropriate powers for supervising the relations of the United Colonies with the Indians. In November of the same year, a committee, of which Franklin was a member, was directed to devise a plan for carrying on trade with the Indians, and ways and means for procuring the goods proper for it. Acting upon the report of this committee, in January 1776, The Congress adopted a series of resolutions outlining a general system of governmental supervision of the Indian trade and appropriating the sum of £40,000 to purchase goods for it. These were to be disposed of by licensed traders, acting under instructions laid down by the commissioners, and under bond to them to ensure compliance with the prescribed regulations. The following month, Congress further manifested its good intentions toward the native race by passing resolutions expressing its faith in the benefits to accrue from the propagation of the gospel and the civil arts among the red men, and directing the commissioners of Indian Affairs to report suitable places in their departments for establishing schoolmasters and ministers of the gospel. Owing to the exigencies of the war, however, these plans for the establishment of a trading system and for the civilization of the Indians were alike frustrated. The struggle with the mother country absorbed all the energies and resources of the revolutionary government. How this affected the prosecution of the plans for the Indian departments, which had been entered upon so hopefully in the beginning of the war, is sufficiently shown by the fact that the expenses of the government in behalf of the Indians fell from $261,000 in 1776 to $3,500 in 1779. And the total amount for the 5 years from 1779 to 1783, inclusive, was less than 1/10 the sum spent in the single year 1776. Footnote 724, American State Papers, Indian Affairs, Roman II, 210. The sum spent in 1776 was $261,783.44. For the 5 years from 1779 to 1783, inclusive, it was $25,641.34. During the period of the Confederation, the subject of the Indian trade was frequently acted upon by Congress, but no systematic effort was made to regulate it until 1786. In that year, an ordinance was passed dividing the Indian Department into 2 districts and appointing a superintendent and a deputy for each. They were to execute the regulations of Congress relating to Indian affairs and to grant licenses to trade with the Indians. Only citizens of the United States whose good moral character had been certified to by the governor of a state were eligible to licenses. They were to run for 1 year and to be granted upon the payment of $50 and the execution of a bond to ensure compliance with the established regulations. To engage in trade without a license incurred a penalty of $500 and forfeiture of goods. Footnote 725. For a sketch of the relations of the government with the Indians, see the report of Calhoun, Secretary of War, to Congress in 1816, American State Papers, Indian Affairs, Roman II, 181 ff. For the Act of 1786 see Ibid. I. 14. This was, apparently, a judicious system, but the government of the Confederation had about run its course, and the general paralysis which overtook it, and the confusion incident to the change to a new form of government, prevented the new policy toward the Indians from being carried into effect. Prominent among the problems which the new national government found pressing upon it for solution was the subject of Indian relations and, in this connection, the question of the regulation of the Indian trade. In 1790, the licensing system of 1786 was temporarily adopted, but shorn of some of its valuable features. There was no prohibition against foreigners, and no fee was required for a license. This system was continued without essential change until 1816, when an act was passed prohibiting foreigners from trading with Indians of the United States, except by special permission of the President and under such regulations as he should prescribe. The young government shortly entered upon the most serious Indian War in all its history, and not until one of its armies had been repulsed and another destroyed did Anthony Wayne succeed, in 1795, in bringing the hostile red men to recognize the superior might of the nation he represented. At the close of this war, Congress, at the instigation of Washington, determined to experiment with another system of conducting the Indian trade. In the session of 1795, stirred up by the repeated recommendations of Washington, that body debated a bill for the establishment of Indian trading houses. Though the bill was defeated at this time, its purpose, as stated by its supporters, is worth noting. It was regarded as constituting a part only of a comprehensive frontier policy. This policy embraced the threefold design of the military protection of the frontier against Indian invasions, the legal protection of the Indian country against predatory white incursions, and the establishment of trading houses to supply the wants of the Indians and free them from foreign influence. It was believed that these three things embraced in one system would bring about the great desideratum, peace on the frontier, but that without the last, the other parts of the plan would prove totally ineffectual. The defeat of the advocates of the system of government trading houses in 1795 was neither final nor complete. Their principal measure had failed of passage, but at this same session Congress appropriated the sum of $50,000 to begin the establishment of public trading houses, and two were accordingly started among the Cherokees, Creeks, and Chickasaws of the Southwest. The next year, a second act was passed, carrying an appropriation of $150,000, in addition to an annual allowance for the payment of agents and clerks. The president was authorized to establish trading houses at such places as he saw fit for carrying on a liberal trade with the Indians. The agents and clerks employed were prohibited from engaging in trade on their own account and were required to give bonds for the faithful performance of their duties. The act was to run for 2 years, and the trade was to be so conducted that the capital sum should suffer no diminution. Footnote 727. Ibid. 4th Congress, 1st Session, 152, American State Papers, Indian Affairs, I. 583. Footnote 728. Annals of Congress, 4th Congress, 1st Session, 280-285, for the Act itself, see Ibid. 4th Congress, 2D Session, 2889-90. Notwithstanding the Appropriation and Act of 1796, for several years no extension of the system of trading houses beyond the 2 experimental establishments of 1795 was attempted, nor did the government avail itself, to any considerable extent, of the money appropriated for this purpose. The total amount appropriated in 1795 and 1796 was $200,000. In December 1801, the Secretary of War reported that only $90,000 of this amount had been drawn upon, and that the number of trading houses was still limited to the 2 that had been first established. Even the act authorizing the system had expired in 1799, and in spite of repeated recommendations to Congress in the matter, no action had been taken to renew it. In the debates over the passage of the Act of 1796, it was made evident that even the supporters of the measure regarded it in the light of an experiment. The recent war had cost $1.5 million annually. It was worthwhile to try another method of securing peace on the frontier. Since the Canadian Trading Company was too powerful for individual Americans to compete successfully with it, the government must assume the task. If upon trial the plan should prove a failure, it could be abandoned. On the other hand, it was objected that public bodies should not engage in trade, which was always managed better by individuals. Fraud and loss could not be guarded against, nor should the people be taxed for the sake of maintaining trade with the Indians. In spite of these objections and prophecies, the report of 1801 showed that the original capital had suffered no diminution, but had in fact been slightly increased. This, too, despite losses that had been incurred through the failure of the sales agent, to whom the peltries had been assigned, to dispose of them before many had become ruined. It remains to speak of the degree of success achieved in the broad objects for the attainment of which the system had been inaugurated. Concerning this, the report of the Secretary of War in 1801 was entirely favorable. As far as it had been established, the effects of the system upon the disposition of the Indians had been very salutary. The several tribes were desirous of participating in its advantages, and no doubt was felt that its extension would be attended by all the good effects originally contemplated by the government, and this without any diminution of the original fund. 2 years later, in January 1803, Jefferson stated in a message to Congress that private traders, both foreign and domestic, were being undersold and driven from competition, that the system was effective in conciliating the goodwill of the Indians, and that they were soliciting generally the establishment of trading houses among them. At the same time, the Secretary of War reported the establishment of 4 new stations at Detroit, Fort Wayne, Chickasaw Bluffs, and among the Choctaws, to which the remainder of the money appropriated in 1796 had been applied. This remained the number until 1805, when 4 more were established. At Arkansas on the Arkansas River, at Natchitoches on the Red River, at Belle Fontaine near the mouth of the Missouri, and at Chicago. The following year, a trading house was established at Sandusky on Lake Erie, and in 1808 3 more, at Mackinac, at Fort Osage, and at Fort Madison. Meanwhile, the 2 original houses had been removed to new locations, and 2 others, those at Detroit and at Bellefontaine, had been abandoned. Footnote 734. Report of John Mason, Superintendent of Indian Trade, April 12, 1810, Ibid. I 768 ff. From 1808 until the beginning of the War of 1812, there were thus 12 factories in operation. At each was stationed an agent or factor, and at most an assistant or clerk as well. The salaries of the former prior to 1810 ranged from $750 to $1,250, in most cases not exceeding $1,000. The pay of the latter from $250 to $650. In both cases, subsistence was granted in addition. In 1810, the superintendent of the trade estimated that of the total amount of $280,000, which had been invested in the business, $235,000 still remained. The loss in the capital invested to this date was therefore, in round numbers, $45,000. The 4-year period ending in 1815, on the other hand, in spite of the disturbance to trade which attended the operations of the War of 1812, produced a profit of almost $60,000. Approximately 3/4 of this gain was swallowed up in the destruction, during the war, of the factories at Chicago, Fort Wayne, Sandusky, Mackinac, and Fort Madison, but this was the fortune of war and not in any way the fault of the system. Footnote 738. Report of Crawford, Secretary of War, March 13, 1816 Ibid. Roman II, 2628. The establishment of a factory at Chicago was determined upon in the spring of 1805, and on March 19 Ebenezer Belknap of Connecticut was commissioned as factor. The factory at Detroit was to be abandoned, and the goods and furniture for the factor's dwelling to be removed to Chicago. To supplement the stock of goods for the Indian trade, removed from Detroit an initial invoice of new goods to the value of $8,000 was ordered to be sent to Detroit for the Chicago factory. Belknap's instructions shed much light upon the practice followed when a new factory was to be established. He was to receive a salary of $1,000 a year, and in addition to this $365 in lieu of subsistence. He was empowered to employ, if necessary, a principal clerk, at a salary not to exceed $500. If a young man could be procured for the place at a salary of $200 or $300, this was to be done. When a new factory was established, an allowance to the factor of $200 for household furniture and domestic utensils, and $25 yearly for the same purpose after the first year was made. Since Belknap was to take over the outfit of the Detroit factory, his initial allowance for this purpose was reduced to $100. Footnote 739. Belknap's Commission, Indian Office, Letter Book B, 69. In some cases, 2 or more of these letter books are designated in the same way. In such cases, the volume in question can be determined by taking account of the dates of the contents. Footnote 740. Ibid. 72 War Department unsigned to Belknap, April 12, 1805. Ibid. 438 Dearborn to John Johnston, June 3, 1805. Footnote 742. Belknap's Commission, Ibid. 69. His instructions, April 12, 1805. Ibid. 72. The establishment of the Chicago factory was not unattended with difficulties. Monroe, the Detroit factor, was indisposed to surrender the public property in his possession, and much embarrassment was experienced on this account. Scarcely had Belknap had time to proceed to his destination when warning came to the War Department that his character was not what it should be. Our information concerning the difficulty is but scanty, but the outlines of the situation are clear. An investigation into the fitness of Belknap for the position was instituted, and as a precautionary measure, it was decided to appoint a suitable character as his assistant, with instructions to report faithfully to the War Department concerning the character and conduct of his superior. Apparently, the investigation confirmed the charges against Belknap, for before the end of November, the choice of a successor to him was being considered, and on December 31, 1805, the luckless factor's services at Chicago terminated. He was superseded by Thomas Hayward, who had been acting as his assistant since the 3rd of the preceding October. Belknap proceeded to Washington, and in a preliminary interview with his superiors, gave such an account of himself as to imbue them with the belief that partisan rancor had been responsible for the charges preferred against him. With this, our information concerning the matter abruptly terminates, and we can only hope that the fuller investigation established his innocence of the charge against him. Footnote 743. Various letters in the Indian office letter books refer to this difficulty, particularly one from the War Department, unsigned, to William Davy, Superintendent of Indian Trade, May 17, 1805, Letter Book B, 76. I have not been able to learn how the trouble was finally settled. Footnote 744. Indian Office, Letter Book B, 104, War Department to William Davy, August 31, 1805. Footnote 745. Ibid, 104, War Department to Davy, August 31, 1805. Ibid, 136, War Department to Davy, November 22, 1805. Footnote 746. Ibid, 104, War Department to Davy, September 26, 1805. Footnote 748. Indian Office, Letter Book A, 94, John Mason to Davy, March 10, 1808. Footnote 749. Indian Office, Letter Book B, 218, War Department to Davy, May 12, 1806. Thomas Hayward continued in charge of the Chicago factory until the spring of 1807, when he resigned his appointment. No successor could be found at once, and accordingly Jowett, the Indian agent, was asked to take temporary charge of the factory. A few weeks later, the President of the United States approbated the appointment of Joseph B. Varnum, a clerk in the War Department, to the vacant position. Varnum came highly recommended by his superiors, and his services as factor gave equal satisfaction to his new employer. No young man possessed more purity of morals or integrity of character, wrote his superior at the time he was appointed to his new position, and he further expressed the conviction that Varnum would perform his new duties with perfect fidelity. Footnote 750. Ibid, 304, War Department to General John Shee, Superintendent of Indian Trade, May 12, 1807. Ibid, 314, War Department to Jowett, May 19, 1807. Footnote 752. Indian Office, Letter Book B. The letter is unsigned, but probably was written by Dearborn. Varnum took up his new work at Chicago the last of August. The invoice of the household furniture belonging to the factory made on this date by Jowett and Kinsey is still preserved. His predecessors had not made use of the full $200 allowed for this purpose, apparently, for the invoice shows the total original cost of the equipment to have been $142.87. The appraisers estimated the present value of the articles at about 80% of the original cost. The meager equipment included 6 chairs, 1 table, and 1 camp and 2 cot bedsteads, the most prominent items among the kitchen utensils being 2 brass and 4 tin kettles, valued at $15. In 1808, it was decided to establish a factory at Mackinac. Under the impression that Varnum preferred this station to the one at Chicago, the appointment was made, and Matthew Irwin of Philadelphia was designated to succeed Varnum at Chicago. Varnum, too late, protested against his transfer, preferring to remain at Chicago, but the appointment of Irwin had already been made, and it was decided that the arrangement could not be altered. Irwin's salary and subsistence was fixed at $1,165, $200 less than his predecessor had been given. He was expected to proceed to Chicago at once, and to arrive there in time to permit Varnum to open the factory at Mackinac the same season. This plan miscarried, however. Irwin, in charge of a consignment of goods, went as far as Albany. Here the goods were stored, and the factor returned to Philadelphia to pass the winter. In the spring of 1809, he again started for Chicago. His tenure as factor lasted 3 years. The outbreak of war in 1812 terminated the usefulness of the factory for the time being, and Irwin proceeded to wind up its affairs. The stock of furs on hand was sent by vessel to Mackinac, only to fall into the hands of the British. On July 5, Irwin left Chicago, having closed the storehouse and delivered the keys to Dr. Van Voorhis. Footnote 754. Indian Office, Letter Book A, 196, John Mason to Matthew Irwin, August 8, 1808. Letter Book B, 436, War Department to Irwin, May 6, 1809. Footnote 755. Indian Office, Letter Book A, 196, Mason to Irwin, August 8, 1808. Footnote 757. Indian Office, Letter Book 100, 131, Mason to Irwin, February 9, 1813. With the plans for the restoration of the Chicago factory, after the war Irwin was again appointed factor. But before the factory had actually been established, his appointment was changed from Chicago to Green Bay. His was the only incumbency of the latter factory, his service there continuing from its establishment in 1816 to the abandonment of the factory system 6 years later. Irwin returned to Pennsylvania, his native state, where he died in 1845. He was of medium height, well-proportioned, of pleasing deportment, and quite interesting and popular in his address. Footnote 758. For a sketch of Irwin's life, see Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 7, 269-70. From the records of the Department of Indian Trade and the reports of the superintendent printed in the volumes of the American state papers devoted to Indian affairs, considerable information concerning the operations of the Chicago factory can be gleaned. The buildings of the factory cost $1,000, and the value of the furniture prior to the war was placed at $134.31. The operations for the 4-year period ending September 30, 1811, produced a profit of $3,454.24. This favorable showing was due to the fact that the peltries received at the Chicago factory consisted chiefly of hatters' furs on which a profit was made, and shaved deer skins, which deteriorated comparatively little in handling. For the year ending April 1, 1812, the business done at Chicago showed a profit of $1,773.94, a larger gain than for any similar period thus far. At the last mentioned date, the stock on hand amounted to almost $12,500, and the total value of the stock, buildings, peltries, and other assets was $13,727.15. When Fort Dearborn was evacuated in the following August, Captain Heald distributed the merchandise of the factory, amounting in value to more than $6,000, among the Indians. Prior to this, nearly $5,000 worth of peltries and furs had been shipped to Mackinac, all of which, like the peltries belonging to Kinsey and Forsyth, fell into the hands of the British. Together with the loss incurred through debts owed by the Indians or by members of the Fort Dearborn garrison, and the destruction of the buildings and furniture of the factory, the total loss of the Chicago factory was $13,074.47. That the operations of the Chicago factory prior to the War of 1812 were, on the whole, successful, can scarcely be doubted. The realization of a profit from the Indian trade had never entered into the calculations of the founders of the factory system. Yet, as has been shown, a steady profit was realized from the Chicago factory, at least from the year 1807 on. How well the factory fulfilled its primary function of regulating the prices of the private traders is significantly shown by the unconscious testimony of Black Partridge and Pechajo, the latter the brother and successor of Gomo, the head chief of the Illinois River Potawatomis. In 1814, they complained to Thomas Forsyth, who visited them as a representative of the United States Indian Department, of the high prices of goods in the sutler's store at Fort Clark. They pleaded that the United States take pity on them and establish a factory at Fort Clark, and expressed the hope that they would be able to get goods as cheap in this way as they formerly did in the factory at Chicago. At another time, Forsyth himself, than whom no one was more familiar with the conditions affecting the Indian trade in Illinois, stated that no one who bought his goods in this country could sell them as cheaply as the factories. The British traders only could oppose the factories, and this was possible because of their extensive credit and the superior quality of their goods. Illustration: Mrs. Rebecca Heald. From a daguerreotype taken in later life. By courtesy of Mrs. Lillian Heald Richmond, St. Louis, Missouri. From the time of its re-establishment in 1816, the factory was conducted at Chicago until the abolition of the government trading house system in 1822. But the Chicago factory did not acquire during this time the trade and influence enjoyed by the first factory in the period before the War of 1812. The reasons for this failure to recover the old-time influence will be set forth in connection with the consideration of the failure and abolition of the factory system as a whole. We have seen that the system of government trading houses was entered upon as an experiment, and that as such it was renewed from time to time. Congress never abolished the earlier system of licensed private traders and never gave a wholehearted support to the competing system. Herein lay the chief cause of the ultimate failure of the experiment, and here, too, is to be found the principal reason for the limited degree of influence and success achieved by the government trading houses during its continuance. Upon the formation of the American Fur Company by John Jacob Astor, that powerful corporation, operating from Mackinac as a center, undertook to monopolize the Indian trade of the Northwest. There ensued for a few years the most vigorous exploitation of the fur trade which this region ever witnessed. The American Fur Company, in connection with other private traders, was antagonized by the government factory system and consequently left no stone unturned to overthrow it. Partly because of this, but in part from the operation of other factors, to be noted in their place, the trade of the Chicago and Green Bay factories largely disappeared prior to 1820, and it had been decided, in fact, to discontinue them and establish a new one on the St. Peters River when Congress, under the urging of Senator Benton, decided in 1822 to abolish the entire factory system. The system of government trading houses had been established under the influence of a twofold motive. The primary consideration of the government's Indian policy was the maintenance of peace on the frontier. This could best be accomplished by rendering the Indian contented and by freeing him from the influence of foreigners. Not merely his happiness, but his very existence depended upon his securing from the whites those articles which he needed, but which he himself could not produce. And since the private traders took advantage of his weakness and ignorance to exploit him outrageously in the conduct of the Indian trade, it was argued that the welfare of the Indian would be directly promoted, and indirectly the peace of the frontier be conserved, by the establishment of government trading houses upon the principles that have been indicated. The theory underlying the government factory system seemed sound, but in practice, several obstacles to its successful working, powerful enough in the aggregate to cause its abandonment, were encountered. Not until 1816 was an act passed excluding foreigners from the trade, and even then such exceptions were allowed as to render the prohibition of little value. The amount of money devoted to the factory system was never sufficient to permit its extension to more than a small proportion of the tribes. However well conducted the business may have been, this fact alone would have prevented the attainment of the larger measure of benefit that had been anticipated. Footnote 766. See Report of the Committee on Indian Affairs to Congress in 1817 in American State Papers, Indian Affairs, Roman II, 127. Irwin McKenney Correspondence and Report of Jedediah Morse in Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 7, 269 ff. Another and inherent cause of failure lay in the difficulty of public operation of a business, so special and highly complicated in character as the conduct of the Indian trade. Great shrewdness, intimate knowledge of the native character, and a willingness to endure great privations were among the qualifications essential to its successful prosecution. The private trader was at home with the red man, his livelihood depended upon his exertions, and he was free from the moral restraints which governed the conduct of the government factor. Above all, he was his own master, free to adapt his course to the exigencies of the moment. The factor was hampered by regulations prescribed by a superintendent who resided far distant from the Western country. And he, in turn, by a Congress which commonly turned a deaf ear to his repeated appeals for amendment of the act governing the conduct of the trade. The factor's income was assured, regardless of the amount of trade he secured, nor was he affected by losses due to errors of judgment on his part, as was the private trader. Too often he had, at the time of his appointment, no acquaintance with the Indian or with the business put in his charge. To instance a single case, Jacob Varnum at the time of his appointment to the Sandusky factory was a native of rural New England, who had neither asked for nor desired such an appointment. It is doubtful whether he had ever seen an Indian, and he was certainly entirely without mercantile experience. Yet he had for competitors such men as John Kinsey, Thomas Forsyth, and Anton de Champs, men who had spent practically their whole lives in the Indian trade. The goods for the government trade must be bought in the United States, and the peltries secured in its conduct must be sold here. This worked disaster to the enterprise in various ways. From their long experience in supplying the Indian trade, the English had become expert in the production of articles suited to the red man's taste. It was impossible for the government, buying in the United States, to match, in quality and in attractiveness to the Indian, the goods of the Canadian trader. Even if English goods were purchased of American importers, the factory system was handicapped by reason of the higher price which must be paid. On the other hand, the prohibition against the exportation of peltries compelled the superintendent of the trade to dispose of them in the American market. Experience proved that the domestic demand for peltries, particularly for deerskins, did not equal the supply, so that the restriction frequently occasioned financial loss. But there were further restrictions in the Act of 1806, which narrowed the choice of a market even within the United States. That these restrictions would operate to diminish the business, and accordingly the influence of the government trading houses, is obvious. Footnote 767. Report of the Superintendent of Indian Trade, January 16, 1809, American State Papers, Indian Affairs, I. 756. For the Act of 1806, see Annals of Congress, 9th Congress, 1st Session, 1280-790. Another group of restrictions worked injury to the factory system through their failure to accommodate the habits and desires of the Indian. To trade with the government, the Indian must come to the factory. The private trader took his goods to the Indian. The red man was notably lacking in prudence and thrift, and was careless and heedless of the future. He was, too, a migratory being, his winters being devoted to the annual hunt, which frequently carried him several hundred miles away from his summer residence. Before setting out on such a hunt, he must secure a suitable equipment of supplies. Since he never had money accumulated, this must be obtained on credit and be paid for with the proceeds of the ensuing winter's hunt. The factor was prohibited, for the most part, from extending such credit. The private trader willingly granted it, and furthermore he frequently followed the Indian on his hunt to collect his pay as fast as the furs were taken. In such cases, as the factor did extend credit to the Indian, the private trader often succeeded in wheedling him out of the proceeds of his hunt, leaving him nothing with which to discharge his debt to the factor. The greatest advantage, perhaps, enjoyed by the private trader involved at the same time the most disgraceful feature connected with the Indian trade. From the first association of the Indian with the white race, his love of liquor proved his greatest curse. The literature of the subject abounds in narrations of this weakness, and the unscrupulous way in which the white man took advantage of it. For liquor the Indian would barter his all. It constituted an indispensable part of the trader's outfit, and all of the government's prohibitions against its use in the Indian trade were in vain, as had been those of the French and British governments before it. The Indians themselves realized their fatal weakness, but although they frequently protested against the bringing of liquor to them, they were powerless to overcome it. The factor had no whiskey for the Indian, and consequently the private trader secured his trade. The remedy for this state of affairs is obvious. Either the government should have monopolized the Indian trade, at the same time extending the factory system to supply its demands, or else the factory system should have been abandoned and the trade left entirely to private individuals under suitable governmental regulation. The former course had been urged upon Congress at various times, but no disposition to adopt it had ever been manifested. The time had now arrived to adopt the other alternative. Soon after Thomas Hart Benton entered the Senate, he urged upon Calhoun, then Secretary of War, the abolition of the factory system. Calhoun's opinion of the Superintendent of Indian Trade, Thomas L. McKenney, was such that he did not credit Benton's charges of gross mismanagement, and accordingly he refused to countenance the proposition. This refusal led Benton to make an assault upon the system in the Senate. In this, two advantages favored his success. As the inhabitant of a frontier state, he was presumed to have personal knowledge of the abuses of the system he was attacking, and as a member of the Committee on Indian Affairs, he was specially charged with the legislative oversight of matters pertaining to the Indians. Footnote 769. For the debate, see Annals of Congress, 17th Congress, First Session, I. 317 ff. For the documents, see American State Papers, Indian Affairs, Roman II, Passim. Benton believed and labored to show that the original purpose of the government trading houses had been lost sight of, that the administration of the system had been marked by stupidity and fraud, that the East had been preferred to the West by the Superintendent of Indian Trade in making purchases and sales. In short, that the factory system constituted a great abuse, the continued maintenance of which was desired only by those private interests which found a profit therein. In view of all the circumstances of the situation, his conclusion that the government trading houses should be abolished was probably wise, but the reasons on which he based this conclusion were largely erroneous. His information was gained from such men as Ramsay Crooks, then, and for long years, a leader in the councils of the American Fur Company. This organization had a direct interest in the overthrow of the factory system. Its estimate of the value of the latter was about as disingenuous as would be the opinion today of the leader of a liquor dealers' organization of the merits of the Prohibition Party. In view of the charges of Crooks, it is pertinent to inquire why, if the factory system was so innocuous, the American Fur Company was so eager to destroy it. And if a monopoly of the fur trade was so repugnant to the sense of fairness, why was Crooks willing to see his company replace the government of the United States in the enjoyment of that monopoly? Benton's charge of fraud on the part of the superintendent and the factors failed to convince the majority of the senators who spoke in the debate, and the student of the subject today must conclude that the evidence does not sustain them. There was more truth in his charges with respect to unwise management of the enterprise, but for this Congress, rather than the superintendent and factors, was primarily responsible. It is evident, too, that in spite of his claim to speak from personal knowledge, Benton might well have been better informed about the subject of the Indian trade. One of his principal charges concerned the unsuitability of the articles selected for it by the superintendent, but the list of items which he read to support this charge but partially supported his contention. Upon one item, 8 gross of Jews' harps, the orator fairly exhausted his powers of sarcasm and invective. Yet a fuller knowledge of the subject under discussion would have spared him this effort. Ramsay Crooks could have informed him that Jews' harps were a well-known article of the Indian trade. Only a year before this tirade was delivered, the American Fur Company had supplied a single trader with 4 gross of these articles for his winter's trade on the Mississippi. Footnote 771. Annals of Congress, 17th Congress, First Session, I. 319. Footnote 772. American Fur Company invoices of goods sold to traders, MSS in the Detroit Public Library. For similar invoices, see Wisconsin Historical Collections, Xi 377-79, Michigan Pioneer Collections, Roman 37, 309-11. Mr. Louis Beeson of Niles, Michigan, has several dozen Jews' harps in his collection of relics from the site of Old Fort St. Joseph. Although Benton's charges so largely failed of substantiation, yet the Senate approved his motion for the abolition of the factory system. The reasons for this action are evident from the debate. Even his colleagues on the Committee of Indian Affairs did not accept Benton's charges of maladministration. They reported the bill for the abolition of the trading house system, in part because of their objections to the system itself. it had never been extended to more than a fraction of the Indians on the frontier. To extend it to all of them would necessitate a largely increased capital and would result in a multiplication of the obstacles already encountered on a small scale. The complicated nature of the Indian trade was such that only individual enterprise and industry was fitted to conduct it with success. Finally, the old argument which had been wielded against the initiation of the system, that it was not a proper governmental function, was employed. The trade should be left to individuals, the government limiting itself to regulating properly their activities. Footnote 773. See, for example, the arguments of Johnson and Lowry, Annals of Congress, 17th Congress, First Session, I. 339-44. Benton's method of abolishing the factory system exhibited as little evidence of statesmanship as did that employed by Jackson in his more famous enterprise of destroying the Second United States Bank. In 1818, Calhoun, as Secretary of War, had been directed by Congress to propose a plan for the abolition of the trading house system. In his report, he pointed out that two objects should be held in view in winding up its affairs: to sustain as little loss as possible, and to withdraw from the trade gradually in order that the place vacated by the government might be filled by others with as little disturbance as practicable. Neither of these considerations was heeded by Benton. He succeeded in so changing the bill for the abolition of the system as to provide that the termination of its affairs should be consummated within a scant 2 months, and by another set of men than the factors and superintendent. That considerable loss should be incurred in winding up such a business was inevitable. Calhoun's suggestions would have minimized this as much as possible. Benton's plan caused the maximum of loss to the government and of confusion to the Indian trade. According to a report made to Congress in 1824 on the abolition of the factory system, a loss of over 50% of the capital stock was sustained. Footnote 775. Annals of Congress, 17th Congress, First Session, I. 318, 351, 354. The Journal of Jacob Varnum sheds some light upon the losses sustained at the Chicago factory by reason of the operation of Benton's amendments. Varnum relates that A. B. Lindsay, a hanger-on about the offices for an appointment for years, superseded him in charge of the factory. After remaining in Chicago as long as his instructions would permit without making any sale or collecting the debts, he packed all the goods and shipped them to Detroit, where they were again offered for sale, and were finally auctioned off without a guarantee of any kind as to payment. They sold at good prices. The purchasers, not intending to pay, were indifferent as to the prices offered, and, what was foreseen in Detroit, no satisfaction of value was received by the government, and Lindsay, a man without a single business qualification, got credit for the prompt and satisfactory manner with which he had closed the business, and subsequently received an appointment in the Customs Service. These statements, coming from an interested source, should of course be subjected to due scrutiny, but in at least one respect they receive confirmation from Lindsay himself. In 1823, in the course of a congressional investigation into the closing up of the Indian trading houses, under cross-examination at the hands of McKenney, the deposed superintendent, Lindsay stated that he had never been engaged in the Indian trade, and that he did not know the proper weight of a 3-point Northwest blanket, nor what its dimensions should be. It further appears from the financial statement rendered by him that though the property at Chicago invoiced nearly $16,000, he turned over to the government less than $1,250 in cash. The two principal items in his account, consisting, in round numbers, of bills receivable to the amount of $5,000 and losses on sales of $7,000. The failure of the trading house system constitutes but one chapter in the long and sorrowful story of the almost total failure of the government of the United States to realize in practice its good intentions toward the Indians. The factory system was entered upon from motives of prudence and humanity. That it was productive of beneficial results cannot be successfully disputed. That it failed to achieve the measure of benefit to the red race, and the white for which its advocates had hoped, must be attributed by the student, as it was by Calhoun, not to a want of dependence on the part of the Indians on commercial supplies, but to defects in the system itself, or in its administration. The fatal error arose from the timidity of the government. Instead of monopolizing the field of the Indian trade, it entered upon it as the competitor of the private trader. Since its agents could not stoop to the practices to which the latter resorted, the failure of the experiment was a foregone conclusion. Yet it did not follow from this failure that with a monopoly of the field, the government would not have rendered better service to the public than did the private traders. Lacking the courage of its convictions, it permitted the failure of perhaps the most promising experiment for the amelioration of the condition of the red man upon which it has ever embarked. Chapter 14. War and the Plague. Almost a dozen years had passed since the coming of Captain Bradley's troops to Chicago to plant again the banner of civilization on the spot where savagery had triumphed in 1812, and nearly half as many since the garrison had been withdrawn from Fort Dearborn in 1823, when the humdrum quiet of the little settlement was broken by new rumors of war. 2 Indian wars and a visitation of war's twin scourge of humanity, the plague, coming in quick succession, served to relieve the monotony of life at Chicago during the next few years. The first of the Indian outbreaks, the Winnebago War, occasioned little actual fighting, but it filled the frontier settlements with alarm, caused the movement of several hundred soldiers, many of them for hundreds of miles, and was concluded by a formal treaty between the United States and the disaffected tribes. That it was not attended by more bloodshed was due to the prompt display by the government of an overwhelming military force which awed the red man into submission. Driven to desperation by the encroachments and aggressions of the whites, and encouraged, possibly, by the removal of the garrisons from Chicago and Prairie du Chien, the Winnebagos in the summer of 1827 were in a mood for war. The first outbreak occurred on the upper Mississippi toward the end of June. A keelboat, returning from a trip to Fort Snelling with provisions for the garrison at Fort Crawford, was attacked by the Winnebagos near the mouth of the Bad Axe River. On the same day, a murderous assault was made upon the family of a Canadian half-breed named Gagnier, living a short distance from Prairie du Chien. The nature of the immediate provocation for the attack upon the keelboat is a matter of dispute. The assault upon the family of Gagnier, however, was deliberately planned by a band of Winnebagos, which had suffered great indignities at the hands of the whites. The leaders of the band deliberated over their wrongs and resolved to enforce the native law of retaliation. The choice of the agent to commit the act fell upon Redbird, a chief who was beloved by the Indians and respected and admired by the whites. Noted for his friendly disposition toward the whites, Redbird undertook the commission of his band with the intention of pretending to fulfill it and reporting to his tribe that he had been unable to find a victim. Footnote 780. On these events see Wisconsin Historical Collections, Passam. This plan, unfortunately, miscarried. Being upbraided for his conduct and taunted as a coward, Redbird resolved to redeem his reputation and set out for Prairie du Chien, accompanied by Weckow and a third Indian, determined to execute his commission in grim earnest. The chance presence of an old trader at the house of Mr. Lockwood, which the party first visited, caused them to refrain from committing there the intended violence. Crossing the prairie, they came to the house of Gagnier, about 3 miles from the town. Here they found the husband, his wife, a babe of 11 months, and a discharged soldier named Lipcap. The presence of the visitors at first excited no particular comment. They asked for food, and Mrs. Gagnier had turned to provide it when the bloody work began. Gagnier was shot by Redbird and Lipcap by the third Indian, while Mrs. Gagnier engaged in a struggle with Weckow in which she succeeded in wresting from him his gun. He turned and ran, and she pursued him, but overcome by excitement or fear, and finding herself powerless to fire the gun, she made her way to the village and gave the alarm. Meanwhile, Weckow again entered the cabin and scalped the babe, apparently executing the horrible task with deliberation in order to secure as much hair with the scalp as possible. When a posse arrived from Prairie du Chien, the murderers had departed. The babe was still alive and, strangely enough, recovered from its ghastly wounds and grew to womanhood. In the same month of June, 1827, Governor Cass and Colonel Thomas L. McKenney were sent to negotiate on behalf of the United States a treaty with the Winnebagos and other tribes of Wisconsin respecting the boundaries which had been provided for in the Treaty of Prairie du Chien of 1825. On reaching Butte des Morts on Fox River, the place designated for the council, the commissioners found but a single band of Winnebagos represented, and learned at the same time of the hostile disposition of the tribe and of the outrages committed on the Mississippi. Footnote 783. Smith, Life and Times of Lewis Cass, 185. Young, Life of General Cass, 93. Schoolcraft, Personal Memoirs, 265-67. In this emergency, Cass decided on a bold and energetic course. Leaving the camp at Butte des Morts in charge of Colonel McKenney, he himself set out in a large canoe manned by a dozen boatmen for the seat of trouble. The route to Prairie du Chien led through the midst of the disaffected tribe. In his descent of the Wisconsin River, Cass came upon the Winnebago encampment. Undaunted by the manifest signs of hostility which were displayed on his approach, he landed and harangued the savages and persuaded them to smoke the calumet. As he turned to leave, a young brave sought to assassinate him, but the attempt was frustrated by an older man striking his gun aside. Footnote 784. Cass's Tripsy Schoolcraft, Personal Memoirs, 266, Smith, Cass, 185-90, Young, Cass, 93-96. Hubbard, Life, 150-51, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman II, 166, 330, v. 156-57. On reaching Prairie du Chien on the morning of July 4, Cass did what he could to encourage the terrified settlers, who were gathered in the abandoned Fort Crawford in momentary expectation of an attack, and took into the service of the United States the impromptu military company which had been organized. He then passed quickly down to Galena, the center of the lead mining district. The news from Prairie du Chien of the Indian hostilities had spread terror and dismay among the miners, who with one accord fled in wildest panic to Galena. The roads were lined with men, women, and children in momentary fear of the dread tomahawk or scalping knife, and the encampment of the fugitives on Apple River on the first night of the alarm was said to have extended 4 miles and numbered 3,000 persons. Such was the state of confusion and panic when Cass arrived at Galena on July 6. Quickly enrolling a company of riflemen, it was dispatched on a keelboat for Prairie du Chien, while Cass's canoemen sped onward in the opposite direction to carry the news to St. Louis and set the regulars under General Atkinson's command at Jefferson Barracks in motion. The destination was reached in record time, and soon Atkinson, at the head of 700 troops, was proceeding up the Mississippi River by steamer to the scene of hostilities. Footnote 785. For the occurrences at Prairie du Chien, see James H. Lockwood's Narrative, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman II, 157 ff. Footnote 787. On the rapidity of Cass's descent of the Mississippi, see Young, Cass, 96. Smith, Cass, 189-90. Schoolcraft says, Personal Memoirs, 267, that the entire circuit from Butte des Morts to St. Louis and back again by way of the Illinois River and Chicago was made in an incredible short space of time. Instead of returning with the regulars, Cass and his party ascended the Illinois River to Chicago. Fortunately for them, heavy rains had raised the Des Plaines to such a height that it was possible to pass up it and across the portage to Chicago without disembarking from the canoe. In the course of this passage, nightfall overtook the party in Mud Lake. Fearful of staving a hole in their birch bark canoe, the boatmen anchored it by thrusting their paddles into the mud on either side. In this dreary spot, tormented by mosquitoes, and with the rain descending in torrents to the accompaniment of intense thunder and lightning, the future senator, cabinet officer, and presidential candidate passed the hot July night. The arrival of Cass at Chicago the following morning has been described by Gurdon S. Hubbard, who chanced to be in Chicago at this time, at the home of his friend, John Kinsey. The inmates of the household were at breakfast when the sound of the Canadian boat song was heard, faintly at first, but gradually growing louder. Kinsey recognized the leading voice as that of his nephew, Robert Forsyth, private secretary to Governor Cass, and made his way to the front porch, followed by the rest of the company. Looking up the river, they beheld Cass's canoe bearing rapidly down upon them, the boatmen keeping time with their paddles to the music of the song. It was soon at hand, and during the brief stay which Cass made, the Chicagoans learned for the first time of the outbreak of war and the outrages on the Mississippi. They learned, also, the reason of the unusual conduct of Bigfoot's band of Indians at Chicago a few days before. The buildings of the abandoned Fort Dearborn were at this time under the custody of the Indian agent, Dr. Alexander Walcott. With his family, he was living in one of them, while the others were occupied by several French and American families. The annual payment to the Potawatomis had drawn to Chicago a large number of Indians. Upon receiving their annuity, all had departed except a portion of Bigfoot's band, who lived at the modern Lake Geneva. In the night following the payment, during a violent storm of wind and rain, the soldiers' barracks were struck by lightning and destroyed, together with the storehouse and a portion of the guardhouse. Footnote 788. Hubbard, Life, 150-51, Caldwell and Chaboney in Fergus Historical Series, number 10, 4146, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 7, 341-43. The alarm of fire soon roused the little settlement, and men and women to the number of about 40 turned out. The barracks and storehouse were seen to be doomed, and so the attention was devoted to saving the remaining structures. Robert Kinsey, wrapped in a wet blanket, mounted to the roof of the guardhouse, which was already on fire, while the others formed a line to the river along which water was passed to him in buckets and other available utensils. Despite his burns and the danger he ran, Kinsey maintained his position until, about dawn, the fire was subdued. During all this time, Bigfoot's followers idly viewed the struggle, ignoring the appeals made to them for assistance. The next day they started for their homes, but the subject of their strange behavior furnished food for discussion at Chicago, until the information brought by Cass a few days later explained it and their disaffection. With the departure of Cass, the inhabitants of Chicago assembled for consultation. It was determined to send the chiefs, Chabona and Billy Caldwell, to Bigfoot's village to gather information concerning the plans of the Winnebagos and the intentions of Bigfoot's band. The friendly chiefs at once departed upon their mission. On reaching Lake Geneva, they separated. Caldwell secreted himself near the town, while Chabona entered it, and was promptly imprisoned on the charge of being a spy and a friend of the Americans. This he denied, pretending that having heard of the threatened hostilities with the whites he had come to take counsel with Bigfoot's followers concerning the course of his own people. By dint of argument and dissimulation, he finally obtained permission to return, accompanied by a number of Bigfoot's band, to his village. Both Caldwell and Chabona separately made their way back to Chicago and reported the result of their mission. Their report plunged the settlement into a state of panic akin to that which had earlier seized upon the inhabitants of Prairie du Chien and Galena. A consultation was held, in the course of which Hubbard suggested that a messenger be sent to the settlements on the Wabash for assistance. Volunteers for this service were called for, but no one except Hubbard himself appeared desirous of undertaking it. Against his going, the objection was raised that in his absence no one else could control the voyageurs, most of whom were in his employ. Notwithstanding this, it was finally decided that Hubbard should go. He left Chicago in the afternoon and reached Danville, 120 miles away, on the following day, having changed mounts about midnight at his trading house on the Iroquois River. The news of his mission was spread abroad, and a force of 50 men or more was quickly raised to march to the relief of Chicago. Before starting, 5 days' rations were cooked. Many of the volunteers were without horses of their own. Most of these were supplied with mounts by neighbors who were to stay at home, but the number of horses available was insufficient to supply all the men and 5 set forth on foot. In other respects, the company's equipment was even more inadequate. The food supply was insufficient, and the arms were most heterogeneous in character. Squirrel rifles, flintlocks, old muskets, or anything like a gun that could be found had been seized, and some of the men had no guns at all. The latter, as well as those whose arms were insufficient, were supplied by Hubbard, who also issued flour and salt pork from his trading house on the Iroquois River. Footnote 791, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Narrative of Hezekiah Cunningham in Fergus Historical Series, number 10, 47 ff. Cunningham, who was a member of the Danville Company which marched to Chicago, says it numbered 50 men, while Hubbard gives the number as 100. The march to Chicago was completed, after numerous vicissitudes, near the close of the fourth day. The Vermilion River was up, running bank full and with a strong current. The men in saddles were taken across in a canoe, and an effort was made to compel the horses to swim. When the force of the current struck them, however, they would circle about and return to the bank. Provoked at the delay, Hubbard mounted Old Charlie, a large, steady-going horse, and plunged in, the other horses being driven in after him. In the swift current, Charlie became unmanageable when Hubbard dismounted on the upper side and, seizing him by the mane with one hand and swimming with the other, guided him toward the opposite shore. During the march, rain fell most of the time. The condition of the streams and the intervening country compelled some of the footmen to turn back, and 2 of the men with horses also abandoned the expedition. The company reached Chicago in the midst of a tremendous thunderstorm. The welcome extended by the settlers, who had been in momentary expectation of an attack, was naturally most hearty. If the narrator's reminiscences may be trusted, a touch of genuine burlesque was now added to the warlike scenes of the last few days. During Hubbard's absence, the settlers had organized a military company composed of a few Americans interspersed among a considerable number of Canadian half-breeds. The former, perceiving that the Danville Company was a better-looking crowd than their own, proposed to abandon their associates and join it. This feeling stirred up a quarrel, but the officers quelled the disturbance, and the discontented men remained with their own command. The Danville Company remained at Chicago a number of days, keeping guard day and night, until news arrived from Green Bay that a treaty of peace had been made with the Winnebagos. In their joy over the good news, the citizens brought forth barrels of whiskey and other liquors, and a general drinking bout ensued. Thus hilariously ended Chicago's part in the Winnebago War. Its speedy and bloodless conclusion was due primarily to the energetic measures of Governor Cass. From Chicago, he had passed up the western shore of Lake Michigan to Green Bay, and entering the Fox River had come again to the place of council at Butte des Morts, after a circuit of 1,800 miles. The prompt movement of troops from every direction upon the country of the Winnebagos quickly convinced them of the hopelessness of resistance. From Jefferson Barracks, Fort Snelling, and Fort Howard, detachments of regulars converged upon the disaffected tribesmen, while a force of volunteers from Galena under General Dodge marched overland toward the Wisconsin Portage. On August 11, Cass concluded with the tribes concerned the Treaty of Butte des Morts, which settled, for the time being, the boundary questions which had grown out of the Treaty of Prairie du Chien of 1825. Although the Winnebagos were parties to the treaty, the liberty was reserved by the United States of punishing the perpetrators of the recent outrages and exacting from them guarantees of good conduct in the future. Footnote 792. Treaties between the United States of America and the several Indian tribes, from 1778 to 1837, 412-15. The treaty concluded, Cass returned to Detroit, while the military continued its task of running down the culprits wanted. On September 1, the troops from Fort Howard, under command of Major Whistler, encamped at the Fox, Wisconsin Portage. The following day, 3 separate messages arrived from the hostile Winnebago encampment announcing that the murderers, Weckow and Redbird, would be surrendered the day after, and begging the military not to strike. The murders at Prairie du Chien had been committed deliberately in accordance with the Indian law of retaliation. From their standpoint, the murderers had perpetrated no crime, but had performed a meritorious and public-spirited act. Yet now that the white man's armies were at hand, they voluntarily surrendered themselves to save their countrymen from further punishment. Footnote 793. Thomas L. McKenney's narrative, Wisconsin Historical Collections, v. 178 ff. About noon of the following day, a body of Indians was descried approaching Whistler's camp. As they drew nearer, the voice of Redbird singing his death song could be heard. The military was drawn out in line to receive the delegation, and a dramatic ceremony ensued. On the right and slightly advanced was the band of musicians. In front of the center, at a distance of a few paces, stood the murderers. Redbird and Weckow, on their right and left, forming a semicircular group, were the Winnebagos who had accompanied them. All eyes were fixed on the magnificent figure of Redbird. 6 feet in height, erect and perfectly proportioned, his very fingers models of beauty. On his face the most noble and winning expression. His every movement imbued with grace and stateliness. his dress of barbaric splendor, consisting of a suit of white deer skin appropriately fringed and decorated, and over the breast and back a fold of scarlet cloth. No wonder he seemed to the spectators, even of the hostile race, a prince born to command and worthy to be obeyed. The effect of Redbird's presence was heightened by the contrast, in all outward respects, presented by the miserable Wekau. Meager cold dirty in his person, and dress-crooked in form like the starved wolf, gaunt, hungry, and bloodthirsty. His entire appearance accorded with the conception of a fiend who could scalp a babe in the cradle. Redbird stood erect without moving a muscle or altering the expression on his face. The music having ceased and all being seated except the speakers, the latter began their address. Its substance was that two of the murderers had voluntarily surrendered themselves in response to the white man's demand. As their friends, they had come in with them, and hoped their white brothers would agree to accept the horses they had brought in satisfaction of the offense. They asked kind treatment for their friends, and urged that they should not be put in irons. The spokesman for the whites replied with much advice, which was doubtless excellent from the white man's point of view. They were told that the prisoners should be tried by the same laws as the white man, and the promise was given that for the present they should not be put in irons. At the conclusion of the harangue, Redbird stood up facing Major Whistler. In physique and bearing, the latter the same magnificent athlete who had bested the champion of the natives in the Fort Dearborn foot race a score of years before was a worthy representative of his race. After a moment's pause, the words, "I am ready," came from the lips of Redbird. Advancing a step or two, he paused, saying, "I do not wish to be put in irons. Let me be free. I have given away my life." It is gone, stooping and taking some dust between his fingers and thumb and blowing it away like that. "I would not take it back. It is gone." Throwing his hands behind him to indicate that he was leaving all things behind, he marched briskly up to Major Whistler, breast to breast. A platoon wheeled backward from the center of the line of soldiery. Whistler stepped aside. Redbird and Wekau marched through the line and were conducted by a file of men to a tent prepared for them in the rear, and the ceremony was concluded. The fate of Redbird may quickly be told. Together with 7 others of his tribe who had surrendered themselves to the whites, he was taken to Prairie du Chien and imprisoned to await trial on the charge of murder. Their imprisonment was regarded by the Indians as a punishment worse than death itself. Redbird bore his confinement hardly and at length sickened and died. Wekau and another of his associates were finally brought to trial in September 1828. They were found guilty and sentenced to be hung on December 26, but before the time set for the execution arrived, both were pardoned by President Adams. The other prisoners were discharged for lack of evidence to convict them. Footnote 794, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Xi 366-68, Roman 8 264-65. Smith, History of Wisconsin, 1, 250-51. Although the Winnebago War was thus easily ended, it was not without important consequences. The Indians had been cowed, but not conciliated. The original cause for their dissatisfaction had not been removed, the aggressions of the lead miners continued, and the specter of white domination still menaced them as before the uprising. The confinement and death of Redbird, whom they believed to have been poisoned by the Americans, did not tend to alleviate their dissatisfaction, while the withdrawal of the troops after the brief summer campaign of 1827 emboldened them again. At the close of the year 1827, Joseph Street, the Indian agent at Prairie du Chien, reported to Governor Edwards of Illinois that the Winnebagoes were greatly dissatisfied and would, in his opinion, resist the execution of Redbird if they could induce any other tribe to join them. The following spring news was carried to the British post at Drummond's Island, to which place many of the American Indians resorted annually for presents, that several of the Northwestern tribes were planning an uprising against the Americans. Footnote 795. Speech of Neacante at Drummond's Island, June 30, 1828, Michigan Pioneer Collections, Roman 23, 146. To restrain the dissatisfied tribes between Lake Michigan and the Mississippi by the presence of an adequate military force, it was determined permanently to regarrison Fort Crawford and Fort Dearborn. and in addition to establish a new post at the Wisconsin Portage. 2. The latter was given the name of Fort Winnebago, and its garrison muster rolls during the next few years contain the names of many men who later won national fame and reputation. Our primary interest, however, is centered in Chicago. On October 3, 1828, after an interval of 5 years, Fort Dearborn was reoccupied by a regular garrison of about 60 men, comprising companies and I of the 5th Infantry under command of Major John Fowle. The 5th Regiment had been stationed at Jefferson Barracks prior to the Winnebago outbreak. In connection with the general shifting of troops and the re-establishment of garrisons occasioned by that trouble, to which allusion has already been made, the garrisons at Sault Ste. Marie, Mackinac, and Fort Howard, consisting of detachments of the 2nd Infantry, were moved down the lakes to Fort Gratiot and Fort Niagara, while the 5th Regiment relieved the 2nd in garrisoning the places named, and in addition sent 2 companies to reoccupy Fort Dearborn. The latter probably came up the Illinois River route. The remaining 8 companies moved up from St. Louis by way of the Wisconsin and Fox Rivers, with the expectation that the march of so large a body of soldiery through the heart of their territory would produce a quieting effect upon the minds of the Winnebago and other tribes. Footnote 799. Among others may be mentioned Jefferson Davis, David E. Twiggs, William J. Worth, E. V. Summer, and E. Kirby Smith. See on this the history of Fort Winnebago in Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 14, 75 ff. Footnote 800. Drennan Papers, Fort Dearborn Post Returns, October, 1828. Footnote 801. Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 14, 70. Wentworth Early Chicago, 27. Footnote 802. On the movement of the troops see Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 14, 70. Wentworth Early Chicago, 27. Statement of General Hunter in Hurlbut, Chicago Antiquities, 490. For 2½ years companies, and I of the 5th Infantry continued to garrison Fort Dearborn. Major Fowle remained in command until December 1830, when he was granted 6 months' leave of absence and Lieutenant Hunter succeeded to the command. He later became prominent in his profession, and during the Civil War rose to the rank of Major General. At this time, he was a West Point graduate of 8 years' standing, who since his arrival at Fort Dearborn in the autumn of 1829 had wooed and married Maria Indiana, the daughter of John Kinsey. Captain Martin Scott, another member of the little group of officers in this period, was noted for his eccentricities. He was famous for his skill as a marksman and passionately fond of hunting. Probably because of this trait, he maintained a numerous array of dogs. Both Scott and Hunter had been stationed at Fort Snelling, where each acquired a reputation for firmness, not to say obstinacy, in adhering to views which had once been formed. Upon one occasion, they determined to find out by actual experiment which could abstain the longer from eating. At the end of 2 days, Scott surrendered unconditionally. It was the general opinion of the garrison that Hunter would have perished rather than yield. Footnote 803. For an intimate characterization of Captain Scott C. Van Cleve, 70 years and 10, chapter Roman 3. Notwithstanding the scare which had caused the regarrisoning of Fort Dearborn, the months passed into years without any occasion for the actual services of the soldiers arising. In the spring of 1831, the fort was again abandoned, the garrison being ordered to Green Bay. Less than a year later, however, Major Whistler, who had seen the first Fort Dearborn built in 1803, was ordered from Fort Niagara to Chicago with 2 companies of the 2nd Infantry. He arrived on June 17, 1832, and for the 3rd time since its rebuilding, less than a score of years before, Fort Dearborn housed a garrison. The order for its reoccupation was issued in February, but before Whistler's force arrived the Black Hawk War had begun, and Chicago and Fort Dearborn were crowded with panic-stricken settlers. The disaffected sack leader. Black Hawk, on April 6, at the head of 500 warriors and their squaws and children, had crossed the Mississippi River and begun the invasion of the state of Illinois. Therewith began for Illinois her last Indian War, and for Chicago and Fort Dearborn, a period of excitement and activity on a greater scale than the place had ever known. Footnote 804. Wentworth, Early Chicago, 30. An account of the breaking up of the garrison is given by Mrs. Kinsey in Wow Bun, Chaps, Roman 23 and Roman 24. The Black Hawk War constitutes one of the saddest chapters in all the long story of the spoliation of the red race at the hands of the white. Notable for the number of men of national prominence in American history who participated in it, it is no less notable for the blundering and unworthy course pursued by the whites, first in bringing it on and second in waging it to a conclusion. The names of two presidents of the United States, Abraham Lincoln and Zachary Taylor, of the only president of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis, of a presidential candidate, and for a full generation the most notable soldier in America, Winfield Scott. Of senators and governors and generals in profusion: A. C. Dodge, Henry Dodge, John Reynolds, George W. Jones, Sidney Breese, Henry Atkinson, Albert Sidney Johnston, Joseph E. Johnston, David E. Twiggs, S. P. Heintzelman, John A. McClelland, E. D. Baker, William S. Harney, and Robert Anderson, among others, furnish ample evidence that no other Indian war in American history was participated in by so many notable men. Footnote 806. This list of participants is drawn from the Drennan Papers, Fort Dearborn Post Returns, and Stevens' Black Hawk War Passum. The history of the war may be found in many places, and the design of the present narrative is limited to a recital of it from the point of view of its bearing upon Chicago and the results for Chicago's development which proceeded from it. Black Hawk had planned his return to Illinois under the belief that the Winnebagos, Potawatomis, and other tribes, and even the British, would ally with him against the Americans. Before the actual crossing, he was partly disabused of this idea, but only in part. His immediate purpose was to raise a crop of corn on Rock River with the Winnebagos of that locality and prepare for active warfare in the fall. This design was frustrated by the action of the whites. Governor Reynolds promptly called out the Illinois militia, and early in May 4 regiments, numbering 1,600 men, accompanied by Governor Reynolds himself, were at Fort Armstrong, ready to cooperate with the small force of regulars under Atkinson in the pursuit and overthrow of Black Hawk's band. Footnote 807. Many contemporary narratives are printed in the volumes of the Wisconsin Historical Collections. For the most part, they should be used with discrimination. For a sane and useful brief account of the war, Seathwaite's Story of the Black Hawk War. In Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 12, 217-65. Stevens' Black Hawk War is a detailed and valuable narrative. In using it, due allowance must be made for the author's too evident anti-Indian bias. Meanwhile, Black Hawk had learned in a council with the Potawatomis that while Bigfoot and some others were hot for war, the bands of Shabbona and Wabansia were determined to remain at peace with the whites. The news of Black Hawk's incursion spread rapidly among the scattered settlements, carrying in its train confusion and panic. Many of the settlers abandoned their homes and fled for protection to the larger settlements. Some left the country never to return. Others gathered for mutual protection within rude stockade forts, which were hastily improvised. On May 14, an advance division of the pursuing army under Major Stillman encountered Black Hawk and a small number of his warriors, and in the engagement that ensued the whites sustained a disgraceful defeat. The raw Illinois militiamen, filled with zeal for the killing of Indians, rushed headlong into the contest, regardless of the efforts of their officers to restrain them. Although they outnumbered the Indians in the proportion of 8 or 10 to 1, their flight, upon receiving the first fire of the latter, was no less precipitate. For all but a handful, who fell fighting bravely to cover the retreat, the flight continued to Dixon's Ferry, 25 miles away, and many did not pause even here, but pressed madly on to their homes. Footnote 810. On the Battle of Stillman's Run, see Ibid. Roman 12, 236-30, Stevens, Op. Cit. Chap. Roman 19. Footnote 811. Stillman's force numbered 341 men. Black Hawk stated that he had 40 followers, and Reynolds credited him with not to exceed 50 or 60. Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 12, 235-237. In comparison with the panic which ensued upon the news of Stillman's overthrow, the earlier panic of the settlers, from which they had already recovered in a measure, seemed trivial. The terror, excited by the exaggerated stories of the militia, spread consternation, not only throughout the frontier immediately affected, but eastward into Indiana and southern Michigan. Rumor multiplied many-fold the number of Black Hawk's followers. From Dixon's Ferry, on the day after the defeat of Stillman, Governor Reynolds, by the light of a solitary candle, penned a call for 2,000 more volunteers. Shabona and his friends, at the risk of their own lives, set forth to warn the settlers of their danger. Most of them fled to cover. At Chicago, where the citizens had organized a militia company early in May, the whole surrounding population gathered within Fort Dearborn, with 200 armed men on guard. Yet in the terror of the first panic, an appeal was dispatched to the acting governor of Michigan for assistance. Footnote 812. Ibid, Roman 12, 238-40, Begg's Early History of the West and Northwest, 97 ff. Footnote 813. For a semi-humorous account of the panic in southwestern Michigan, see Henry Little. A History of the Black Hawk War in 1832, in Michigan Pioneer Collections, v. 152 ff. On the scare in Indiana, see, e.g., History of Johnson County, Indiana, 126 ff. Footnote 815. Ibid, 148, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 1239, Matson, Memories of Shabina, 114 ff. Footnote 816. The muster roll of the Chicago Company is printed in Wentworth, Early Chicago, 6465. For the appeal to the acting governor of Michigan for assistance, see letter of Thomas Owen, Indian agent at Chicago, May 21, 1832, printed in the New York Mercury, June 6, 1832. Of the scenes of wild confusion and fear which attended the flight of the settlers to Chicago and other points, and the hardships endured at Chicago, a graphic description has been left by one of the participants. Reverend Stephen R. Beggs. He had recently settled at Plainfield, Illinois, when the inhabitants came flying from Fox River through great fear of their much-dreaded enemy. They came with their cattle and horses, some bareheaded and others barefooted, crying, "The Indians! The Indians!" Those of the adjoining settlements who were able fled with all speed for Danville, only a few of the men remaining behind to look after their property as best they might. Some friendly Indians shortly came to allay their fears, but believing them to be hostile, without allowing them an opportunity to explain, the settlers mounted horses and fled after those who had gone before. The Indians pursued, seeking vainly to correct the mistake, but this served only to increase the terror of the whites. The residents of Plainfield at first determined to defend themselves. The house of Beggs was turned into a fort, the outbuildings being torn down to furnish logs for the construction of a breastwork. Here 125 people, old and young, assembled. Ammunition was scarce, however, and they had but 4 guns among them. As the next best means of defense, a supply of axes, hoes, forks, and clubs was requisitioned. A few days later, the Chicago militia, to the number of 25, hearing of their plight, came, accompanied by an equal number of friendly Indians, to the rescue. The next day, militia and Indians in separate companies set forth to reconnoiter along the Fox. At nightfall, one of the whites and a few of the Indians returned, bringing fearful stories of having been captured by the Indians and the warning that Fort Beggs would be attacked that night or the next at the latest. This information precipitated a fresh panic. The stoutest hearts failed them, and strong men turned pale, while women and children wept and fainted, till it hardly seemed possible to restore them to life, and almost cruel for them to return from their quiet unconsciousness to a sense of their danger. Immediate flight, either to Ottawa or Chicago, was debated, but after discussion was dismissed as impracticable, and the resolution was reached to remain in the fort and sell their lives as dearly as possible. 2 days passed with occasional alarms, when every man was ordered to his post to prepare to meet an attack. Instead of the enemy, however, the Chicago militia appeared. The joy of the inmates of Fort Beggs was tempered by the news they brought of the terrible Indian Creek massacre a dozen miles north of Ottawa. The Chicagoans advised the immediate abandonment of Fort Beggs and retirement either to Ottawa or Chicago. The latter destination was decided upon, and the ensuing night was spent in busy preparation for the march. Early the next morning, the company set out, escorted by the Chicago militia, and by sunset had completed the 40-mile journey to Chicago and safety. Footnote 818. This occurred on Tuesday, May 20, 1832. Beggs states, Op. Cit. 101, that the Chicagoans brought the news of it to Plainfield on Wednesday evening. For an account of the massacre and the narrative of the captivity of the Hall girls, the only prisoners taken, see Stevens, Op. Cit. 146 ff. Although Chicago afforded the fugitives a safe refuge, there was for them no cessation of hardship. The place was crowded to overflowing. Beggs and his wife were compelled to take up their abode in a room 15 feet square, already occupied by several other families. The plight of the inmates under such conditions may easily be imagined. One afternoon, in the midst of a violent thunderstorm, a stroke of lightning broke open the end of their room and passed down the wall to the room beneath, leaving a charred seam within a few inches of a keg of gunpowder. The next morning, Mrs. Beggs gave birth to a child. If the chronicler's statistics are accurate, 15 infants were born during their stay at the fort. Whatever apprehensions of danger the refugees at Chicago were still under must have been materially relieved by the arrival on June 12 of a force of Michigan militia under General J.R. Williams. Assembled at Detroit and other points in the latter part of May, they had finally pushed forward, after numerous vicissitudes arising from incompetent leadership, to Chicago, where they assumed for a short time the responsibility of the defense of Fort Dearborn. This service was terminated by the arrival successively, on June 17, of the 2 companies of regulars under Major Whistler from Fort Niagara, and 5 days later of a regiment of 300 mounted militia from embark on board the Napoleon for transportation across the lake to St. Joseph, whence they were to be marched to Niles and mustered out of the service. Many of the settlers who had taken refuge at Fort Dearborn shortly began to depart, some of them under armed escort, for their homes. Meanwhile, from the seat of government at Washington, the military had been set in motion for the scene of war, and Chicago became the appointed rendezvous for a larger body of soldiery than had ever yet been gathered here. From Fortress Monroe, Fort McHenry, Fort Columbus, Fort Niagara, Fort Gratiot, Fort Brady, and other places, infantry and artillery to the number of 1,000 men were started for Chicago, and General Winfield Scott was ordered from the seaboard to take charge of the operations against Black Hawk. 3 weeks after the arrival of Major Whistler's detachment, General Scott arrived. With him, too, came a peril before which the menace of the hostile Indians paled into insignificance. Instead of peace and tranquility, the settlers were plunged anew into panic by the appearance in their midst of the dreaded Asiatic cholera. Footnote 819, on the movements of the Michigan militia, see Stevens, Op. Cit. Chap. Roman 37. Footnote 821, Drennan Papers, copies of orders to the various detachments, and post-returns of the troops sent to Chicago, Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 12, 241. From Europe, where it had prevailed for many weeks, the cholera crossed the ocean, making its first appearance in America at Quebec in the early part of June. From here, it quickly passed up the St. Lawrence to Montreal and then southward to Albany. The legislature of New York met in special session, June 21, to devise measures for preventing the spread of the disease, but less than 2 weeks later, it reached New York City, and by July 4, 11 deaths from it had occurred there. The next day was observed as a day of fasting and prayer by many of the churches of the city, but the plague rapidly increased in virulence, and in the 2 weeks ending July 28, over 1,400 deaths occurred. By the end of August, the disease had practically spent its force in New York, but meanwhile, the pestilential wave was passing southward and westward over the country. By late autumn, it was estimated that 1,000 deaths from cholera had occurred at Philadelphia and an equal number at Baltimore. And at New Orleans, over 100 persons a day were dying from cholera and yellow fever combined, a rate which, if continued, would depopulate the city in a year's time. Footnote 822. New York Mercury, June 20, 1832, November 21, 1832, at Passim. During the latter part of June, the various detachments of regulars from the Atlantic coast were proceeding toward Chicago. At Buffalo, the troops embarked on board the steamers Henry Clay, Superior, William Penn, and Sheldon Thompson. While passing up the lakes, the cholera made its appearance among the soldiers. More potent than the hostile Red Man, it disrupted the expedition. 2 of the vessels got no farther than Fort Gratiot, where the virulence of the pestilence compelled the soldiers to land. The others continued, after a period of delay, to Chicago, where the troops were compelled to halt until the pestilence had spent its force and the survivors were again fit for the field. Footnote 824. Drennan Papers, Fort Dearborn Post returns. 6 companies of artillery from Fortress Monroe left New York June 26, and on June 30 were at Clyde in that state. Company E, 4th Artillery, started from Fort McHenry, June 18. The route followed by the seaboard companies was by way of New York City to Buffalo and thence by vessel around the lakes. Footnote 825. Letter of Captain A. Walker, October 30, 1860, in Chicago Weekly Democrat, March 23, 1861. Footnote 826. For an account of Scott's expedition and the cholera outbreak, see Stevens, Op. Cit. Chap. Roman 36. Scott's own narrative is given in his memoirs, I. Chap. Roman 18. Additional material occurs in Wentworth, Early Chicago, Passim, Niles Register, Vols. Roman 42 and Roman 43, Passim, the New York Mercury for 1832, Passim. Footnote 827. Letter of Captain A. Walker in Chicago Weekly Democrat, March 23, 1861. Letter from an officer on the Henry Clay, in New York Mercury, July 18, 1832. The ravages among the men of the detachment of Colonel Twiggs, which was landed at Fort Gratiot, were so awful as to banish discipline to the winds. Those of the command who were not stricken dispersed in every direction. Many, stricken later, died in the woods or along the roadway, the terrified inhabitants refusing them shelter or assistance. According to a letter from an officer of the 2nd Infantry, dated July 11, of Twiggs' 370 men, 20 or 30 had died and about 200 had deserted. From another contemporary newspaper report, it appears that the detachment consisted of both infantry and artillery, and that the great majority of desertions occurred in the former branch of the service. Of 208 recruits, 30 had died and 155 had deserted, while of 152 artillerymen, 26 had died and but 20 had deserted. Footnote 828. Letters of John Noel in Niles Register, July 28, 1832. Of Captain A. Walker in Chicago Weekly Democrat, March 23, 1861. Letters from Detroit unsigned in New York Mercury, July 18, 1832. No fatalities occurred on the Sheldon Thompson, the steamer on which General Scott had embarked, until Mackinac had been passed and Lake Michigan entered. Before setting out for the Northwest, Scott, anticipating an outbreak of the plague, had taken lessons from Surgeon Mower, stationed in New York, upon its character and treatment. On Scott's particular steamer, the disease broke out suddenly and with fatal violence. The only surgeon on board became panic-stricken, drank a bottle of wine, and went to bed sick, and, to quote the commander's grim comment, ought to have died. In this crisis, Scott himself turned doctor, applying as best he could the medicine and treatment suggested by Surgeon Mower. He himself states that his principal success consisted in preventing a general panic. From beginning to end of the cholera visitation, he set the example to his subordinates of exhibiting no sign of fear concerning it, visiting and personally attending to the wants of the afflicted. In comparison with this exhibition of fearlessness, the courage required on the field of battle seems trivial. Some time after the Mexican War, Scott told John Wentworth that he had often been in the midst of danger and suffering, but he had never felt his entire helplessness and need of divine providence as he did upon the lakes in the midst of the Asiatic cholera. Sentinels were of no use in warning of the enemy's approach. He could not storm his works, fortify against him, nor cut his own way out, nor make terms of capitulation. There was no respect for a flag of truce, and his men were falling upon all sides from an enemy in his very midst. Footnote 832. The terror of the troops and of the citizens in the vicinity of Detroit has already been noticed. A concrete instance of the dread which the cholera inspired is given by Mrs. Kinsey, who was at Green Bay when the news of the approach of the plague reached that place. She relates, Wow Bun, 340, that the news was brought to her by a relative, an officer who had exhibited the most distinguished courage in the battlefield, and also in some private enterprises demanding unequaled courage and daring. When he had broken the news, he laid his head against the windowsill and wept like a child. This effect was produced, not by the actual presence of the pestilence, but by the news of its ravages at Detroit and the fear of its advent at Green Bay. The Sheldon Thompson reached Chicago on the afternoon of July 10. Since there was no harbor, and the bar at the mouth made it impossible for the vessel to enter the river, the troops must be landed in small boats, which was done the next day. The troops under Major Whistler, who had been occupying Fort Dearborn since June 17, were promptly moved out, and on July 11 the fort was converted into a general hospital for the use of Scott's men. During the night, which elapsed between the arrival at Chicago and the landing of the troops, the following morning 3 more of the company died, and their bodies were consigned to the bottom of the lake. Years afterward, the captain of the steamer recalled that their forms could plainly be seen through the clear water from the deck, exciting such disagreeable sensations in the minds of the beholders that it was deemed prudent to weigh anchor and shift the vessel a sufficient distance from the spot to shut out the gruesome sight. Footnote 834. Scott to Governor Reynolds, July 15, 1832, in Niles Register, August 11, 1832. Footnote 835. Drennan Papers, Fort Dearborn Post Returns, October 1832. Footnote 836. Letter of Captain A. Walker, in Chicago Weekly Democrat, March 23, 1861. For several days, the pestilence raged at Fort Dearborn with violence similar to that previously manifested at Fort Gratiot. The official medical report shows that 200 cases were admitted to the hospital in the course of 6 or 7 days, 58 of which terminated fatally. The terror which the cholera inspired was due as much, apparently, to the rapid progress of the disease as to the high percentage of mortality which prevailed among its victims. The first soldier who perished on the Henry Clay was stricken in the evening of July 5 and died 7 hours later. On Scott's vessel, the Sheldon Thompson, men died in 6 hours after being in perfect health. Sergeant Hale was well at 9 o'clock in the morning. He was at the bottom of Lake Michigan at 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The author of the statement which has just been quoted gives a graphic description of his own illness, from which at the time of writing he was in process of recovering. He was serving as officer of the day when the Sheldon Thompson arrived at Chicago and superintended the landing of the sick on board the vessel. I had scarcely got through my task, he wrote 2 days later, when I was thrown down on the deck almost as suddenly as if shot. As I was walking on the lower deck, I felt my legs growing stiff from my knees downward. I went on the upper deck and walked violently to keep up the circulation of the blood. I felt suddenly a rush of blood from my feet upwards, and as it rose, my veins grew cold and my blood curdled. My legs and hands were cramped with violent pain. Footnote 837. Hyde, Early Medical Chicago, 1819. I have not had access to the original report on which this statement is based. Hyde says these 200 cases occurred among the entire force of 1,000. This statement, which does not include Whistler's 2 companies, is evidently erroneous. The entire force ordered to Chicago numbered only 1,000 men, and several hundred of these had already been dissipated through death and desertion, or by delaying at Fort Gratiot and elsewhere. I have not learned the number of men at Fort Dearborn at this time, but evidently it was much less than 1,000. The rate of sickness and mortality was, of course, correspondingly greater. Footnote 839. Letter from an officer of Scott's command, dated Fort Dearborn, July 12, Niles Register, August 11, 1832. Some interest attaches to the methods employed by physicians in treating the disease, especially in view of what transpired at Chicago. In general, it may be said that on both sides of the ocean the medical profession was helpless to stay its course. In London, over 1/2 of the 2,382 cases, which occurred prior to April 12, terminated fatally. At the same time, the deaths in Paris from cholera numbered several hundred daily. It was everywhere noted that persons addicted to intemperance were especially prone to fall before the disease. The first 6 victims among the soldiers on the Henry Clay were all intemperate men. The surgeon who attended Scott's men at Fort Dearborn treated all cases with calomel and bloodletting. This proved so efficacious, according to his report, that he regarded the disease as robbed of its terrors. In view of the nature of the remedies employed, and the fact that 58 of the 200 cases admitted to the hospital terminated fatally. In addition to the deaths which occurred on board the steamer, the grounds for his satisfaction are not entirely clear. But few fatalities occurred among the men of Major Whistler's 2 companies, who had been removed some distance from the fort and were attended by another physician, Dr. Harmon. Strangely enough, he attributed his success to the fact that he did not employ calomel in the treatment of the disease. That some of the soldiers who came with Scott to Chicago were subjected to other treatment than the bloodletting and calomel described in the surgeon's report seems evident from the statements of the officer whose sudden seizure on board the Sheldon Thompson has been described. The doctor administered 8 grains of opium to him and made him rub his legs as fast as he could. He was also made to drink a tumbler and a half of raw brandy. At the time of writing, the patient described himself as out of danger, but whether because of this treatment would be hazardous to affirm. Footnote 842. Letter from Fort Gratiot dated July 7, 1832. Ibid. July 18, 1832. The spread of the contagion at Chicago was checked before the end of July, and on the 29th of the month, Scott set out, accompanied by a few officers, along the Chicago-Galena Trail for the seat of war, leaving orders for Lieutenant Colonel Eustis to follow him with all of the troops who should be able to move by the 3rd of August. Scott reached Prairie du Chien and assumed command of the army on August 7, only to find that the war had been brought to a close. The Illinois militia under Henry and Dodge and the regulars under Atkinson had roused Black Hawk's band from the wilderness fastness to which it had retired in the neighborhood of Lake Koshkonong, and hotly pursued it across southern Wisconsin, through the beautiful Four Lakes country, where the capital of the state has since been located, to the Mississippi River about 40 miles above the mouth of the Wisconsin. Here on August 2 in the Battle of the Bad Axe, which shortly degenerated into a massacre, Black Hawk's band was practically destroyed, and the war concluded. The Red leader himself, seeing the end at hand, had deserted his party the night before the battle, and with a few followers had fled eastward to the Dalles of the Wisconsin. About 300 of his deserted band succeeded in escaping across the Mississippi, either before or during the affair at the Bad Axe, but half of these were shortly slaughtered by a party of 100 Sioux, whom General Atkinson had sent after them. Of the band of nearly 1,000 persons who had crossed the Mississippi in April, not more than 150 lived to tell the tragic story of the Black Hawk War, a tale fraught with dishonor to the American name. Footnote 845. Thwaites, Story of the Black Hawk War in Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 12, 258. General Scott's first act after assuming command of the army was to order the discharge of the volunteers. On August 10, he started down the Mississippi by steamer to Fort Armstrong, intending there to bring the war to a formal close by the negotiation of a treaty of peace. The troops from Chicago, who were making their way, meanwhile, across Illinois to the seat of war in obedience to Scott's orders, were met at Dixon's Ferry by news of the termination of the war, and orders to change their destination to Fort Armstrong. Here, while awaiting the bringing in of the prisoners, and examining those brought in to determine their share of responsibility for the war, Scott was once more confronted by the enemy that had wrought such havoc among the troops in the journey around the lakes and at Chicago. About August 26, the cholera again broke out among his troops with all the virulence of a first attack. 4 companies of United States Rangers had been enlisted, 1 from Illinois, 2 from Indiana, and 1 from Missouri. The Illinois Company, while proceeding to the seat of war, had been, like Eustis' detachment of regulars from Chicago, directed to make its way to Rock Island. On the way down Rock River from Dixon's Ferry, the soldiers were attacked by cholera. Some were left behind, ill, on the march, and others died after reaching camp near Rock Island. Whether or not it was brought by these troops, the disease soon made its appearance in Rock Island, the first death occurring August 27. Footnote 848. Scott Memoirs I 221, Wisconsin Historical Collections, X 231. Footnote 850. Scott's Order No. 16, August S. 1832, printed in Stevens, Op. Cit. 24840. The outbreak of the plague halted, for the time being, the progress of arrangements for the treaty. The Indians who had not yet assembled were directed to remain away until a new summons should be sent them, and those at hand were permitted to disperse. In this connection, there occurred a striking exhibition of the red man's devotion to his code of honor. Among the prisoners whose cases were awaiting disposition were 3 Sacs who were accused of having murdered some Menomonees in accordance with the Indian law of retaliation. Scott set them at liberty to seek safety in the prairies from the pestilence, having first exacted a promise that in response to a prearranged signal to be hung out from a dead tree on the subsidence of the pest, they would return to stand their trial. The cholera having passed away, the signal was displayed, and a day or 2 later the murderers presented themselves. It is pleasing to be able to add that an appeal which Scott had already dispatched to Washington in their behalf met with a favorable response, and that it was not necessary to take the lives of the men who esteemed their honor so highly. Scott's measures for coping with the cholera at Rock Island were no less energetic and courageous than those he had already taken in dealing with the earlier outbreak of the plague. In a characteristic order to his troops, issued the day after the first death occurred, he recited the facts of the situation and commanded a strict observance of the proper sanitary regulations. He stated that having himself seen much of the disease, he knew the generating cause of it to be intemperance. Every soldier, therefore, who should be found intoxicated after the issuance of this order would be compelled, as soon as his strength should permit, to dig a grave large enough for his own reception, as such grave could not fail soon to be wanted for the drunken man himself or some drunken companion. This order was given, it was added, as well to serve for the punishment of drunkenness as to spare good and temperate men the labor of digging graves for their worthless companions. The troops were camped in tents in close order, exposed for several days to cold rains. The groans and screams of the afflicted, audible to everyone, added to the horror of the scene. In the face of this situation, the hearts of the stoutest quailed. Through it all, General Scott ministered personally to the wants of the afflicted, officers and privates alike, freely exposing himself to disease and death in the most terrible form, and by his example exciting confidence and courage in all. The ravages of the cholera were finally checked by removing the troops from their camp on Rock Island to small camps on the bluffs on the Iowa side of the Mississippi. Footnote 853. Captain Henry Smith's narrative in Wisconsin Historical Collections, X. 165. The author was himself an officer in General Atkinson's brigade during the war. Footnote 855. Flagler, Rock Island Arsenal, 22, Wisconsin Historical Collections, X. 166. On September 15 and 21, 1832, treaties were concluded by General Scott and Governor Reynolds, acting on behalf of the United States, with the Winnebago and the Sac and Fox Indians respectively, which formally terminated the war. The former were compelled to cede their lands in southern Wisconsin to the United States and accept in their stead a new home west of the Mississippi in the modern state of Iowa. The latter surrendered an important tract of their territory on the western side of the Mississippi, extending northward from the northern boundary of Missouri. Thus was punishment meted out by the victors to the Sacs and Foxes for their active participation in the war, to the Winnebagos for the sympathy and covert assistance extended by them to the former. Black Hawk, the leader of the forlorn Red Hope in this disastrous foray, was taken, after several months' imprisonment, upon a tour of the East, with the design of imbuing him with a conviction of the futility of further resistance to the whites. Upon his return, shorn of all political power, he was permitted to live out the remainder of his life in retirement, the quiet and peace of which contrasted strangely with the tempestuousness of his active career. No better defense of his action in going to war with the whites can be made than he himself offered in the course of a 4th of July speech shortly before his death. Rock River was a beautiful country. I loved my towns, my cornfields, and the home of my people. I fought for it. Upon the conclusion of peace, the troops which had been gathered at Rock Island were dispersed in various directions. The survivors of the 6 companies of artillery which had left Fortress Monroe in June for the seat of war returned to that place in November. Their return route from Rock Island was down the Mississippi and up the Ohio and the Kanawha to Charleston, and thence across Virginia to the final destination. On September 23, 6 companies of infantry of the 2nd and 5th Regiments, under Lieutenant Colonel Cummings, left Rock Island for Chicago. 7 days later, the detachment was in camp on the east branch of the River Dupagan, near Chicago. Evidently, the Dupagan was the modern DuPage. The next day, Major Whistler's 2 companies of the 2nd Infantry, which were included in the detachment, moved into Chicago and once more took up their quarters in Fort Dearborn. 2 days later, October 3, Lieutenant Colonel Cummings left Chicago for Fort Niagara with the 2 companies of the 5th Infantry, which had come from that place 4 months before to take part in the war. The destination of the remaining companies of the detachment which had marched from Rock Island to Chicago is not in evidence. Thus, the Black Hawk War passed into history. It remains to speak of the momentous results for Chicago and the country west of Lake Michigan, which accrued from it. By the war, the beautiful region of northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin was first fairly made known to the whites. The troops acted as explorers of a large tract of which nothing had hitherto been definitely known among white men. It has even been said that portions of the country which the armies traversed had previously been as little known to the Indians themselves, as the interior of Africa was to Stanley when he first groped his way across the dark continent. One of the Illinois militiamen wrote of the Four Lakes country that if these lakes were anywhere else, they would be regarded as among the wonders of the world. On the shores of one of them stands today the capital of Wisconsin, and on the very spot over which the troops of Dodge and Henry pressed in hot pursuit of the fleeing red men has grown up one of America's greatest universities. With the close of the war, the East was flooded with books, pamphlets, and newspaper articles describing the newly discovered paradise. The result of this thorough advertising was a rush of immigrants to take possession of it. No other point in all the West profited by this as did Chicago. Her position at the foot of Lake Michigan, on the great highway of trade and travel between the lakes and the Mississippi, which it was expected the construction of the canal from the Chicago River to the Illinois, long under agitation, would shortly open up, secured to her commercial advantages which no other point in the Northwest could rival. Chicago became, therefore, the great entrepot for the onrushing tide of immigrants. In turn, the development of her hinterland provided the substantial basis for a trade, growing ever vaster, of which Chicago constituted the natural outlet and center. The fulfillment of the prophecy made by Schoolcraft a dozen years before that Chicago would become the depot for the inland commerce between the northern and southern sections of the Union, and a great thoroughfare for strangers, merchants, and travelers, was at hand. The lethargy of a century and a half was about to be thrown off, in the birth of a new Chicago whose name was to become the synonym for energy, enthusiasm, and progress. Footnote 861. Thwaites, Story of the Black Hawk War, in Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 12, 264. Chapter 15. The Vanishing of the Red Man. The Treaty of Paris of 1783, which closed the Revolutionary War, gave the new nation, whose birth it marked the Mississippi River for its western boundary, and a line through the middle of the Great Lakes, and extended thence to the Mississippi, as its boundary on the north. Until Wayne's victory over the Northwestern tribes in the Battle of Fallen Timbers, in August 1794, however, the grip of the red man upon the territory north of the Ohio River was practically unbroken. Certain treaties had been made, it is true, carrying cessions of land to the whites in this region, but their validity was contested by powerful tribes and factions among the Indians, and the tide of white settlement was still confined to the country closely bordering upon the Ohio River. By the Treaty of Greenville, a year after his victory over the Indians, Wayne secured the cession by them to the United States of about 25,000 square miles of land, comprising roughly the southern half of the present state of Ohio together, with a long and narrow strip of land in southwestern Indiana. At the same time, however, the Indian ownership of the remainder of the Northwest, aside from certain reservations which were specially accepted, was conceded. The extinguishment of the Indian title, thus formally recognized, to the soil of the Northwest, required 20 years of time and the negotiation of dozens of treaties. Its consummation marked the passing of the red man from the imperial domain of the Old Northwest. Footnote 864. For a further account of the terms of the treaty, see pp. 124-25. From the beginning of his term as governor of Indian Territory, Harrison pursued the policy of procuring by treaties of cession the Indian lands. This policy was pressed by him, and later by other representatives of the national government in the Northwest, at every suitable opportunity. To the omnipresent land hunger of the whites, the development of the agitation led by Tecumseh and his brother, the Prophet, was primarily due. The treaties negotiated by Harrison at Fort Wayne in September 1809, by which almost 3 million acres of land was conveyed to the whites, especially angered Tecumseh, who threatened to put to death the chiefs who had signed them. His purpose to form an Indian confederacy to stay the farther advances of the whites and the alienation of the lands belonging to the Indians was boldly avowed to Harrison at Vincennes in August 1810. He viewed the policy pursued by the United States of purchasing the red man's lands as a mighty water ready to overflow his people. And the confederacy he was forming among the tribes to prevent any individual tribe from selling without the consent of the others was the dam he was erecting to resist this mighty water. Tecumseh's dam, however, proved ineffectual to accomplish its purpose. As well might he seek to turn back the waters of the Mississippi as to stay permanently the westward tide of white settlement. By treaty after treaty, the red man's birthright was pared away, until he had lost possession of practically all of the old Northwest. The methods pursued in the negotiation of all these treaties were similar. They will be sufficiently illustrated in the account of the two Chicago treaties of 1821 and 1833. About the middle of the year 1804, the Sac Indians murdered 3 Americans who had settled above the mouth of the Missouri River. Governor Harrison journeyed to St. Louis to demand from the representatives of the tribe to which the murderers belonged satisfaction for the offense. Advantage was taken of the situation to obtain from the Sacs and Foxes a cession of lands. By a treaty concluded November 3, 1804, in return for an insignificant consideration, the two tribes ceded over 50 million acres of land in Missouri, Illinois, and Wisconsin to the United States. The portion of the cession east of the Mississippi included all the land between that stream and the Illinois River and its tributary, the Fox, extending northward to a line drawn from the latter stream to a point on the Wisconsin 36 miles above its mouth. But this magnificent cession was ultimately to cost the Americans far more than the paltry sum stipulated in the treaty. Black Hawk and others of his faction, among the Sacs, protested that the chiefs who made the cession had acted without the authorization or knowledge of their people, and the disputes engendered over the terms of the cession furnished the principal cause of the Black Hawk War. Footnote 868. Goods to the value of $2,234.50 were given to the Indians, and the payment of an annuity of $1,000 was promised. In August 1816, the Indian title to that portion of the Sac and Fox cession lying north of a line drawn due west from the southern extremity of Lake Michigan was revived. At the same time, the United States secured possession of a strip of land lying along Lake Michigan 10 miles north and 10 miles south of the mouth of the Chicago River, and extending thence in a general southwesterly direction to the Fox and Illinois rivers, so as to give the whites control of the route by the Chicago River and Portage to the Illinois. Control over this strip of land was desired to facilitate the building of the proposed canal. Of all the Indian treaties ever made, this will be remembered when all others, with their obligations, are forgotten. The sectional surveys of the country lying on either side of the zone included in this session of 1816 were made at different times. The section lines were not made to meet each other, and diagonal offsets along the entire length of the Indian grant resulted. So long as the present system of land surveys endures, all sectional maps of this portion of Illinois will be disfigured by the triangular fractions which resulted from this error in the original surveys. Footnote 870. Treaty of August 24, 1816, Treaties, from 1778 to 1837, 197. The various treaties by which the United States acquired the Indian title to the land of the Northwest were held at such places as best suited the convenience of the parties to the transaction. 2 notable ones were concluded at Chicago, the first in 1821, the second 12 years later. Fortunately for the historian, the scenes attending the negotiation of each of these treaties have been described by witnesses possessed of unusual narrative skill. The purpose of the Treaty of 1821 was to secure from the Potawatomis a considerable tract of land in southern Michigan, extending from Grand River southward to the northern boundary of Indiana. The United States Commissioners, Governor Cass and Solomon Sibley, accompanied by Henry R. Schoolcraft as secretary, left Detroit for Chicago July 3, 1821. The route from Detroit to Chicago usually followed at this time was the Overland Trail, which necessitated a journey of about 300 miles. The alternative was to go by schooner or other vessel around the lakes, which entailed a journey twice as long. Cass's party pursued neither of these routes, however. Partly because of business on the Wabash, partly from a desire to explore the country, it was decided to travel in a large canoe by way of the Maumee and the Wabash rivers to the Ohio, and thence to and up the Illinois to Chicago. Footnote 872. Schoolcraft travels in the central portions of the Mississippi Valley, 15 ff. Several weeks later the party was at Starved Rock on the Illinois. Here the canoe was abandoned because of the impossibility of proceeding farther by water, and the journey was continued on horseback. The last few miles of the way the travelers were almost constantly in the company of parties of Indians, dressed in their best attire and decorated with medals, feathers, and silver bands. All, like Cass's party, were making their way to Chicago to participate in the negotiations over the treaty. The gaudy and showy dresses of the Indians, with their spirited manner of riding and the jingling caused by the striking of their ornaments, created a novel and interesting scene. Since they were converging upon Chicago from all parts of an extensive circle of country, the nearer Cass and his associates approached the more compact the assemblage became, and they found their cavalcade augmented, and the dust, confusion, and noise increased at every bypath which intersected their way. In all, 3,000 Indians gathered at Chicago to attend upon the work of treaty-making. To accommodate this assemblage, an open bower had been erected on the north side of the river under the guns of the fort to serve as the council house. At the first formal session of the council, which occurred on August 17, Cass set forth in a short speech, the delivery of which was punctuated at every point by the ho, indicative of attention, the object of the government in calling the red men together. Without in any way indicating their attitude, the chiefs adjourned for deliberation. 2 days later they were ready with their answer, which was delivered by the Wabash chieftain, Media, the greatest orator of the Potawatomis. With a mixture of boldness and humility, he advanced a number of reasons for aversion on the part of the red men for making the session desired, and concluded with a flat refusal of Cass's proffer. Speechmaking in profusion followed, interspersed with frequent adjournments, in the course of which day after day passed away. From the point of view of the Indians, there was no reason for hurry. They were being entertained and fed at the expense of the government, and it was natural that they should improve the opportunity to the utmost. Not only was the occasion an enjoyable one, but by assuming a recalcitrant attitude and prolonging the council, a better bargain might be driven. Some misapprehensions concerning the terms of a former treaty were effectually dispelled by the commissioners. The wavering and the stubborn were won over, and on August 29 the treaty was concluded. The Ottawa tribe was to receive an annuity of $1,000 forever, while the Potawatomis were to be paid $5,000 annually for 20 years. On behalf of the Ottawas, the government agreed, also, to expend $1,500 annually for 10 years for the support of a blacksmith and a teacher, and the promotion of the arts of civilization. In similar fashion, the sum of $1,000 was to be expended annually for 15 years for the maintenance of a teacher and a blacksmith among the Potawatomis. The foregoing provisions were of general application. The treaty contained, in addition, a list of special reservations of tracts of land which were granted to individuals, usually of mixed descent. The story of the influences responsible for these provisions of the treaty afford a view of the methods by which the terms of such cessions in the Indian treaties of this period were ordinarily devised. The provisions for supporting the work of instructing and civilizing the Indians were due to the exertions of Reverend Isaac McCoy, the founder of Carey's mission among the Potawatomis, near the modern city of Niles. Unable himself to come to Chicago, he sent a representative to urge upon both the commissioners for the United States and the Indians the recognition of his project for establishing a mission among the latter. Of more importance, he enlisted the support of Colonel William A. Trimble, who had recently resigned his office in the Army and become a United States Senator from Ohio. On his way to Chicago to attend the council, he stopped at Carey's, and having listened to McCoy's unfolding of his plans and his need of aid to realize them, promised to exert his influence in the missionaries' behalf at Chicago. Largely because of this championship, apparently, the provisions already recounted for the support of blacksmiths and teachers among the tribes involved in the session were made. Shortly afterward, McCoy received the appointment as teacher of the Potawatomis, and his associate, Mr. John Sears, the similar appointment among the Ottawas, while the selection and control of the blacksmiths was also confided to McCoy. To bring about such an arrangement as this, wrote McCoy, had cost us much labor, watchfulness, and anxiety. Others, in their intercourse with the Indians, had money and goods with which to purchase their consent to measures to which they otherwise felt disinclined. But we had neither money nor consciences that could be thus used. The significance of this statement becomes evident upon examination of the list of special reservations provided for by the treaty. The traders and their half-breed families and their descendants, shrewder and more influential than the full-blooded Indians, provided for their future welfare by procuring the reservation to themselves of generous tracts of land. That these special grants of land were obtained by the use of improper methods and influences, as McCoy has charged, can scarcely be doubted. One of the witnesses to the treaty was Jean-Baptiste Beaubien, the Chicago trader. It can hardly be deemed a mere coincidence that among the grants to individuals are included 1/2 section of land to each of his sons, Charles and Mador, by his Ottawa squaw, Monabunaqua, who had by this time been dead for many years. To the chieftain Piresh, or Pierre Morin, who guided Cass's party from Starved Rock to Chicago, and whose racial affiliations are sufficiently indicated by his name, was granted 1 section of land at the mouth of the Elkhart River, while 2 more sections were reserved for his children. To William Knaggs, or Waiscuckson, son of Chesqua, 1/2 of a section of land, reads another clause of the treaty. Reference to the list of witnesses who signed it reveals the name of W. Knaggs, Indian agent, and this individual acted as interpreter during the negotiation of the treaty. Pierre Leclerc, or Leclerc, the half-breed who had assisted in negotiating the surrender of the defeated Fort Dearborn garrison in August 1812, now received a section of land on the Elkhart, and his brother, Jean B. Leclerc, half as much. Another participant in the Fort Dearborn massacre, Jean-Baptiste Chandonai, whose activities as a trader at Chicago and elsewhere have already received our attention, was granted 2 sections of land. Footnote 880. The policy of bribing the leaders among the Indians was deliberately adopted by the agents of the government, including such men even as Lewis Cass. On January 1, 1821, Alexander Walcott, the Chicago agent, thus addressed Cass relative to the contemplated Indian treaty and the expenses of his agency for the ensuing year. To induce the Potawatomis to sell their lands, particularly the district of St. Joseph's, to which they are much attached, it will be requisite to bribe their chief men by very considerable presents and promises. And that should be done, in part at least, before the period of treating arrives, so that time may be given for its effects to spread through the body of the nation. In short, it appears to me that a small portion of the sum appropriated to the treaty can be disposed of in the best and most efficient manner in conciliating and securing beforehand the principal men of the nation. Indian Department, Cass Correspondence, Walcott to Cass, Jan. 1, 1821. Cass, in reply, expressed his approval of the proposal. Among the most highly favored recipients of special grants by this treaty were the traders Burnett and Bertrand, and their families. Burnett had married Kakimi, the sister of the Potawatomi chieftain, Topinabe, and Bertrand had also married a squaw. The success of these families in securing special favors for themselves from the Indians and the government is evidenced by the recurrence of their names in many treaties. Both Burnett and Bertrand were present at Chicago and exerted their influence in support of the commissioners at a critical stage in the negotiations. John Burnett received by the treaty 2 sections of land, and 4 of his children 1 section each, near the mouth of the St. Joseph River. To the wife of Bertrand was given 1 section of land, and to each of her 5 children 1/2 section. To John Law Lyme, son of Noknakwa, a 1/2 section of land was granted. Presumably, he was the son of the Fort Dearborn interpreter slain by John Kinsey in 1812. The latter was now sub-Indian agent and assisting in the negotiation of the treaty. Whose influence was responsible for the special grant to young Law Lyme can only be conjectured. The fatal love for liquor, which was working the ruin of the Indians, was significantly manifested during the course of the negotiations over this treaty. To their honor, the commissioners determined not to supply the Indians with liquor until the negotiations should be concluded. This did not meet the approval of the latter, however, and in his speech of August 22 media gave expression to their dissatisfaction. Cass answered him with a spirited rebuke, repelling the implication of parsimony, and showing that the liquor had been denied the Indians out of regard for their own welfare, that they might be able to keep sober and protect their interests in the negotiations. He concluded by painting the baneful influence of whiskey upon them and appealing to them to wait, if they were determined to drink, until a proper time. The rebuke was effective in quieting their importunities upon the subject until the negotiations were concluded a week later. Then their pent-up thirst for the liquor, which they had stipulated should accompany the distribution of goods, overcame their power of self-control. The aged Topinabee pleaded with Cass for the milk he had brought for them, but was told that the goods were not yet ready to be issued. "We care not for the land, the money, or the goods," he rejoined. "It is the whiskey we want, give us the whiskey." The whiskey was shortly provided, and within 24 hours 10 shocking murders had been committed. Footnote 886, Schoolcraft Op. Cit. 387-88, McCoy Op. Cit. 116-146-47. The inrush of white settlers, which followed the close of the Black Hawk War, made necessary the early removal of the Indians from northern Illinois. The Potawatomis and allied tribes still held title to a large tract of land between Lake Michigan and Rock River, and extending northward from the line drawn due west through the southernmost point of Lake Michigan. With a view to securing the cession of this land and the removal of its owners to some point west of the Mississippi, the last and greatest Indian council ever held at Chicago was convened in September 1833. It was meet that every warrior of the tribes concerned in the proposed negotiation should attend the grand powwow, bringing his squaws, papooses, ponies, and dogs with him, and accordingly several thousand Indians assembled. From far and near, too, gathered birds of passage of the white race, representing every gradation of character from rascality to respectability. Footnote 887. Latrobe, Rambler in North America, Roman II, 201, says the number was estimated at 5,000. Shureff says Tour through North America, 227, it was supposed nearly 8,000 Indians were assembled. Porter says Earliest Religious History of Chicago, 71, that on the appointed day Indians began to pour in by thousands. All 3 writers were in Chicago while the treaty was being negotiated. The Chicago of September, 1833, was a mushroom village of a few scorehouses. Most of them had been hastily erected since the preceding spring and were small and unsubstantial. Frame and clapboard houses were springing up daily, wrote Latrobe, the English traveler, who visited Chicago while the council was in progress, under the active axes and hammers of the speculators, and piles of lumber announced the preparation for yet other edifices of an equally light character. The one business street of the place was South Water Street, along which a row of 1-story log houses sprawled westward from the reservation, its monotony only slightly broken by the 2 or 3 frame stores which the village at this time boasted. The unwanted concourse of visitors in attendance upon the treaty taxed the accommodations of the place to the utmost. There were traders by scores and hangers-on by hundreds. According to one observer, a stranger to America, a general fair and a kind of horse market seemed to be in progress. Large wagons drawn by 6 or 8 oxen and heavily loaded with merchandise were arriving and departing. In the picturesque language of Latrobe, there were emigrants and land speculators numerous as the sand, horse dealers and horse stealers rogues of every description, white, black, brown, and red half-breeds, quarter-breeds, and men of no breed at all. Dealers in pigs, poultry, and potatoes. Men pursuing Indian claims, some for tracts of land, others for pigs which the wolves had eaten, creditors of the tribes, or of particular Indians, who know they have no chance of getting their money if they do not get it from the government agents. Sharpers of every degree, peddlers, grog sellers, Indian agents and Indian traders of every description, and contractors to supply the Potawatomis with food. Footnote 888, Sheriff Op. Cit. 226, gives the number of houses as about 150. Latrobe Op. Cit. Roman II. 206, speaks of the half a hundred clapboard houses. Footnote 889, Latrobe Op. Cit. Roman II. 206. Hoffman, Winter in the West, I 199, 202. Letter of Charles Butler in Andreas, History of Chicago, I 12930. The few primitive hotels were, of course, utterly unable to accommodate comfortably the crowds of strangers who clamored for board and lodging. Latrobe characterizes his hotel, which was, apparently, the Saguenash, kept by Mark Beaubien, as a vile, two-storied barrack, within which all was in a state of most appalling confusion, filth, and racket. The public table was such a scene of confusion that the traveler felt compelled to avoid it. The French landlord was a sporting character, and everything was left to chance, who, in the shape of a fat housekeeper, fumed and twirled around the premises from morning to night. The character of the impression which the traveler forms is determined as much by his standard of judgment as by the conditions he actually encounters. Latrobe was a cultivated English gentleman, habituated to another manner of life than that which prevailed upon the American frontier. The picture drawn by Sheriff, himself a sturdy farmer, of Chicago's inns in September 1833 is perhaps fairer than that of Latrobe, yet even when measured by his more lenient standards, the conditions described seem crude enough. His hotel was so disagreeably crowded that the landlord could not positively promise a bed, although he would do his best to accommodate his guests. His house was dirty in the extreme, and confusion reigned throughout, but the traveler temperately observes that the extraordinary circumstances of the village went far to extenuate this. The table was amply supplied with substantial provisions, although they were indifferently cooked and served, still more so. At bedtime, the guest was assigned to a dirty pallet in the corner of a room 10 feet square, which contained 2 small beds already occupied. But he was not to enjoy even this poor retreat without molestation. Toward morning, he was aroused from a sound sleep by an angry voice uttering horrid imprecations, accompanied by a demand to share the bed. The lighted candle in the hands of the speaker showed that the intruders were French traders. Sheriff checked their torrent of profanity with a dignified rebuke, which caused them to withdraw from the room, leaving him in undisturbed possession of the bed. The thousands of savages congregated to barter away their birthright presented an extraordinary spectacle. Although several different tribes were represented, their dress and appearance depended upon individual caprice and the means of gratifying it, rather than upon tribal customs and distinctions. Those who possessed the means generally attired themselves in fantastic fashion and gaudy colors. As a rule, the warriors were attired more gaily and were more given to dandyism than were the squaws. All of the men, except a few of the very poorest, wore breechclouts and blankets. Most of them added to these articles leggings of various colors and degrees of ornamentation, while those who were able disported themselves in loosely flowing jackets, rich sashes, and gaudy shawl or handkerchief turbans. The squaws wore blue or printed cotton cloths, and the richer ones had embroidered petticoats and shawls. The various articles of clothing of both men and women were covered with gewgaws of silver and brass, glass beads, and mirrors, such as had from time immemorial been supplied to the Indians by the traders. The women wore ornaments in their ears and occasionally in their noses, while the faces of both sexes were bedaubed with paint, blue, black, white, and vermilion, applied according to more or less fanciful designs. Footnote 897. For the picture that follows I have drawn on the works of Latrobe, Sheriff, and Porter, already cited. On every hand the camps of the natives were to be seen. The woodlands and prairies surrounding the village and the sand hills along the lake shore were studded with their wigwams, while herds of ponies browsed in all directions. Along the river were many groups of tents, constructed of coarse canvas, blankets, and mats, surrounded by poles supporting meat, moccasins, and rags. The confined area within was often covered with half-rotten mats or shavings, over which men, women, children, and baggage sprawled promiscuously. The treaty-making offered to the red man an opportunity of indulging in an extended carousal. Supplied with food by the commissioners and with liquid refreshment by the traders, for the present his cup of contentment overflowed. Gossiping, gambling, racing, and loafing were the order of the day. Far and wide the grassy prairie teemed with figures, warriors, mounted or on foot, squaws, and horses. Here a race between 3 or 4 Indian ponies, each carrying a double rider, whooping and yelling like fiends. There a solitary horseman with a long spear, turbaned like an Arab, scouring along at full speed. Groups of hobbled horses, Indian dogs and children, or a grave conclave of gray chiefs seated on the grass in consultation. Of one of these grave conclaves, a story has been handed down which smacks strongly of the age of chivalry. 2 finely built young men who were the best of friends, the sons of 2 chiefs, Sibwesan and Sanguinanibi, were courting the same young squaw, the daughter of Wampum, a Chippewa chief from Sheboygan. The lovers had proposed to decide the question as to which should possess the girl by fighting a duel. Their fathers had submitted this proposition to a council for decision. The result of the weighty deliberation was that the youths should fight to the death, the survivor to take the girl. They were brought before their elders and informed of this decision. Their ponies were brought forth, their manes and tails were decked with ribbons, and the saddles and the duelists themselves with beads, brooches, and other ornaments. After the ponies had been driven once or twice around the council place, the duelists and their friends set out for the place of encounter, swimming their horses across the river, and drew up at an open spot on the north side. Crude flags attached to poles stuck up in the sand gave notice that a fight to the death was impending, while guards were placed to clear a ring for the encounter. Outside the ring, alone, her arms akimbo and her attitude one of indifference, stood the girl over whom the duel was to be waged. The time was an hour before sundown, and 400 or 500 spectators, Indians and white men, were gathered around. Footnote 899. For it see Wisconsin Historical Collections, Roman 15, 460-63. The story as at present preserved was told to the secretary of the Wisconsin Historical Society by the son of the Milwaukee trader, Jacques Vieau, who attended the negotiation of the treaty. One of the duelists wheeled to the right and the other to the left. Then their horses were brought sideways together, head to tail and tail to head. As the signal was given, each fighter drew his long-bladed knife. A hubbub arose among the spectators as they clashed, the squaws rending the air with their cries. Thrust followed upon thrust, the blood spurting forth as each blow was given. The bloody work could not continue long, of course. Soon Sanguinanibi's son cried out in his death agony and toppled over backward, his arm raised for a blow, his opponent's knife in his spine. A moment later Sibwesan's son fell over and died. The girl, bereft of both her lovers, at last manifested some concern and wrung her hands in frenzy. The assemblage dispersed and the primitive tragedy was ended. It is painfully evident from a study of the treaty and of the descriptions of the scenes attending its negotiation which have come down to us, that the public sentiment of the frontier had become demoralized by the opportunities for dishonest gain afforded by the cession of the lands belonging to the red man. Unscrupulous individuals were never lacking to take advantage of these opportunities, and others, who under a proper system of administration of affairs pertaining to the Indians would have scorned corrupt practices, permitted their honesty to be undermined by the influence of the example of their fellows in the mad scramble for plunder. The Treaty of 1833 afforded the last, and at the same time the greatest, opportunity at Chicago for individuals to enrich themselves at the expense of the Indians or of the government of the United States. Since both the red man and the government submitted meekly to the process, a carnival of greed and graft ensued. A set of temporary plank huts had been erected on the north side of the river for the accommodation of the commissioners and their dependents, and a spacious open shed had been constructed, also on the north side, to serve as the council house. The commissioners were Governor George B. Porter of Michigan, Thomas J. V. Owen, Indian agent at Chicago, and William Weatherford. About the middle of September, they assembled the chiefs in a preliminary council, and Governor Porter explained the purpose of the assembly, urging upon them the wisdom of acceding to the government's wishes. The chiefs received the proposal without enthusiasm, disclaiming any desire to part with their lands. The request that they return a prompt answer to the government was negatived with equal decision. The next day they indulged in a begging dance through the streets of the town. 100 painted Indians on horseback followed some 30 naked savages on foot as they danced, whooped, and shouted from the fort down South Water Street, stopping before each door to receive whiskey, tobacco, or bread. To the pioneer minister of the gospel who reports the scene, they appeared like the very incarnation of evil. Several days passed. In vain, the signal gun from the fort boomed out its daily notice of the assemblage of the council, for the chiefs would not assemble. At length, on the afternoon of September 21, they were induced to come together. The council fire was kindled, and the commissioners and interpreters gathered at one end of the chamber, while 20 or 30 chieftains occupied the other. The relative positions of the groups of white and red men, representing the two races, seemed to typify their relation to each other. The glorious light of the setting sun, streaming in under the low roof of the council house, fell full on the countenances of the former as they faced the west, while the pale light of the east hardly lighted up the dark and painted lineaments of the poor Indians, whose souls evidently clave to their birthright in that quarter. Footnote 900. For the further account of the negotiations, I have drawn upon the works of Latrobe, Shirreff, and Porter, as before, chiefly, however, upon Latrobe. For a few days longer the Indians refused the proffered terms. At length, urged by the agents and traders, the chiefs one after another submitted to the inevitable, until, on September 26, the treaty was concluded. The real significance of the submission cannot be better stated than in the words of the talented Latrobe, who was a keen-sighted spectator of the proceedings. The business of arranging the terms of an Indian treaty, he observed, lies chiefly between the various traders, agents, creditors, and half-breeds of the tribes, on whom custom and necessity have made the degraded chiefs dependent, and the government agents. When the former have seen matters so far arranged that their self-interest, and various schemes and claims are likely to be fulfilled and allowed to their heart's content, the silent acquiescence of the Indian follows, of course. Until this is the case, the treaty can never be amicably effected. Footnote 902, Ibid, Roman II, 215. An editorial in the first number of the first newspaper published in Chicago, commenting on the difficulties encountered by the commissioners in the early stages of the negotiations, says, "The various and clashing interests of the traders were powerfully operating, and altogether seemed, for some days, to render doubtful the accomplishment of this great and vastly important object." Chicago Weekly Democrat, November 26, 1833. The treaty provided that the Potawatomis and allied tribes should cede their lands to the west of Lake Michigan and their remaining reservation in southwestern Michigan, supposed to contain about 5 million acres, to the United States, and within 3 years' time remove beyond the Mississippi River. In return, they were to receive 5 million acres of land in the west for their new home. The United States was to transport them thither and pay the cost of their support for 1 year after their arrival, and the expenditure in their behalf of sums of money aggregating almost $1 million was agreed upon. These provisions were regarded as very liberal on the part of the United States. In comparison with similar treaties of the time, this view was doubtless justified, but an examination of the disposition of the money, which the United States was to pay, confirms Latrobe's account of the influence by which the terms of the treaty were shaped. Except for a few minor bequests, the entire sum appropriated was devoted to 6 principal purposes, which fall naturally into 2 groups of 3 each. The sum of $320,000 was devoted to the payment for 20 years of an annuity of $16,000. For the erection of mills, blacksmith shops, and houses, the employment of physicians, blacksmiths, and mechanics, and the promotion of civilization generally, $150,000 were set aside, while the sum of $70,000 was devoted to educational purposes and the encouragement of the domestic arts. This group of provisions, which were calculated to redound to the advantage of the red man, requires no discussion. The second group, from which he derived little or no advantage, calls for extended consideration. It was agreed that goods and provisions to the value of $125,000 should be distributed to the Indians, one portion at the conclusion of the negotiations, the residue during the ensuing year. The sum of $110,000 was devoted to the satisfaction of sundry individuals in behalf of whom reservations were asked, which the commissioners refused to grant. A list of the persons thus favored, together with the amount granted to each, was appended to the treaty as Schedule A. Finally, provision was made for the payment of $175,000 to various individuals to satisfy claims made by them against the tribes concerned in the treaty, which they have admitted to be justly due. The list of claimants with the amount allowed in each case constituted Schedule B of the treaty. It was in connection with the contents of Schedules A and B that the most striking display of greed and dishonesty occurred. Judged by the standards of the time, some of the requests for reservations were doubtless proper. Measured by the same standards, too, some of the claims advanced were probably valid. Yet there is no room to doubt that a large proportion of the grants to individuals under these two heads were improperly made. It was an apportionment, remarks Andreas, of the $175,000 granted under Schedule B, of the ready money of the tribes among all the whites who could bring a claim against an Indian. The honest debtor and the unjust and dishonest claimant absorbed the fund. How large a portion of it represented robbery, theft, and perjury will never be known until the great book is opened at the last day. Doubtless this is true, yet the impropriety of many of the claims allowed is patent even today. The story of Snipe and his claim for pay for hogs which the wolves had eaten is probably fairly typical of the groundlessness of most of these claims. Snipe, whose real name, unfortunately, has not been recorded, was a farmer from the St. Joseph country, who came to Chicago in the same stage which brought Latrobe and Sheriff to prosecute a claim against the Indians, which on his own statement of the case was improper. He had intended to make a great deal of pork that season, but upon collecting his hogs from the woods, where they had run for 5 months, he could number only 35 instead of 55. The Indians had been hunting hogs, he stated, and he expected the government agents to allow his claim for the 20 which were missing. Footnote 906. For the story of Snipe C. Latrobe Op. Cit. Roman II 188-89, Sheriff Op. Cit. 220. Due provision was, of course, made for the influential chiefs, who were frequently half-breeds, and either themselves engaged in the Indian trade or the descendants of traders. To Billy Caldwell and Alexander Robinson life annuities of $400 and $300, respectively, were granted. In addition, each was to be given $10,000, although before payment, this sum was cut in half in each case. Besides these provisions, Caldwell's children were granted $600, and the children of Robinson $400. Paukagan, the St. Joseph River chieftain, received $2,000. The families of Burnett and Bertrand, the St. Joseph traders, were well provided for. The various members of the latter family alone received grants aggregating $3,900. Jean-Baptiste Chanonay received $1,000 under Schedule A and $2,500 under Schedule B. Joseph Laframboise, a Chicago half-breed who ranked as chief, was the recipient of numerous favors. By the Chicago Treaty of 1821, he had been granted a section of land. Now, aside from a life annuity of $200, he received one grant of $3,000, and he and his children another of $1,000. Numerous other bequests were made to individuals bearing the name of Laframboise, whose precise relation to Chief Joseph it does not seem worth while to attempt to determine. Another pioneer Chicagoan whose Indian affiliations now proved valuable to him was Anton Ouimet. By the Treaty of Prairie du Chien of July, 1829, he had been given $800 for losses sustained at the time of the Chicago Massacre, and by the same treaty, his wife and children were granted 2 sections of land a few miles north of Chicago. Now he again received the sum of $800. Whether this was in payment of the same damages already recompensed by the Treaty of Prairie du Chien is not recorded, but in view of the identity of the sums involved, and the way in which the claims of others against the Indians which had long since been settled were repaid at this treaty, the supposition that such was the case does not seem at all improbable. To one daughter, Mrs. Mann, was given $1,000 and to another, Mrs. Welch, $200. A third daughter, Josette, also received $200, although this was probably at the instigation of John H. Kinsey. Finally, still another allowance of $200 was made to Ouelmet's children. Since the identity of Snipe is unknown, it is not possible to say whether his effort to secure compensation for his hogs, which the wolves had eaten, was successful. That a large number of traders and other persons were influential enough to gain more than generous recognition at the hands of the commissioners, however, is quite apparent from a study of Schedules A and B. Thus, Jean-Baptiste Beaubien obtained recognition on more than one count. His sons, Mador and Charles, were granted $300 each under Schedule A. His wife, Josette, received $500 under the same schedule, and her children, of whom, presumably, he was the father, received $1,000. In addition to these grants, both Mador and his father received sums of money in payment of claims against the Indians. But few of the traders who shared in the distribution of the public funds can receive individual mention. The disappointment of James Kinsey over the denial of his request for a reservation might be supposed to have been measurably assuaged by the $5,000 granted him in lieu thereof. Since Kinsey was of pure American descent, it is difficult to justify this grant on any ground of recognized propriety. The same may be said of the aspiration of Robert A. Forsyth for a reservation, which he was forced to forgo for the more paltry donation of $3,000. A claim which he preferred for the same amount under Schedule B was allowed, however, as well as another claim for $1,300, and in addition to all this, he was made trustee of grants to various individuals amounting to many $100s more. It can hardly be regarded as a mere coincidence that the names of many of those who signed the treaty as witnesses on behalf of the United States should be enrolled in the list of beneficiaries under it. Thus, of those already mentioned, Robert Forsyth, James Kinsey, and Jean-Baptiste Beaubien were witnesses of the treaty. William Ewing was secretary of the commission, and to him and G. W. Ewing a claim of $5,000 was allowed. Luther Rice and James Connor acted as interpreters. Rice received $2,500 under Schedule A, while various sums were granted to individuals bearing the name of Rice, whose relation to the interpreter there is now no means of determining. Connor was allowed a claim of $2,250, and in conjunction with another man of the same name, received $700 under Schedule A. Thomas Forsyth witnessed the treaty and was allowed payment of a claim of $1,500. J.C. Schwarz, M.M. likewise witnessed the treaty, and John C. Schwarz, who was doubtless the same person, received $4,800 by it. In like manner, Laurie Marsh signed the treaty, and a claim of Lurian Marsh for $3,290 was recognized by it. George Hunt, another witness, who had been engaged in the Indian trade at Chicago a short time before, was given $900 in satisfaction of a claim, and $750 in lieu of a reservation which he had requested. B.B. Kercheval, still another signer of the treaty, secured $1,500. Galson Kercheval, who was the sub-Indian agent at Chicago, was one of the few witnesses, aside from the commissioners and the officers of the garrison, who received nothing from it. A year later, however, October 1, 1834, by an amendatory treaty signed at Chicago by a small number of chiefs, he was granted $2,000 for services rendered the Indians in the Black Hawk War. It is, of course, conceivable that this payment was a proper one, even though the propriety of requiring the friendly Potawatomis to pay for the services of the captain of the Chicago Militia Company in the Black Hawk War is not at this late day apparent. The largest single beneficiary by the treaty under Schedule B was the American Fur Company. Robert Stewart had come on from Mackinac to attend the negotiations and look out for the interests of his company in connection therewith. Of the success of his mission, some indication is afforded by the fact that over 1/10 of the total, sum of $175,000, awarded to individuals in payment of claims against the Indians went to the American Fur Company. In addition to this, of the sum allotted to Jean-Baptiste Channonay under Schedule, $1,000 were, by his particular request, to be paid to Robert Stewart, agent of the American Fur Company. While engaged in the Indian trade at Chicago 14 years before, Chandonnais had received goods from the American Fur Company on credit, for which he afterward refused to pay. A part of the debt thus repudiated had been secured through Kinsey's influence. Apparently, advantage was now taken of the opportunity presented by the cession of the Potawatomi lands to secure payment of the remainder, ostensibly from the Indians, but in reality from the government. The impropriety of requiring either party to pay the debts of Chandonnais is self-evident. Notwithstanding his particular request, Chandonnais evidently could not be trusted himself to pay the debt, with the money of the government given into his possession, and so it was arranged it should pass directly from the agent of the United States to the American Fur Company. Footnote 909. Stuart was among those who signed the treaty. For his attendance upon it see Porter, Op. Cit. 72, also Porter Mary, Eliza Chappell Porter 100. Footnote 910. Robert Stuart, as agent of the company, received $17,000, and James Abbott, also on behalf of the company, $2,300. The dubious character of the claims presented and allowed at this treaty is still further exemplified by the role played in it by the heirs of John Kinsey. Both of his sons, John H. and Robert A. Kinsey, attended the negotiation and signed the treaty as witnesses. The latter was at the time proprietor of a trading establishment at Chicago. John H. Kinsey, the elder brother, had a wide acquaintance throughout the Northwest, with the Indians and whites alike. He had been at different times in the employ of Robert Stuart of the American Fur Company, secretary to Governor Cass, and sub-Indian agent at Fort Winnebago. He had recently resigned the latter position, laid out the land preempted by the family into town lots, and thrown in his fortune with that of the nascent Chicago. The interests of the Kinsey heirs, therefore, were advocated by influential spokesmen. Even the welfare of numerous half-breed dependents of the family was provided for. To the old family servant of John Kinsey, Victoire Porthier, and her children, the sum of $700 was given under Schedule A. Her brothers, Jean Baptiste and Thomas Murindo, and her sisters, Jane and Rosetta, received among them the sum of $1,200 with the provision that John H. Kinsey should act as trustee of the fund. Thomas is the Tama of Wow Bun, the lad who had been taken by Kinsey to Fort Winnebago the preceding winter to become a member of his household. That Jean Baptiste had also been a servant of the Kinseys at Chicago is stated by the author of Wow Bun. Another member of John Kinsey's household for whom a grant of money was secured was Josette, the daughter of Antoine Ouimet. Like Tama, she was a mere child. She had been a member of Kinsey's household since the spring of 1831. She was granted $200, and Kinsey was appointed trustee of the fund. Footnote 911. A sketch of Kinsey's career written by his widow is printed in Andreas, Op. Cit. I. 9799. Of the $175,000 paid out under Schedule B, over 1/8 was given to the 4 sons and daughters of John Kinsey and to his stepdaughter, Mrs. Helm. To the latter, the sum of $2,000 was granted, while $20,000 were divided in equal portions among the former. In addition to all this, a second claim of Robert A. Kinsey for $1,216 was allowed. Although there is no record in the Treaty of the Grounds on which the various demands presented were based, the improper character of these claims seems obvious. Whatever the basis of the smaller claim of Robert Kinsey may have been, the $20,000 apportioned in equal amounts among the 4 brothers and sisters must have been claimed by virtue of some inheritance from the father. The facts that 2 of the claimants were women, who of course had never engaged in the Indian trade, and each of whom had been for some years the wife of a government official, that the claims of all were equal in amount, and that Robert Kinsey presented a second claim, which was allowed, all point to this conclusion. A claim for damages at the hands of the Indians inherited from John Kinsey must necessarily have been based on the losses he sustained in connection with the Chicago massacre. The losses of Kinsey and Forsyth at that time had been severe, and Forsyth at least had made strenuous efforts to obtain compensation from Congress for them. Whatever ground there may have been for compensation from this source, there was none whatever for claiming it from the Indians in connection with the cession of their lands. The losses sustained were due to acts of war, for which, at the close of the War of 1812, mutual forgiveness and oblivion had been pledged in the treaties between the United States and the various Northwestern tribes. John Kinsey lived until 1828 and was for several years interpreter and sub-Indian agent at Chicago. He assisted in negotiating various treaties, yet notwithstanding ample opportunity, he apparently made no effort to secure compensation from the Indians for his losses. In the space of a few months after his death, however, his family twice secured from the government, through the medium of an Indian treaty, the sum of $3,500. By the treaty with the St. Joseph River Potawatomis negotiated at Carey's Mission in September 1828, Robert Forsyth was granted the sum of $1,250, and the widow and heirs of John Kinsey $3,500. The allowance to the latter, it was stated, was in consideration of the attachment of the Indians to her deceased husband, who was long an Indian trader, and who lost a large sum in the trade by the credits given to them and also by the destruction of his property. It was further explained that this money was in lieu of a tract of land which the Indians gave to John Kinsey, and upon which he lived. Footnote 916. See, e.g., his letters to the Secretary of War in Wisconsin Historical Collections, Zi 350-155. Also his letters to Captain Heald, January 2 and April 10, 1813, Supra, Notes 613 and 632. Footnote 917. See, e.g., the Treaty of Portage Desu, July 2, 1815, with the Illinois River Potawatomis. Article I provides that every injury or act of hostility by one or either of the contracting parties against the other shall be mutually forgiven and forgot. About a dozen treaties concluded at this time with the various tribes contain this same provision. American State Papers, Indian Affairs, Roman II, 2ff. Footnote 918. Treaty with the Wyandots and other tribes concluded at St. Mary's, September 17, 1818. Treaty with the Delawares at the same place, October 3, 1818. Treaty with the Miamis, October 6, 1818. Treaty with the Potawatomis at Chicago in 1821. Footnote 919. For the treaty see U.S. Statutes at Large, Roman 7, 317-19. For the schedule of sums granted to individuals see Ibid. 603-4. It is unnecessary to speculate upon the question of the location of this land, for the Indians were powerless to alienate their land to individuals, a fact which was, of course, well known to the commissioners who negotiated the treaty. It is worth noting, however, that two of the signers of the treaty were Alexander Walcott, son-in-law of Kinsey, and Robert Forsyth, the beneficiary of the smaller grant. Less than a year later, at the treaty concluded at Prairie du Chien with the Ottawas, Potawatomis, and Chippewas, in July 1829, the heirs of Kinsey again claimed and received the sum of $3,500. The claim this time was for depredations committed on him by the Indians at the time of the massacre of Chicago and at St. Joseph's, during the winter of 1812. The treaty stipulated that the sums paid to claimants were in full satisfaction of the claims brought by them against the Indians. Alexander Walcott assisted in negotiating this treaty also, and both he and his brother-in-law, John H. Kinsey, signed it. Thus, in 1829, the heirs of Kinsey obtained full satisfaction from the Potawatomis and allied tribes for the losses sustained in 1812. Despite the fact that by solemn treaty between the United States and the Indians, mutual forgiveness and oblivion for the hostile acts of each had been decreed. But the payment in full in 1829 was as little successful in disposing of the matter as the Treaty of 1815 had been, for the selfsame claimants utilized the opportunity presented by the Potawatomi Cession of 1833 to raise themselves to comparative affluence by extracting, ostensibly from the Indians, but in reality from the government, the sum of $20,000 more. Footnote 920, for the Treaty see Ibid. 320-22, for the Schedule of Claims see Ibid. 604. Nor is the grant of $2,000 to Mrs. Helm by the Treaty of 1833 less dubious in character. Lieutenant Helm had come to Fort Dearborn in the summer of 1811 in straitened financial circumstances. Since his pay was but $25 a month, he can scarcely have increased his fortune materially in the ensuing period of a little over a year. In fact, during this time, his account with the government factory steadily increased, and when the store was closed by Irwin in July 1812, was one of the largest on the factor's books. In the nature of things, he could not have lost any great amount of property at the time of the massacre. Whatever it was, however, Mrs. Helm had already been compensated for it. By the Treaty of Prairie du Chien of July 1829, she received $800 for losses sustained at the time of the capture of Fort Dearborn in 1812, with the stipulation, of course, that this payment was in full satisfaction of all claims. Like her half-brothers and sisters, however, she now again received compensation, and her claims, like theirs, had waxed greater with the passage of time and the increase of opportunity for collecting them. The ignoring of Lieutenant Helm's interest in the money collected for the destruction of his property was due to the fact that in the summer of 1829, Mrs. Helm obtained a divorce from him. The decree provided that she should hold in her own right, as a part of the alimony allowed her, all of the money or other property granted to her as one of the heirs of John Kinsey in the late Treaty of Prairie du Chien. Although the latter antedates the granting of the divorce decree by almost 11 weeks, it is evident that Mrs. Helm's spokesman at the negotiation of the treaty had arranged its terms, as far as they related to her, with this provision of the decree in view. Footnote 922. Indian Trade Department, Chicago Petty Ledger, MS volume in Pension Building. A few days after the treaty had been concluded, the distribution of goods to the Indians, for which it made provision, was begun. Of the $125,000 worth of goods which the Indians were to receive, $80,000 worth were distributed at this time, in addition to the payment of the annuity in cash. But little reflection is required to show that the Indians themselves profited little by the wealth bestowed upon them. The greater part of it quickly passed from their hands to the coffers of the traders, much of it in exchange for bad whiskey, and the red man was probably more injured than benefited by the mess of pottage for which he had surrendered his birthright. Jeremiah Porter, the pioneer preacher, has left a vivid description of the proceedings which accompanied the payment to the Indians. The money and goods were paid to heads of families according to the number in each household. The money was paid in silver $50, and some heads of families received 400 of these coins, which were thrown into the corner of their dirty blankets and carried off in triumph. The scenes attending the payment were full of excitement. The distribution was continued on Sunday the same as during the week. Thousands of human beings, some sitting, some standing, others lying on the grass in all imaginable positions, some riding, some fighting, and one bleeding to death, the main artery of his arm being cut off, while his murderer stood a prisoner, struggling in the arms of a female avenger of blood. Such were the scenes enacted that Sabbath day. Meanwhile the minister preached to his little flock from the text, and he kneeled down and cried with a loud voice, "Lord, lay not this sin to their charge," and fell asleep. In preparation for the payment, the traders had ordered large quantities of whiskey, anticipating a golden harvest. To their chagrin, however, a strong south wind prevailed for many days, so that no vessels could come up the lake while the Indians were here. Temperance men and Christians rejoiced, while the traders were correspondingly disappointed. In consequence of this divine protection of the Indians, they carried away from Chicago a large amount of the silver which, but for the contrary wind, would have been wasted in revelry and debauchery. Footnote 925. Porter, who wrote many years after the event, states that the amount paid in silver was $50,000, and estimates that the savages took away $30,000 among them. 2 years passed when in the summer of 1835 the natives assembled at Chicago to receive the last payment of their annuity and to prepare for the long journey to their new home beyond the Mississippi. Chicago had long been a favorite resort with the Potawatomis. Here they had come to hold their councils and to receive their annuities. Here almost a quarter of a century before they had gained their most signal triumph over the race that was crowding them ever westward. Since the last great gathering 2 years before, the sprawling village had developed into what, to the unsophisticated red man, must have seemed a veritable metropolis. The signs of civilization, which it presented to their wondering gaze, although crude enough from the point of view of the 20th century, must have brought home to them the realization that their birthright had passed into the possession of a mightier race. Already they were strangers in the land of their nativity. As on happier occasions of meeting, however, the Indians danced and sang and drank and fought. Several thousand had assembled, and much the same picturesque and motley scenes were presented as had attended the gathering of 1833. Some were well-dressed, well-mounted, and dignified, wrote Porter. These were, I suppose, civilized and Christianized Indians from St. Joseph. Others were ragged, dirty, half-naked, and drunk, singing their fiendish songs. Thousands are around us. I can hardly raise my eyes to my window without seeing them in some form, men racing on horseback, or women riding by with their heavy panniers full of flour, or beef, or children. Many of the horses have bells on them that are ringing all day. Some of the men and some of the women also have bells on their limbs which ring with each step they take. A more motley group I never beheld, wrote the reporter for Chicago's only newspaper, the Weekly Democrat. Their clothing is of every color, bright red predominating, and bedizened with bracelets, ribbons, and feathers. The reporter dismisses the entire subject of the gathering in a single paragraph, however, in the course of which he nonchalantly imparts the information that, on Monday, we understand that one was tried by his tribe for the murder of a squaw and sentenced to death. He was shot by the chief a short distance from town. Footnote 926. Jeremiah Porter wrote in his journal at the time, "Thousands are around us." Chicago Times, December 19, 1875. The Chicago Weekly Democrat, August 19, 1835, estimated the number present at from 2,000 to 4,000. John Dean Caton, who was a resident of Chicago and deeply interested in the Indians, puts the number miscellanies, 139, at live thousand. Footnote 927. Journal of Jeremiah Porter, in Chicago Times, December 19, 1875. Before quitting forever, their ancient council ground, the warriors indulged in a last Great War dance. The matchless charm of Irving has immortalized the Moor's farewell to his beloved land. More dramatic in its picturesque savagery, and worthier far of the life he had led, was the Potawatomi's farewell to Chicago. Driven westward by the advancing tide of civilization, in the final moments of their expiring tenure of their homeland, the warriors gave a demonstration of their devotion to their ancient ideals, by staging before their conquerors such an exhibition of savagery as appalled the stoutest hearts. As many warriors as could be mustered, about 800 in number, assembled in the council house on the north side of the river. Their only covering was a strip of cloth about the loins and a profusion of paint of brilliant colors with which the face and body were hideously decorated. Their hair, long, coarse, and black, was gathered into a scalp lock on top of the head and profusely decorated with hawk and eagle feathers, some strung together so as to extend down the back nearly to the ground. Led by a band of musicians, the procession moved westward from the council house along the bank of the river until the north branch was reached. Crossing this on the old bridge, it turned to the south along the west side to the bridge across the south branch, not far from Lake Street. This was crossed in turn, and the procession moved eastward on Lake Street and came to an end in front of Fort Dearborn. Footnote 929. For the ceremony I have drawn upon the graphic description of Caton Miscellanies, 140-145, who was an eyewitness of the proceedings. Illustration: the transformation of a century. Grant Park and Michigan Avenue, where the Fort Dearborn garrison marched to destruction 100 years ago. Every effort was made to render the dance, which to the participants was a funeral ceremony of old associations and memories, impressive and solemn. The procession moved slowly, the warriors advancing with a continual dance. In front of every house along their course, a stop was made and extra feats were performed. The musicians produced a discordant din of hideous noises by beating on hollow vessels and striking sticks and clubs together. The Sauganash Hotel at that time stood on the corner of Lake and Market Streets, where a quarter of a century later Abraham Lincoln received that nomination for the presidency which involved the nation in civil war. From its second-story parlor windows a group of spectators, chiefly ladies, gazed out upon the strange exhibition. From this vantage point John D. Caton, a future Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Illinois, looked down upon the dance. It was mid-August, the morning was very warm, and the exertions of the warriors caused the perspiration to pour forth almost in streams. Their eyes were wild and bloodshot, writes Caton. Their countenances had assumed an expression of all the worst passions which can find a place in the breast of a savage: fierce anger, terrible hate, dire revenge, remorseless cruelty, all were expressed in their terrible features. Their muscles stood out in great hard knots, as if wrought to a tension which must burst them. Their tomahawks and clubs were thrown and brandished about in every direction with the most terrible ferocity, and with a force and energy which could only result from the highest excitement, and with every step and every gesture they uttered the most frightful yells, in every imaginable key and note, though generally the highest and shrillest possible. The dance, which was ever continued, consisted of leaps and spasmodic steps, now forward and now back or sideways, with the whole body distorted into every imaginable unnatural position, most generally stooping forward, with the head and face thrown up, the back arched down, first one foot thrown forward and then withdrawn, and the other similarly thrust out, frequently squatting quite to the ground, and all with a movement almost as quick as lightning. Their weapons were brandished, as if they would slay 1,000 enemies at every blow, while the yells and screams they uttered were broken up and multiplied and rendered all the more hideous by a rapid clapping of the mouth with the hand. The impression produced upon the spectators by such an exhibition can readily be imagined. Many of those who had gathered at the Saguenay were recent arrivals from the East and knew nothing of the Indians, but what they had been told of their butcheries and tortures. Others, like Catton himself, had been for some time familiar with the red men, but the spectacle tried the nerves of even the stoutest, and all felt that one such sight was sufficient for a lifetime. From the Saguenay parlors, whose windows faced the west, the parade was visible some time before it reached the North Branch Bridge, and from this place all the way to the bridge across the South Branch and down Lake Street to the hotel itself. As they came upon the bridge, the wild band of musicians in front redoubled their blows to increase the noise. When the head of the column had reached the front of the hotel, leaping, dancing, gesticulating, and screaming, while they looked up with hell itself depicted on their faces, at the chemo common squaws in the windows, and brandished their weapons as if they were about to make a real attack in deadly earnest, the rear was still on the other side of the river, 200 yards off, and all the intervening space, including the bridge and its approaches, was covered with this raging savagery glistening in the sun, reeking with streamy sweat, fairly frothing at their mouths as with unaffected rage. It seemed as if we had a picture of hell itself before us, and a carnival of the damned spirits there confined, whose pastimes we may suppose should present some such scene as this. Thus did the red man play his savage role to the end. It was a brave show which he enacted that summer morning, but it was nothing more. For him, the scepter of power had departed, and this was his final farewell. A few weeks later, he took up his weary journey toward the sunset, and Chicago knew him no more. The red man had vanished, and Chicago's future were committed to the care of another and mightier race. Appendices. Appendix I. Journal of Lieutenant James Strode Swearingen, Remarks on the Road from Detroit to Chicago, July-August, 1803. Footnote 930. The journal was kept by Swearingen while en route to Chicago in temporary command of the Company of United States Soldiers, going to establish the first Fort Dearborn in the summer of 1803. The original manuscript is at present the property of a grandson of Swearingen, Mr. James S. Thatcher, of Dallas. Text, since access to it was impossible, the text presented here is taken from a typewritten copy of the original made for the Chicago Historical Society in 1903 by another descendant of Swearingen, Miss Marion Scott Franklin, of Chillicothe, Ohio. Detroit, July 14, 1803. Left this place this morning at 5:30 o'clock for Chicago and proceeded about 26 miles and encamped at 5 o'clock p.m. on a small branch of bad water. The land is generally good timbered, with large oak, ash, and hickory, a great deal of underbrush. Crossed no waters except the river Roush. Friday, July 15th. Proceeded on our march at 4:30 a.m., 20 miles, and encamped at 1 o'clock p.m. on the river Huron, which is very low. The land is generally level and wet. Several swamps, badly timbered, and the road very bad on account of being so wet. Fine weather. Saturday, July 16th. Proceeded on our march at 6 o'clock a.m., 18 miles, and encamped at a small Indian village near 3 small lakes and branch at 2 o'clock p.m. The land is generally level and poor, timbered with oak, several prairies not of a good quality. The weather is warm, clear days. Sunday, July 17th. Proceeded on our march at 7 o'clock a.m., 20 miles, and encamped at 5 o'clock p.m. on a handsome branch of cool, good water near a spring of clear, fine water. The land is generally poor and hilly, past a lake of about 2 miles in length and 1/2 in breadth, and a spring and a handsome branch of fine water. At this branch, there is every appearance of a large bed of iron ore. Fine weather. Monday, July 18th. Proceeded on our march at 15 minutes past 2 o'clock p.m., 18 miles, and encamped on Grand River at 7 o'clock p.m. near a village. Crossed 2 small branches, past several ponds of water. Grand River is about 30 feet wide and tolerably rapid. At this time it is shallow. The land is poor, hilly, and barren except the river bottom, which is about a 1/2 mile wide and well timbered with ash, oak, and beech. Weather fine and cool. Tuesday, July 19th. Proceeded on our march at 6 o'clock a.m., 25 miles, and encamped on the river Kehinimasu at 15 minutes after 6 o'clock. The river is about 60 feet wide, tolerable rapid, and not deep. The banks are low, no bottoms. The land is hilly, poor, and barren. About 4.5 miles from the river, there is a handsome spring and large branch. This day we crossed several handsome branches of tolerable good water, several large swamps, prairies, and see the weather is warm and fine. Wednesday, July 20th. Proceeded on our march at 6:30 o'clock a.m., 27 miles, and encamped on the river Kehinimasu at 6 o'clock p.m. This day we crossed Little Kehinimasu at 6 miles from our encampment and several other small branches. The land is tolerably good in places, remainder open, oak land, soil thin. Fine weather. Thursday, July 21st. Proceeded on our march at 6:30 a.m., 15 miles, and encamped on the river Kehinimasu at 3 o'clock p.m. The land is broken and barren, timbered generally small oak except the last 4 miles, which is fine rich land well timbered. Crossed several small branches and passed near some handsome lakes and prairies, some of which are low and swampy. Fine, cool weather. 9 o'clock p.m. smart shower. Friday, July 22nd. Proceeded on our march at 15 minutes past 7 o'clock a.m. The land in places, tolerably good. Most of this day's march is through level barrens, large prairies 9 miles through, soil not good. Crossed 2 branches in the morning. Fine weather. Saturday, July 23rd. Proceeded on our march at 9 o'clock a.m., 12 miles, and encamped near an Indian village at 2 o'clock p.m., near the edge of a small lake of very bad water. The land in general, tolerably good, well timbered, with ash, oak, beech, sugar trees, etc. Several large grass swamps, roads very bad on account of fallen timber. 9 o'clock p.m., heavy storm of rain and wind. Sunday, July 24th. Proceeded on our march at 7 o'clock a.m., 19 miles, and encamped in a prairie near a creek at 6 o'clock p.m. The land is part very good, timber, ash, beech, and sugar trees. Greater part very poor and barren, several large creeks, prairies, swamps. A handsome spring in the edge of a wet prairie, 12 miles from encampment. Monday, July 25th. Proceeded on our march at 15 minutes past 8 o'clock a.m., 12 miles to the river St. Josephus, and encamped on the bank near Kinsey's Improvement. At 1 o'clock p.m., the first mile is through a very handsome prairie, through a small piece of tolerable woodland. 1 mile to the river Limonette, crossed a handsome branch at the mouth and proceeded down this river about 2 miles, crossed it, 3 miles through tolerably good oak land, timber tall and handsome, to an Indian village on the river near the mouth, crossed it at this village, and proceeded up the river St. Josephus, 5 miles, crossed several handsome branches. Several showers of rain. The land from the village is barren and poor. Tuesday, July 26th. Detained her on account of sending for to the Kankakee River, which is 6 miles from this place. Portage 4 miles, from St. Josephus River to the Kankakee River. Kankakee is a branch of the Illinois and is navigable, a short distance above this, for small crafts. In the spring there is no portage, the 2 waters connect. Wednesday, July 27th. Proceeded down the river, 15 minutes past 12 o'clock with 17 men and baggage, 36 miles, and encamped on the riverbank at 6:30 o'clock p.m. The remainder of the men marched by land. This river is generally very rapid and shoal bank very good. Thursday, July 28th. Proceeded down the river at 6:30 a.m., 40 miles, and encamped at the mouth. At 2:00 p.m., the bank at this place is about 60 feet high, level oak land back. From Kinsey's to this place by land is 36 miles. Detained at this place until the 12th of August. The weather was generally very good. Distance from Detroit to this place is 272 miles. Friday, August 12, 1803. Proceeded on our march up the lake at 6:00 a.m., 14 miles, and encamped at 1:00 p.m. on account of the roughness of the lake. Several very heavy showers of rain. Saturday, August 13th. Detained on account of the roughness of the lake, high winds. Sunday, August 14th. Still detained on account of the roughness of the lake and high winds. Monday, August 15th. Proceeded on our march at 5:00 a.m., 39 miles, and encamped at 5:30 p.m. near an old fort. Heavy storm of wind and rain in the night. 12 miles from encampment is a handsome Indian village, 3 miles to a river about 20 yards wide, shallow, 12 miles to a small river, then 12 miles to plain of encampment. Tuesday, August 15th. Proceeded on our march at 5:15 a.m., 33 miles, and encamped on the Little Calamac River at 5:16 p.m. Crossed the Grand Calamac River at 8:00 a.m., 12 miles from encampment. Wednesday, August 17th. Proceeded on our march at 6:00 a.m., 34 miles, and encamped on the Chicago River. At 2:00 p.m., this river is about 30 yards wide where the garrison is intended to be built, and from 18 feet and upwards deep, dead water, owing to its being stopped up at the mouth by the washing of sand from the lakes. The water is not fit to use. The bank where the fort is to be built is about 8 feet high and a half mile above the mouth. The opposite bank is not so high, not being a difference of more than 2 feet by appearances. The banks above are quite low. The distance from Detroit to the mouth of the St. Josephus is 272 miles. From the mouth of the St. Josephus to Chicago, 90 miles, making in the whole 362 miles. Portage. A portage from the Chicago River, so as to get into the Illinois River, which is 400 miles from the lakes, or the mouth of Chicago. This portage is 6 miles above the mouth and a short distance, across into a small creek, which discharges itself into the river. 16 miles from this place, at a village from thence, into a small lakes and creeks, until intersected by the Illinois River, from thence into the Mississippi. In the spring or time of high water, small crafts may pass without any land carriage. Appendix II. Sources of information for the Fort Dearborn massacre. The history of lost manuscripts, even in so new a country as the United States, contains not only much of interest to the curious, but much of profit to the serious, who are genuinely interested in the work of preserving the records of the past. Various have the fortunes of these precious documents been. Some have been used by frugal housewives to cover jelly glasses or pack eggs, others have gone to feed the paper mill or the furnace. While all the time our libraries and historical societies are longing for the opportunity to secure such materials for preservation for the use of future generations. At times, however, the very measure of placing manuscripts within the protecting walls of an institution has been responsible for their oblivion. Either the document has been mislaid and its resting place forgotten, or actual destruction has come upon it. The history of manuscripts pertaining to the Fort Dearborn tragedy furnishes numerous illustrations of these various contingencies. One of the most important of them, a document of several hundred pages, disappeared, apparently for all time, from the home of the Heald family a half-century ago. Another, Lieutenant Helm's massacre narrative, after being lost to sight for 3/4 of a century, was discovered a few years since in the Detroit Public Library. A third, the fatal order of Hull to Captain Heald for the evacuation of the fort, long supposed to have been destroyed, has been for over 40 years unknown to historical workers, a part of the Draper collection, now the property of the Wisconsin State Historical Society. Still other documents gathered with loving care within the walls of the local historical society by citizens of Chicago, by reason of this fact were doomed to perish in one or other of the fires which have twice consumed the Society's archives. Such was the fate of the papers of Lieutenant Swearingen, destroyed in the Great Fire of 1871, a few years after he had presented them to the Society. Such was the fate, also, of John Kinsey's account books, with their unique picture of early Chicago in the years from 1804 to 1824. Fortunately, in both these instances, a remnant of the original has been preserved to us through the very fact of its retention in private hands. Swearingen retained part of his private papers, and some of these, including the original journal of the march of the troops from Detroit to Chicago in 1803 to establish the first Fort Dearborn, are still in the possession of his descendants. Of Kinsey's account books, a transcript of the names together with some additional data is all that remains. Its preservation is due to the fortunate circumstance that 10 years before the Chicago fire, the list was copied for the use of a historical worker, who carried it with him when he left Chicago to enter the Union Army. More than 40 years later, on the occasion of the centennial of the founding of Fort Dearborn, the original books having been destroyed, it was returned to the Historical Society. Footnote 932. The allusion is to the Bari transcript, which has been cited in various footnotes. A source of equal regret to the investigator is the fact that many of the documents pertaining to the massacre which actually remain to us are a disappointment in one respect or another. Captain Heald, who of all men was best qualified to speak with authority, left a report of only a page to cover the entire period from the preliminary massacre at Chicago in April until his arrival in Pittsburgh late in October. Lieutenant Helm, who should have been the best qualified witness after Heald, labored long and arduously upon a narrative which goes into minute detail with respect to the massacre itself. On examination, however, it becomes evident that much of the author's labor was directed to the end of misstating rather than revealing the facts. McAfee, one of the best historians of the War of 1812, deriving his information from Sergeant Griffith, a participant in the massacre, saw fit to devote but 3 pages to his account of the fall of Fort Dearborn. Finally, in Mrs. Kinsey, the author of Wow Bun, the youthful Chicago gained a writer of more than usual charm, who from her position in the Kinsey family and her proximity to the massacre in point of time, enjoyed an opportunity now gone forever to gain from eyewitnesses of the events attending the massacre information for an authoritative narrative. Yet her account is perhaps the most disappointing, from the historical point of view, of any with which we have to deal. It is our immediate task, however, to estimate the sources of information that remain to us for what they are worth. First in order must be placed the report of Captain Heald to the government. His official rank, the concise yet inclusive manner of expression, the early date, October 23, 1812, all unite to give it priority of consideration. Hull's terse compliment: Captain Heald is a judicious officer, and I shall confide much to his discretion. Heald's record in the service, the peculiar circumstances under which he took command at Fort Dearborn, and the few papers of his in existence show him to have been an officer of merit and of judgment. In striking contrast with the narratives of some of his detractors, Heald's report is marked by an air of candor and plain common sense. He gives not the slightest intimation of any feeling of prejudice or hostility toward anyone in the garrison or settlement. Kinsey, the traitor, who looms so large in the Wow Bun narrative, is not even mentioned. No statements calculated to challenge the reader's credulity are made. From any point of view, the report must be ranked as historical material of a high order of excellence, our only ground for disappointment proceeding from its brevity. Heald's official report is supplemented to some extent by his journal, which sketches the main events of his life until after his retirement from the Army, and by a number of letters and papers in the Draper collection and in the possession of his descendants. The second important source is the narrative of Lieutenant Helm, written in the summer of 1814. It is approximately 3 times as long as Heald's report and describes the actual battle with much detail. Written by the officer second in command of the troops, it would be of inestimable value to the student in supplementing Heald's report, were it not for the fact that in this instance the author's candor is as conspicuous by its absence as it is by its presence in the former one. Further consideration of Helm's narrative is reserved for the present. After these accounts of the 2 ranking officers, who were also the only ones to survive the battle, must be placed the narratives of their wives as recorded by their descendants. These are the relation of Rebecca Heald as told to her son, Darius Heald, and his family, and the Helm-Kinsey account embodied in Mrs. Juliet Kinsey's Wowbun. Rebecca Heald was the only one, apparently, of those concerned in the massacre who took the trouble to write a comprehensive account of her life in Chicago. Before her death in 1856, she dictated to a niece a large number of facts connected with her early life. The manuscript was foolscap and contained, according to her son's recollection of it, several hundred pages. During the Civil War, the Heald residence in St. Charles County, Missouri, was ransacked from cellar to garret by a band of Union soldiers. Among other things which were taken by the marauders was Captain Heald's sword and Mrs. Heald's manuscript. The sword was recovered by a Negro boy, but the manuscript has never since been seen and was probably destroyed at the time. Footnote 933. For the history of this manuscript, together with Darius Heald's recital to Kirkland of his mother's story of the massacre, see Magazine of American History, Roman 28, 111-22. Footnote 934. Curiously enough, if Darius Heald's impression is correct, it was a Chicago regiment which perpetrated the act of destruction, Ibid. 122. Fortunately, we have an indication of the character of its contents in the recital by Darius Heald of his mother's story, as he remembered it from hearing her tell it 100 times. His narrative has been recorded in two forms, with an interval of many years between them. In 1868, he was interviewed by Lyman Draper, the famous collector in the field of Western history, who at the time was on one of his tours in search of historical information. Draper's record of the interview was, however, buried away among his papers, and has until the present time been unknown to workers in the field of Chicago history. In ignorance, therefore, of the Draper interview, Darius Heald was again interviewed, almost a quarter of a century later, by Joseph Kirkland, and the story which he obtained was considered by him sufficiently important to lead him to write his book, The Chicago Massacre. A comparison of the two versions affords in some degree a test of the reliability of the Darius Heald narrative. It reveals, as might be expected, discrepancies in matters of detail, but the final impression left by the comparison is that neither Darius Heald nor his mother was animated by any conscious purpose to deceive. Produced under such circumstances as have already been described, the limitations of the narrative are obvious, and proper caution must be preserved and due allowance for error made in the use of it. Subject to these limitations, it may be regarded as a valuable contribution to our knowledge of the massacre. Footnote 935. The narrative is printed for the first time as Appendix V. Footnote 936. The entire narrative is printed in the Magazine of American History, Roman 28, 111-22. For the use which Kirkland made of it, see his book, The Chicago Massacre. We may now direct our attention to the Kinsey family narrative of the tragedy as told by Mrs. Juliet A. Kinsey, the daughter-in-law of John Kinsey, the traitor. Like the narrative of Rebecca Heald, as told by her son Darius, it comes down to us in two forms. Put forth at first anonymously in pamphlet form in 1844, it appeared 12 years later as a part of the author's book Wowbun, or The Early Day in the Northwest. It was published at a time when the consciousness of Chicago's future destiny was already dawning on its citizens. To a developing popular interest in the city's past was joined a general lack of information concerning her greatest tragedy. Mrs. Kinsey's narrative, claiming to be based on the testimony of eyewitnesses, spoke with assurance and precision on a subject about which all others were ignorant. Its statements have commonly been accepted without question or criticism, and have constituted the foundation, and usually the superstructure as well, of almost all that has been written upon the Fort Dearborn massacre. Sober historians and fanciful novelists alike have made it the quarry from which to draw the material for their narratives. Says Moses in his Illinois, published in 1889. Without exception, historians have relied for their facts in regard to the massacre upon the account given of the event by Mrs. Juliet A. Kinsey, and although he points out the possibility of an undue criticism of Captain Heald, he concludes that its statements bear upon their face the appearance of truth and fairness. While it is true that some dissent from the general chorus of confidence in Mrs. Kinsey's narrative has been voiced, the statement made by Thwaites in 1901 that it has been accepted by the historians of Illinois as substantially accurate, and other existing accounts are generally based upon this, still stands as entirely correct. Footnote 937. Narrative of the massacre at Chicago, August 15, 1812, and of some preceding events, Chicago, 1844. Footnote 938. Moses, Illinois, Historical and Statistical, I 251-52. Footnote 939. Notably by Hurlbut, Chicago Antiquities, and Kirkland, Chicago Massacre. Carl Dilg and William R. Head, two recent workers in the local antiquarian and historical field, both repudiated it. Both men were unscientific in their methods and animated by violent prejudices, however. Dilg's papers are now owned by the Chicago Historical Society, while most of Head's were destroyed a few months after his death in 1910. A few fragments are in the Chicago Historical Society Library, while a considerably larger number are still in the possession of the widow, Mrs. William R. Head, of Chicago. A critical examination of Mrs. Kinsey's narrative is, then, essential to any study of the Fort Dearborn massacre. The author was born at Middletown, Conn, in September 1806, and seems to have enjoyed educational advantages unusual for girls in her generation. Her uncle, Dr. Alexander Walcott, was for almost a dozen years prior to his death an 1830 government Indian agent at Chicago. Through the circumstance of his having married the daughter of John Kinsey, the niece became acquainted with her brother, John Harris Kinsey, and in August 1830, the young couple were married. Shortly afterward, the bride was brought by her husband to Wisconsin, where he held the position of sub-Indian agent at Fort Winnebago. Here they resided until 1834, when Chicago became their permanent home. Mrs. Kinsey, therefore, possessed no contemporary or personal knowledge of the Fort Dearborn massacre, her information being derived from members of her husband's family subsequent to her marriage. Of these, the ones best qualified to give her first-hand information were her mother-in-law and her husband's half-sister, Mrs. Helm. Since the older woman did not witness the actual conflict, for this part of her narrative Mrs. Kinsey purports to quote directly the words of Mrs. Helm, though it is evident that not all that passes for direct quotation from the latter was actually derived from her. Footnote 941. A sketch of the early life of Mrs. Kinsey by her daughter is appended to the Rand McNally 1903 edition of Wow Bun. In the preface to the pamphlet narrative of 1844, Mrs. Kinsey explained that the record had been taken many years since from the lips of eyewitnesses of the events described, and written down simply for the purpose of preserving to her children a faithful picture of the perilous scenes through which those near and dear to them had been called to pass. Her record of the massacre is thus on a footing of equality with that of Darius Heald, in that each is based on information derived from participants in the events attending the massacre. From the point of view of the historian, however, it possesses at least one marked advantage over the latter. The Heald narrative was reduced to writing for the first time in 1868, over half a century after the occurrence of the events described. The pamphlet edition of the Kinsey narrative was published in 1844, almost a quarter of a century earlier. Aside from this priority in point of time, its author possessed, at the time she received her information, the conscious purpose of preserving it in written form, if not, indeed, of publishing it. Unfortunately, however, these obvious advantages possessed by Mrs. Kinsey are offset by qualities in her narrative which destroy, in large part, the historical value it might otherwise have possessed. The evident inability of the author to state the facts correctly is manifest throughout the work. It abounds in details that could not possibly have been remembered by Mrs. Kinsey's supposed informants, in others that could not have been known to them, and in still others that could never have occurred. Undaunted by the absence of records, Mrs. Kinsey repeats speeches and dialogues verbatim, as she, apparently, conceived they should have been recited. Thus the warning speech of Black Partridge, the order of Hull for the evacuation, and the speech of the Miami chieftain at the beginning of the fight are given with all the precision of stenographic reports. The Black Partridge incident is undoubtedly founded on fact, but Mrs. Kinsey's version of his speech is just as certainly the product of her own literary imagination. That Hull sent an order for the evacuation was, of course, a matter of common knowledge. That Mrs. Kinsey possessed a copy of it or could pretend to report it literally is so improbable that even though the original order had never been recovered, we might reasonably regard her version of it as unreliable. Concerning the speech of the Miami chief, if delivered at all, it could not have been in the form which Mrs. Kinsey has recorded, nor could Mrs. Helm, from whom it purports to be reported, possibly have heard it uttered. Footnote 942. Mrs. Kinsey's version of this speech, which has frequently been quoted, affords a typical illustration of her practice of embellishing the narrative with details wholly imaginary. The two source accounts of the incident both agree that Black Partridge sought out the interpreter in order to deliver his warning. According to Helm, the two waited upon Heald, to whom the Indian gave up his medal and told Heald to beware of the next day that the Indians would destroy him and his men. Thus Helm, writing within 2 years of the event, did not attempt to do more than give the substance of Black Partridge's speech. Nor could he possibly have done otherwise, if there is any truth in his further statement that the warning was concealed from the other officers by Heald and that Wells alone knew of it. Despite this handicap, and the equally serious one that the warning was uttered by Black Partridge in his native tongue, Mrs. Kinsey was able, over 30 years later, to report it as follows. "Father, I come to deliver up to you the medal I wear. It was given me by the Americans, and I have long worn it in token of our mutual friendship. But our young men are resolved to imbrue their hands in the blood of the whites. I cannot restrain them, and I will not wear a token of peace, while I am compelled to act as an enemy." But a graver fault than the foregoing vitiates the narrative. The account of the events attending the massacre is highly partisan, manifesting throughout a bitter antipathy to Captain Heald and a corresponding idealization of Kinsey. Probably the author is herself responsible for the latter feature. The responsibility for the former must be shared with her informants. Their representations concerning the massacre and the role played by Captain Heald therein would obviously be similar to those of Lieutenant Helm. The extent of his antipathy for, and misrepresentations of, his commander will be set forth presently. It is probable that the younger Mrs. Kinsey never saw his narrative of the massacre, although her own account repeats many of the statements contained in it. The fact of their occurrence in the earlier narrative, however, does not of itself establish their reliability. It merely shifts the responsibility for them to Helm and compels an inquiry as to the character of his narrative. And the result of such an inquiry is to dispel all confidence in its reliability and in the candor of its author. Finally, the historical value of Mrs. Kinsey's book is lessened by the author's fondness for romance and for dramatic effect, which too often overshadow her zeal for the simple truth. It was this characteristic of the book, apparently, which led Kirkland to conclude that the author intended it to be regarded as a romance rather than as sober history. Whatever the truth may be as to her intention, there can be no gainsaying Kirkland's verdict that the book reads like a romance. In capacity for adventure, its characters rival the traditional medieval knight. While over it all the author has thrown a glamour of romance, which was strikingly absent from the crass materialism of life on the Northwestern frontier a century ago. It had been arranged by Kinsey that Mrs. Kinsey and her children should be taken across the lake to St. Joseph in a boat in charge of the servants and some friendly Indians. Kinsey himself went with the troops. The boat was detained at the mouth of the river, however, and here Mrs. Kinsey spent the time during the battle and massacre. Mrs. Helm had ridden out with her husband, and thus was actually present in the battle. She soon became separated from her husband, and apparently was with the rear division around the wagons during the fighting there. According to her own story as told in Wow Bun, at the height of the fighting she drew aside, and with philosophically calmness began to compose herself to meet her end. While thus engaged, the surgeon, Van Voorhis, came up, wounded and panic-stricken, every muscle of his face quivering with the agony of terror. Oblivious of the helplessness and inexperience of the young woman, he frantically sought some assurance of safety from her. While the battle raged around, she strove to discourage his hope and to arouse him to meet his fate with manly firmness. She even pointed out the soldierly behavior of Ronan, who, though mortally wounded and nearly down, was fighting with desperation on one knee. This appeal to the example set by Ronan was, however, in vain, eliciting from the surgeon only the astonishing rejoinder, with a convulsive shudder, that he had no terrors of the future. He is an unbeliever. The remarkable dialogue was interrupted at this point by a young Indian who attempted to tomahawk Mrs. Helm. She dodged the blow, and closing with the warrior struggled to secure his knife. From this predicament, she was suddenly snatched by Black Partridge, who bore her to the lake and plunged her into the water. Instead of drowning her as she expected, he held her in a position which permitted her to breathe, and she soon discovered that he had taken this way of saving her from the tomahawk. When the firing died down, he bore her to the shore and up the sandbank, whence she was conducted back to the Potawatomi camp, west of the fort on the south side of the river. Such is Mrs. Helm's narrative of her experience in the massacre itself, as reported by Mrs. Kinsey. It is evident that only a portion of the tragedy came under her own personal observation, although in Wow Bun all the remainder of the narrative, many pages in length, is represented as being quoted directly from her. If any portion of the Wow Bun account of the massacre is worthy of credence, it should be this, which recites Mrs. Helm's personal experience. Unfortunately, the credibility of even this portion is dubious. That the actor should emphasize her own part in the affair is, of course, only natural. That the dialogue with Van Voorhis occurred as represented is, under all the circumstances, simply incredible. Unfortunately, we have no other record of how Van Voorhis met his fate, and so, for nearly 3/4 of a century, his memory has been blackened by this cruel tale, thoughtlessly taken up and repeated in the numerous accounts of the massacre based on that contained in Wow Bun. The little we know of Van Voorhis tends to the belief that he was a young man of more than usual spirit and breadth of vision. His friend and college classmate, Surgeon Cooper, testified to his personal worth and bravery, and to the end of his life protested that the Wow Bun version of his death was a cruel slander. More significant is the testimony of the fragment of a single letter of Van Voorhis, of which a copy has been preserved. Writing from his lonely station in October 1811, he thus foretold the future destiny of this region. In my solitary walks I contemplate what a great and powerful republic will yet arise in this new world. Here, I say, will be the seat of millions yet unborn. Here the asylum of oppressed millions yet to come. How composedly would I die could I be resuscitated at that bright era of American greatness, an era which I hope will announce the tidings of death to fell superstition and dread tyranny. The man who at the age of 22 could pen these lines is the only one of the whites present on the day of massacre who is represented as having behaved like a poltroon and a coward. The story of the rescue of Mrs. Helm by Black Partridge has come to be regarded as a classic in the early history of Chicago. It has been made the dominant theme of the massacre monument and has been accepted without question by practically all who have written upon the massacre. Yet it may well be doubted whether the event as described by Mrs. Kinsey in Wow Bun ever actually occurred. That Black Partridge saved Mrs. Helm is probably true, but that the affair possessed the romantic aspect which it has come to assume in the popular mind, or that Mrs. Helm distinguished herself by her heroism, seems unlikely. The evidence in support of this conclusion is largely negative. Lieutenant Helm's labored narrative, written in 1814, contains no mention of the Black Partridge rescue or of any heroism displayed by his wife. Concerning her deportment in the massacre, he simply records that, having believed her slain, he was astonished on coming to the Indian camp to see her sitting among the squaws crying. In 1820, the careful and scholarly Schoolcraft passed through Chicago. He gives us an account of the massacre which he derived chiefly from John Kinsey, whose guest he was for several days. He describes, among other things, the duel to the death between Sergeant Hayes and an Indian. The story is curious and interesting enough to justify him in recording and commenting upon it, but it is not more curious and thrilling than that of the Black Partridge rescue of Mrs. Helm, Kinsey's stepdaughter. Why did Kinsey relate the one and omit to relate the other to Schoolcraft? Or if Schoolcraft, who is always careful to make note of anything curious or unusual, was told of the rescue story, why did he fail to record it? Was there in fact no such rescue, or is the omission due to its commonplaceness? Footnote 945. Schoolcraft, Narrative Journal of Travels from Detroit, to the sources of the Mississippi River in the year 1820, 390-93. We may now consider the narrative of Lieutenant Helm, sent to Augustus B. Woodward of Detroit in November 1815. Unfortunately, it adds but little to our knowledge of the massacre. Why will be apparent upon analysis. It is a partisan document for which the writer expects court-martial. Its purpose is evidently to discredit Captain Heald. Helm's letter to Woodward shows that he had spent some time in preparing it, yet the manuscript contains many erasures and alterations. It is strangely inaccurate with respect to dates, and as strangely precise in certain details not likely to be noticed or remembered on a battlefield. It makes Hull's order arrive one day too early, the 8th of August. It also makes Winnemac advise Heald, through Kinsey's agency, to evacuate at once, the next day if possible, and urge him to change the usual route to Fort Wayne. Wells is represented as arriving on the 12th, with the report that the Indians about Fort Wayne are hostile and will probably interrupt the troops on the march. Footnote 946. For the narrative, together with Helm's letter to Woodward, June 6, 1814, announcing it, see Appendix VI. On the day of his arrival, Wells held a council with the Indians to the amount of 500 warriors, 179 women and children. As a result of which, he gave the opinion that they also were hostile and would attack the garrison on the march. On this date, August 12, Helm asserts that the fort had 200 stand of arms, 6,000 pounds of powder, 4 pieces of artillery, an adequate supply of shot and lead, and 3 months' supply of Indian corn, besides 200 head of homed cattle and 27 barrels of salt. In addition, 3 months' provisions had been expended between August 7th and 12th. How or why the writer does not say. After the survey had been made, Kinsey, here Kinsey is erased in the manuscript and Wells substituted. Wells demanded of Heald if he intended to evacuate and received an affirmative reply. Helm and Kinsey now urged Wells to ask Heald to destroy the ammunition and liquor. Wells declined, but offered to accompany Kinsey and Helm. To their representations, Heald replied that he had received positive orders to deliver to the Indians all the public property of whatsoever nature, that it was bad policy to tell a lie to an Indian, and that such a crime might irritate the natives and result in the destruction of his men. Kinsey thereupon offered to assume the responsibility by fabricating an order from Hull. To this scheme Heald assented. Kinsey wrote an order, as if from General Hull, and gave it to Heald, and the arms and ammunition were destroyed. The account of the battle and massacre then follows. It contains some information of value, but unfortunately it is mingled with much that is evidently untrue. The attack began at 10 o'clock in the morning, at a distance of 1.5 miles from the fort. In a few minutes, all but 10 of the men were killed or wounded. Helm called upon his men to follow him to the prairie, then moved forward under heavy fire 105 paces, when he wheeled to the left to avoid being shot in the back. This careful enumeration, while under heavy fire, of the exact number of paces taken by the troops can hardly convince the student of the writer's sincerity. Waiving this point, however, it is apparent that the Indians on Helm's flank were gaining his rear, and he wheeled to the south to intercept them. The Indians now stopped firing, and never more renewed it. Helm at once ordered the men to reload their guns. He now discovered Captain Heald, for the first time to my knowledge during the battle. He was coming from towards the Indians, and to my great surprise, they never offered to fire on him. The inference which the writer wishes to convey is plain, but it is also evident that Heald had been engaged in battle farther south, and that he had already taken steps to stop further slaughter by bargaining for surrender. A futile attempt on the part of the soldiers to charge was followed by more parleying on Heald's part. Passing over the details, Helm represents that while Heald was agreeing with Black Bird upon the terms of surrender, he himself, with the men who were left, fell back to an elevation near at hand. For a reason hinted at but not explained, the men now regarded Helm as their commander. Heald repeatedly inquires of his subordinate what he intends to do. The men, on the other hand, beg him not to surrender. He urges them not to be uneasy, for he has already done his best for them and will not surrender unless they are willing. Even the hostile savages now became aware of the quiet usurpation of the command by Helm during the heat of the battle. The half-breed interpreter who had conducted the negotiations between Captain Heald and Black Bird came running to warn Helm not to surrender until a general council of the Indians had agreed to the terms. Helm replied that he had no idea of surrender. The interpreter now collected the Indians, and after haranguing them, returned with the promise that they would spare the lives of Helm and his men if they would surrender. He also informed them that the lives of Kinsey and some of the women and children had already been spared. This last news enlivened Helm and his men, for they well knew Mr. Kinsey stood higher than any man in that country, among the Indians, and that he might be the means of saving us from utter destruction, which afterwards proved to be the case. There follows a description of the scene of the massacre at the wagons, which filled Helm with horror. There are a number of other details that need not be noticed here. The document is of great interest and of considerable value, but its partisan character is evident throughout. In his desire to cast discredit upon Captain Heald, Helm played fast and loose with the facts of the situation. The length to which he was willing to go in the effort to impugn Heald's judgment is perhaps sufficiently indicated by the story of the forged order for the destruction of the arms and ammunition. Even in the absence of positive evidence, the inherent improbability of the tale is such as to arouse grave suspicion of its validity. The discovery of Hull's order for the evacuation changes this suspicion to certainty. Since Heald was expressly enjoined to destroy the surplus arms and ammunition, the whole tale concerning the forged order is obviously a sheer invention. Further misstatements occur in connection with the account of the supplies on hand at the time of the evacuation. Instead of 200 stand of arms, the last Fort Dearborn inspection return shows that there were approximately one-third this number, and the number of surplus muskets destroyed did not exceed half a dozen. Instead of 27 barrels of salt, there were, according to a letter of Heald, written 6 weeks after the massacre, but 17 barrels. That there were 70 muskets instead of 200 and 17 barrels of salt in place of 27 is of no particular consequence, for in each case the supply was more than sufficient. But the inaccuracy of Helm's statements is of some significance, as affording evidence of the untrustworthiness of his narrative, even in matters concerning which no adequate motive for misrepresentation is apparent. The connection between Helm's narrative of the massacre and that of Mrs. Kinsey in the pages of Wow Bun has already been pointed out. The two proceed from a common source and have a common bias against Captain Heald. Helm was the original traducer of Heald. Almost 100 years elapsed before his narrative appeared in print, and Mrs. Kinsey was probably unaware of its existence. Notwithstanding this, its spirit is faithfully reflected in the latter's account, and through its agency passed into the literature of the Fort Dearborn massacre. Thus the partisan statements of a bitterer enemy, who did not hesitate to pervert the truth in order to discredit his commander, taken up and reproduced by others, have been potent to blast the reputation of Heald to the present time, a century after the massacre. Footnote 948, Heald to Augustus Porter, contractor for the Western Posts, September 26, 1812. MS owned by the author. Footnote 949. The issues raised by Helm's account of the massacre render it a matter of regret that but little authentic information is extant concerning him. Judge Woodward, in his letter to Proctor concerning the Chicago captives, speaks highly of Helm, Appendix VII. There is evidence, however, which tends to invalidate Woodward's estimate of Helm's character. The following sheds some light upon the characters respectively of Heald and his detractor. Heald was twice wounded in the Battle of August 15, receiving a bullet in the hip and another through the arm. The former wound never ceased to trouble him, physician's certificates, Heald papers in Draper collection, and he carried the bullet which caused it to his grave. Helm received a slight flesh wound in the heel, from which he recovered so quickly that within 6 weeks Forsyth reported him in good health and spirits. Letter of Thomas Forsyth to John Kinsey, September 24, 1812, printed in Magazine of History, Roman 15, 89. See also Infra, Letter of Heald to B. Roberts, December 1, 1825. Heald refrained from applying for a pension, and when one was procured for him by 2 of his friends without his knowledge, the latter, in breaking the news to him, thought it worth while to urge him not to decline it, and to suggest that he bestow it upon his children in case he felt any delicacy about accepting it himself. Supra, note 620. It is apparent from the letter of Heald to B. Roberts, December 1, 1825, printed below, that when Helm came to apply for a pension, he not only made what he might of his wound, but also preferred a claim against the government for money advanced by him from his own funds to purchase articles for the troops at Chicago. This claim Heald denominated entirely false and without the least foundation imaginable, and further that any vouchers which Helm might submit in support of his claim were fraudulent. Heald's emphatic condemnation of Helm's assertions and claim finds support in what we know of Helm's financial situation at the time. See on this supra p. 365. In view of this, it seems unlikely, without regard to Heald's testimony, that he was in a position to advance money to buy articles for the soldiers. St. Charles, Missouri, December 1825. Dear Sir, I have read your letter from Russellsville on the subject of Capt. Helm's claims on the government. As to his wound, read, at Chicago I know nothing that can be of service to him in order that he may procure a pension. All that I can say of my own knowledge is that I discovered he walked a little lame soon after the action was over, but I had no opportunity to find out the cause of it before we were separated. I was told about 10 days after the action by Mr. Kinsey, the stepfather of Mrs. Helm, that Capt. Helm's wound was very trifling and could not injure him. I have since seen Mr. Those. Forsyth, with whom Capt. Helm resided for several months immediately after the action, and he told me that Capt. Helm's wound was of no consequence, and that it appeared to be nothing more than a small flesh wound in one of his heels, and did not disable him in the least. The statement he made to you respecting the articles he says he purchased for the troops and advanced the money out of his own funds to pay for them is entirely false and without the least foundation imaginable. And if he has any vouchers to support the claim, depend upon it, sir, they are fraudulent. Should you wish for my deposition, stating my own knowledge of Capt. Helm's? Should you wish for my deposition to support Capt. Helm's claim for a pension, I am perfectly willing to give it, but I can say nothing more than I have said in this letter of my own knowledge. The Hon. B. Roberts, Member of Congress. The original manuscript from which the foregoing is taken is the copy of the letter retained by Heald and is owned by his granddaughter, Mrs. Wright Johnson, of Rutherford, N.J. After the sources of information derived from the two surviving officers and their wives follow a number of reports of distinctly lesser importance, which found their way into the newspapers of the time. Several of these were preserved from oblivion by being reprinted during the few weeks following the massacre in that general repository of information, Niles Register. The number of such reports which require consideration here is small. The news of the fall of Fort Dearborn was borne to the nearest American settlements more rapidly than might, in view of all the circumstances, have been expected. As early as August 28, a report of it was published in the Western Courier of Louisville. It consisted of an extract from a letter received at Louisville from an officer of the Army who apparently was at or in the vicinity of Fort Wayne. It stated correctly enough the leading facts that the fort had been evacuated, the garrison attacked after marching about 1 mile, and that Heald had surrendered on receiving assurances of mercy for the garrison. It erred, however, in reporting Heald and his wife among the slain, as well as all but 3 of Welles's Miamis. From these 3 survivors, it was stated, the information had been gained. Footnote 950. A copy of this paper is owned by the Chicago Historical Society. In similar fashion, the news of the massacre was carried to Detroit, now in the hands of the British, about the 1st of September. The first printed account from this source is found in Niles Register for October 3, copied from an earlier number of the Buffalo Gazette. Considering the source of the information, the brief narrative corresponds more closely to the facts as we know them than might be expected. A Potawatomi chief had brought the news to Detroit, from which place it had been carried eastward by the British warship, the Queen Charlotte. A flag of truce sent ashore at Fort Erie conveyed the news to the Americans there, from which place, presumably, it was carried to Buffalo. The account places the number of survivors at 10 or 12, and, like the Louisville report, includes Captain Heald among the slain. Footnote 951. For other early newspaper reports of the massacre see Hurlbut, Chicago Antiquities, 175-77. More important than either of the foregoing is the report which appeared in the Missouri Gazette of September 19, 1812. It represents Captain Wells as bringing the order from Hull for the distribution of the stores among the Indians and the evacuation of the fort. Heald prepared to comply with the order, but thought prudent to destroy all the powder and whiskey before distributing the goods. The Indians suspected this, overheard the staving in of the powder kegs, and charged Wells with the fact. He denied it, however, and the goods were distributed to about 800 Indians. Signs of discontent were already manifest among the Indians when on the 14th an Indian runner arrived with a large red belt. He had been sent by Maine Pock, the inveterate enemy of the Americans, who lived on the Kankakee, but who was now fighting with Tecumseh's forces near Maiden. The message the runner bore acquainted the Indians around Fort Dearborn with the British successes and Hull's predicament on the Detroit frontier. It added that a vessel would be dispatched in a few days for Chicago with goods and ammunition for the Indians, and urged them to strike the Americans immediately. Footnote 952. I have not had access to the paper itself, but have made use of the copy of the article made by Lyman C. Draper, in the Draper Collection, S. Roman 26, 76. This message, added to the discontent over the destruction of the powder and whiskey, precipitated the attack. The next day, about 10 o'clock, the troops, 54 in number, with 10 citizens, 9 women, and 18 children, evacuated the fort. After they had gone about a mile, they were attacked by about 400 Indians, and a general slaughter ensued. 30 soldiers, including the doctor and the ensign, all of the citizens, 2 women, and 12 children were torn to pieces. The heart of Wells was torn out and divided among the different bands. In the midst of the carnage, Mrs. Heald had sunk on the ground, and an Indian had a war club raised to drive into her head, when she was rescued by a young Frenchman who purchased her with a mule. Heald's captors gave him his liberty, contrary to the wishes of the other savages. The commander and his wife were given protection in the house of a trader, where their wounds were dressed, and at the time of the report, they were in process of recovery. This early report is worthy of notice for several reasons. It is notably accurate in some respects, and as notably incorrect in others. The figures given for the participants in the massacre and for the slain are surprisingly accurate for so early an unofficial report. On the other hand, while the order for the evacuation is given with a fair degree of accuracy, the account of its transmission to Fort Dearborn and the date of its arrival is entirely wrong. It is to be noted that thus early to the destruction of the ammunition and liquor is ascribed a large degree of responsibility for the massacre, and that a version of the ransoming of Mrs. Heald with a mule appears. It is evident that this report must have come from someone familiar with the facts concerning the massacre. Although it is not susceptible of proof, the opinion may be hazarded that this person was Thomas Forsyth, of Peoria, Kinsey's half-brother. He came to Chicago the day after the massacre and started to return to Peoria a few days later. He was active and enterprising, and not long afterwards was acting as an agent of the government among the Illinois River Indians. He was well known at St. Louis, and it seems not unlikely that he would have forwarded thither at the earliest opportunity an account of what had occurred at Chicago. Footnote 953. Letter of Forsyth to Heald, January 2, 1813, Supra, Note 632. Another report of the massacre, published in Niles Register May 8, 1813, requires more extended consideration. It purports to be an extract from a letter of Walter Jordan, a non-commissioned officer of the regulars at Fort Wayne, to his wife, October 19, 1812. The writer claims to have been a member of Wells's relief expedition, and thus to have been a participant in the Fort Dearborn massacre. According to the letter, Wells left Fort Wayne August 1, accompanied by Jordan and 100 Confute Indians to escort Heald on his retreat from Chicago to Fort Wayne, a distance of 150 miles. Wells reached Chicago August 10, and on the 15th all was in readiness for an immediate march, all the property that could not be removed having been burned. The force which evacuated the fort consisted of capped, Wells, myself, and 100 Confute Indians, capped, Heald's 100 men, 10 women, and 20 children, in all 232. After a 10-minute conflict, in the course of which the Confute allies deserted to the enemy, all but 15 of the whites were killed. But thanks be to God, Jordan was numbered among the survivors. If his escape was as miraculous as the narrative represents it to have been, his thankfulness was not inappropriate. First, the feather was shot off his cap, then the epaulet from his shoulder, and finally the handle from his sword. Unwilling, apparently, to tempt Providence further, Jordan now surrendered to 4 savage rascals. His good fortune did not desert him, however. The Confute chief, taking him by the hand, assured him his life would be spared, but invited him to come and see what we will do with your captain. Leading the way to Wells, they cut off his head and put it on a pole, took out his heart, and having divided it among the chiefs, ate it up raw. After this, the 15 survivors were parceled out among the victors. The band to whom Jordan fell promised, if he would stay with them, to make a chief of him. If he tried to escape, they would burn him alive. Despite this alternative, having gained their confidence with a fine story, Jordan made his escape and reached Fort Wayne on August 26, 2 days before it was blockaded by the Indians. If Jordan was in fact a member of Wells's party, and this is an authentic account of the massacre by an eyewitness, it must be regarded as one of our most valuable sources of information. Its early date, the detailed description of events, and the precise enumeration of the forces engaged combine with its first-hand character to give it this rank. If, on the other hand, the narrative is not to be accorded this high estimate, it must be dismissed as a mendacious and worthless fabrication. The circumstances of the case render the assumption of any middle ground between these positions impossible. Turning to Jordan's letter, even a casual inspection compels the adoption of the latter position. Waiving the question whether such a person as Walter Jordan ever in fact existed, the complete silence of all other sources as to his presence in Wells's party and at the Chicago massacre is enough to rouse grave suspicion concerning the truth of his story. His misstatements concerning the expedition of Wells and the massacre itself change this suspicion into certainty. Neither lapse of time nor second-hand information can be urged in extenuation of his false statements about the number of Wells's followers and of Heald's party. Aside from this consideration, the misstatements as to the time of Wells's trip, the tribe to which his followers belonged, and the distance from Fort Wayne to Chicago can hardly be explained on any other hypothesis than that of deliberate fabrication. Surely, a non-commissioned officer of the regulars at Fort Wayne would not substitute for the Miamis a purely imaginary tribe of Indians, having no existence outside the pages of his letter. A more Falstaffian tale than that of Jordan's miraculous escape from death, or a more improbable one than that detailing the circumstances attending the death of Wells, would be difficult to imagine. Further refutation of the narrative is unnecessary, nor would it deserve the space that has already been devoted to it, but for the fact that some have been misled into a belief in its reliability. The correspondence of Judge Woodward of Detroit with General Proctor relative to the survivors of the massacre constitutes a source of information of the highest quality. With the massacre itself, however, it deals only incidentally, being limited to a consideration of the survivors and the means of rescuing them from captivity. Woodward was perhaps the most prominent citizen of Detroit and Michigan Territory, noted for his eccentricity and his ability. On the arrival of Captain Heald and his wife and Sergeant Griffith at Detroit early in October, Woodward set himself the task of gaining all the information they could give him concerning the losses in the battle and the survivors of the massacre. And this information he incorporated a few days later in a vigorous letter to Proctor, the British commander at Detroit, appealing to him to take all the measures in his power to recover the unfortunate captives. It is probable that Heald and Griffith could not speak with entire accuracy concerning the losses sustained and the number of these survivors, but they were of course able to give Woodward valuable information on the subject, and his letter to Proctor constitutes one of our most valuable sources of information concerning it. Footnote 954. For Woodward's letter to Proctor, October 7, 1812, see Appendix VII. An account of the massacre, drawn in large part from the same source as Woodward's information, but written a few years later, is contained in McAfee's History of the Late War, published in 1816. McAfee was a Kentuckian and himself a soldier in the war, having served as an officer in the regiment of Colonel Richard M. Johnson. Because of this, and because his information was largely gathered from participants in the events described, his history possesses much of the flavor of a first-hand narrative. McAfee gives a short account of the destruction of Fort Dearborn, based on information received from Sergeant Griffith, who was also a member of Johnson's regiment. The narrative, being thus second-hand, is open to criticism in certain respects. But the chief occasion for regret is that McAfee's purpose was satisfied with so brief an account. For the source of his information, the early date of the history, and the character of McAfee as a historian all tend to the belief that had it suited his purpose to enter more fully into the account of Fort Dearborn, a narrative of great value would have been produced. We come, after these contemporary accounts, to the recollections and reminiscences told in old age by participants, or relatives or friends of participants, in the massacre. Some of these have proved to be of considerable value for the reconstruction of our story, but in most sources of this character, the traces of time and of failing memory are plainly to be seen. Moreover, some of them are affected by the narrator's personal friendships or antipathies, and given in support or contradiction of some partisan account. Few of them are or pretend to be more than fragmentary accounts of the battle. Among such sources may be mentioned the testimony of Black Hawk, of Shabona, of Joseph Barassa, and of Paul de Garmo. Footnote 958. De Garmo's story is contained in a letter of Charles A. Lamb, August 24, 1803, MS in the Chicago Historical Society Library. Logically belonging in the same class as the foregoing, but requiring in each case more extended consideration, are the narratives of Alexander Robinson, of Moses Morgan, and of Susan Simmons Winans. Robinson was one of the chiefs in the massacre who was friendly to the whites and did what he might to save them. He it was who piloted the Healds and Sergeant Griffith in their 300-mile canoe voyage from the St. Joseph River to Mackinac. He was one of the last survivors of the massacre, living in the immediate vicinity of Chicago until 1872, and well known to the generation of Chicagoans before the Great Fire. For some reason, the first generation of writers upon early Chicago history did not take the trouble to secure from Robinson his version of the massacre. A manuscript which purports to contain his story of the affair is, however, in the possession of the Chicago Historical Society. The information contained in it purports to have been secured by Carl A. Dilg in a series of interviews with the daughter of Robinson some time after the chief's death. Dilg considered it of great importance, but a careful study of it compels the conclusion that it possesses practically no historical value. It was not put in writing until 3/4 of a century had elapsed. More important, Robinson himself was illiterate, and the story, third-hand at best, was elicited from his daughter in a series of interviews extending over several years, by a man whose prejudices were so violent and methods of work so unscientific as to render confidence in its reliability impossible. The account of Susan Simmons Winans, of great value from one point of view, must, for the actual affair of the massacre, be classed with the story of Robinson. Mrs. Winans, the infant daughter of John Simmons, was saved by her mother from the slaughter at the wagons. Both mother and child appeared as if from the dead in April 1813, after a series of adventures which recall the age of miracles and providential protection. Mrs. Simmons lived until 1857, and her daughter, Mrs. Winans, until 1900, being the last known survivor of the massacre. Both mother and daughter frequently narrated to their relatives the story of their captivity, the daughter's knowledge having been derived, of course, from her mother. A relative. Dr. N. Simmons, the son of a brother of John Simmons, moved by family pride in the narrative and possessed of some slight literary ability, published in 1896 a small volume which contained, in addition to the story of his kinsfolk, a sketch of the massacre and of the Potawatomi tribe of Indians. The account of the massacre is a reprint of Edward G. Mason's narrative in his chapters from Illinois History, and the volume is of value solely for the account it gives of the captivity and later life of Mrs. Simmons and her daughter. Footnote 959. Simmons, N., Heroes and Heroines of the Fort Dearborn Massacre. Finally, we may consider the massacre narrative of Moses Morgan as preserved by William R. Head. Among the workmen who helped to build the second Fort Dearborn in 1816 was Moses Morgan, foreman of a gang of carpenters. He had served as a volunteer in Hull's army in 1812, and after his exchange from the captivity consequent upon the surrender of Detroit, had re-entered the service as a carpenter. He soon became a foreman, and in this capacity assisted in the building of Commodore Perry's fleet on Lake Erie. In 1816, he was ordered to accompany the troops sent to rebuild the fort at Chicago. In later life, he became the neighbor at Carlinville, of William R. Head, who for many years before his death in 1910 was a resident of Chicago. Head early became interested in local history, and for a period of 40 years was a tireless collector of data pertaining to early Chicago and Illinois. Among other things, he recorded the story told him by Moses Morgan. It contains many details not found elsewhere, and if it were of such a character that these could be relied upon, it would constitute an exceedingly valuable source of information. Unfortunately, however, it exhibits many defects. The account was written out by Head late in life from notes taken and from recollections of his various conversations with Morgan many years before. Head, like Dilg, was lacking in historical training, while he held a number of theories concerning the massacre and possessed a violent antipathy for everything connected with the Kinsey family. In his old age, he undertook a revision of his manuscript, which further militated against its reliability. Finally, to complete the tale of defects, after his death the mass of notes and other material which he had accumulated, and by which the correctness of his statements might to some extent have been tested, was burned as rubbish by his family. Because of the unreliable character of the narrative, but little dependence can be placed upon it, particularly in those portions which involve Head's theories or his prejudices. Yet it seems possible to trust some of its statements, and accordingly some use has been made of it in the present work. There is no reason to question the character and integrity of either Morgan or Head, or to suppose that either consciously misrepresented the facts. The more reliable portion of the narrative has been utilized in the chapter on the fate of the survivors of the massacre. The part which deals with the tragedy itself is given here because of its human interest, in spite of a lack of confidence in its historical worth. When the garrison came, in the summer of 1816, to rebuild the fort, many evidences of the massacre were still to be seen. Many attempts were made by the officers to get an exact account of the destruction of the first fort from the Indians and the half-breeds who knew the facts. No dependence, however, could be placed upon their statements. Previous to the coming of the troops, some of these residents had boasted of the part they had taken in the slaughter. For obvious reasons, their denials were now as strenuous as their former boasting had been loud. It was found that tales of the fight were being manufactured by the interpreters, and some of them were dismissed, but without any favorable results in the form of desired information. One account was obtained by a soldier's wife from Okra, Ouelmet's wife, and a half-breed French woman. These women had, they said, watched the departure of the troops from the fort. From a favorable vantage point on the north side of the river, where Ouelmet's hut stood, they had watched the troops march out, the captain and his wife being the last to leave. There were 2 army wagons, one containing the women and children and the personal baggage, drawn by Lee's horses. To the other, laden with ammunition and provisions, 3 pairs of steers were yoked. Soon the women heard the sound of firing and smelled the powder smoke, but from their position on the north side of the river, they were unable to see the fight. Another and fuller story was obtained from a wounded soldier of Heald's command who was found, under circumstances already described, living a few miles up the North Branch. In presenting the details, it should be noted that they bear throughout the imprint of Head's theories and prejudices. There were not provisions enough for a long siege. The garrison should not have left so soon. Kinsey was not faithful in his interpretations. Lieutenant Helm was so drunk on the morning of August 15 that he was not able to retain his place in line. There were 2 wagons, one of which was guarded by the militia and the soldiers who had children. The troops marched out close to the water's edge, and when the wagons had gone a short distance beyond the mouth of the river, 2 half-grown Potawatomi boys began shooting at the animals hitched to the wagons, wounding one of the horses and causing it to lie down. The steers attached to the army wagon turned quickly around, breaking the wagon pole and half overturning the wagon. For a time, the men about the wagon stood patiently in line, surrounded by a group of friendly Indians. Then the strange Indians, not finding the ammunition and provisions in the fort, came rushing down upon the wagons. As they came on, the men gave 3 volleys, killing many of them. The surrender was made by the captain to Blackbird, and the valuables and money were given under a promise of protection for the men. The captain and a sergeant were turned over to Robinson to be saved for their money. The general opinion when Morgan left Chicago was that the delay caused by the Indian boys' attack upon the teams was the chief reason why the party did not escape, that the attack upon the wagons took place beyond the mouth of the river, and that the ensign made a mistake in commanding his men to fire so quickly. Appendix III. Nathan Heald's Journal. Footnote 961. Printed for the first time from the original manuscript among the Heald papers in the Draper collection at Madison, Wise. The journal was kept by Heald in a small blank book about 3 times 6 inches in size. It contains, in addition to the autobiographical matter presented here, a number of pages of memoranda consisting of military data, financial entries, medical and household recipes, and so forth. Nathan Heald, the son of Thomas Heald and Sybil, his wife, was born in New Ipswich in the state of New Hampshire the 24th of September 1775, and entered the Army of the U States as an ensign the 2nd of March 1799. In the spring of 1800 went to Springfield in Mass, on the recruiting service. In the spring of 1801, left Springfield with a detachment of recruits under the command of Capt. Lyman to join the Western Army, and arrived at Wilkinsonville on the Ohio early in the fall of the same year. Left Wilkinsonville late in the fall of the same year, with a detachment of 4 companies of Inf under the command of Capt. R. Bissell, and went up Tennessee River 2 or 3 miles above the mouth of Bear Creek, built a cantonment and sea. In the spring of 1802, a part of the army being disbanded, I went to Vincennes with a detachment of Capt. Lyman's company to join that post. In the spring of 1803, went on command to Detroit with Gover Harrison, and returned to Vincennes the next fall, having been sick at Detroit all summer. In the beginning of 1804, went to Chillicothe, Ohio on the recruiting service, spent the summer following at Maysville Kai on the same service, and returned to Vincennes in the fall of the same year. In the spring of 1805, went to Fort Massac, where I commanded till late in the fall of the same year, when I sat out on furlough for Concord, Mass., and arrived there in January 1806. Attended a general court-martial as a member on the seaboard in New Hampshire the same winter, and went to New London Con on the recruiting service with Cap. Stoddard in the spring. Left New London late in the summer and went to New Brunswick, NJ on the same service, and in the fall was ordered to Fort Wayne by the way of Philadelphia, where I joined Capt. Stoddard with a detachment of recruits and went with him to Newport on the Ohio, then by myself to Fort Wayne, where I arrived and took the command in Jan. 1807. On the 31st of that month, and the same year was promoted to A Capt. in 1st Regged Infantry. In the spring of 1807, went to Detroit to sit on a general court-martial, and returned to Fort Wayne in the summer. In June 1810, left Fort Wayne and went to Chicago to command that post, went on furlough to Massachusetts in the fall of the same year, and returned by the way of Kentucky, where I was married to Rebecca Wells, the daughter of General Samuel Wells, and Mary his wife, on the 23d of May 1811, and arrived at Chicago in June with Mrs. Heald. On the 4th of May 1812, we had a son born dead for the want of a skillful midwife. On the 9th of August, 1812, wrecked orders from General W.M. Hull to evacuate the post of Chicago and proceed with my command to Detroit. On the 15th, marched for Detroit and was attacked by about 500 Indians 2 miles from the fort, and there was killed in the action 1 ensign, 1 surgeon's mate, 24 non-commissioned officers, musicians, and privates, 12 militia including Capt. Wells of the Indian Department at Fort Wayne, 2 women and 12 children. Myself, 1 loot. 25 noncommiss. Officers, musicians, and privates, and 11 women and children were captured by the Indians. On the 16th, that is the day after action, Mrs. Heald and myself were taken to the St. Joseph River by our new masters. The journey was performed in 3 days by coasting the Lake Michigan, and we remained with them, both being badly wounded and unable to help ourselves, till the 29th of the same month, when we took our departure for Michilimackinac in a birch canoe, with Sergeant Griffith, one of the unfortunate prisoners, and 3 Frenchmen and a squaw. The 14th of Sept, we all arrived safe at Michilimackinac. I was there paroled by Capt. Roberts, the British combatant, and permitted to proceed to Detroit with Mrs. Heald and the sergeant. Left the island on the 19th of the month, Sept, and arrived at Detroit the 22nd was there permitted by Capt. Proctor to proceed to the U States on parole. Left Detroit the 4th of October and arrived at Buffallen the 8th in the old brig Adams. Left Buffallen the 10th and arrived at Pittsburgh the 22nd. Left Pittsburgh the 8th Nov and arrived at Louisville the 19th. The distance from Chicago to Michilimackinac, in coasting the lake on the east side, is miles, thence to Detroit, thence to Buffallen, thence to Erie by land, thence to Pittsburgh by land. But we traveled by water 132, thence to Louisville by water total 1907. On the 26th of August 1812, I was promoted to a major in the 4th Regt, in Phi. The winter of 1812-13, Mrs. Heald and myself spent at her father's, and went to Newport in the spring, where we spent the summer following, and returned to Mr. Jacob Jiger's near Louisville, and spent the winter of 1813-14. The spring and summer following I was engaged in putting up buildings on a piece of land I bought of Mr. Wand joining Jacob Jiger's plantation, and moved into the buildings late in the fall of 1814. At the consolidation of the army in 1814, I was disbanded, being then a major in the 19th Regt, of in Phi. Mary Sybil Heald was born at her grandfather's near Louisville on the 17th of April 1814. Margaret Ann Heald born at my house near Louisville, the 9th of Decker, 1816, Kentucky. Feb 15 th 1817, sold my house and lot near Louisville Kai to Mr. Jacob Jiger for $3,000. March 22, 1817. Left Louisville with my family for St. Charles County, Missouri Territory, and arrived there the 15th of April. Following. Spent the summer of 1817 at Joseph Beatty's plantation. November 1817, moved to a plantation I bought of Jacob Zumwalt for $1,000. Rebecca Hackley Heald was born in St. Charles County, the 7th January 1819. 21st September 1820, Mr. Jiger's family arrived from Kentucky. November 2nd, Mrs. Jiger died of a consumption. Nov. 6th, Mr. Jiger with his children set out for Kentucky. 17th October, 1820, bought a house and lot in St. Charles of Anton-Ganys for the sum of $450, cash in hand. Rebecca Hackley Heald died 16th January 1821, between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m., aged 2 years and 10 days. Darius Heald born on Sunday, January 27, 1822, at 3 o'clock in the morning. The moon 5 days old, in the sign of Aries, State of Missouri, St. Charles County. Appendix IV. Captain Heald's official report of the evacuation of Fort Dearborn. Footnote 962. The report has been published in various places, usually with the opening sentence omitted. As presented here, the report is taken from the Drennan Papers, copied from Brannan's Official Military and Naval Letters, Washington, 1823, 84. Pittsburgh, October 23 d. 1812. Sir, I embrace this opportunity to render you an account of the garrison of Chicago. On the 9th of August last, I received orders from General Hull to evacuate the post and proceed with my command to Detroit, by land, leaving it at my discretion to dispose of the public property as I thought proper. The neighboring Indians got the information as early as I did, and came in from all quarters in order to receive the goods in the factory store, which they understood were to be given them. On the 13th, Captain Wells of Fort Wayne arrived with about 30 Miamis for the purpose of escorting us in, by the request of General Hull. On the 14th, I delivered the Indians all the goods in the factory store and a considerable quantity of provisions which we could not take away with us. The surplus arms and ammunition I thought proper to destroy, fearing they would make bad use of it if put in their possession. I also destroyed all the liquor on hand after they began to collect. The collection was unusually large for that place, but they conducted themselves with the strictest propriety till after I left the fort. On the 15th, At 9 o'clock in the morning, we commenced our march. A part of the Miamis were detached in front, and the remainder in our rear as guards under the direction of Captain Wells. The situation of the country rendered it necessary for us to take the beach, with the lake on our left and a high sandbank on our right, at about 100 yards distance. We had proceeded about a mile and a half when it was discovered that the Indians were prepared to attack us from behind the bank. I immediately marched up with the company to the top of the bank when the action commenced. After firing one round, we charged, and the Indians gave way in front and joined those on our flanks. In about 15 minutes, they got possession of all our horses, provisions, and baggage of every description, and finding the Miamis did not assist us, I drew off the few men I had left and took possession of a small elevation in the open prairie, out of shot of the bank or any other cover. The Indians did not follow me, but assembled in a body on the top of the bank, and after some consultations among themselves, made signs for me to approach them. I advanced towards them alone and was met by one of the Potawatomi chiefs, called the Blackbird, with an interpreter. After shaking hands, he requested me to surrender, promising to spare the lives of all the prisoners. On a few moments' consideration, I concluded it would be most prudent to comply with his request, although I did not put entire confidence in his promise. After delivering up our arms, we were taken back to their encampment near the fort and distributed among the different tribes. The next morning, they set fire to the fort and left the place, taking the prisoners with them. Their number of warriors was between 400 and 500, mostly of the Potawatomi nation, and their loss, from the best information I could get, was about 15. Our strength was 54 regulars and 12 militia, out of which 26 regulars and all the militia were killed in the action, with 2 women and 12 children. Ensign George Ronan and Dr. Isaac V. Van Voorhis of my company, with Captain Wells of Fort Wayne, are, to my great sorrow, numbered among the dead. Lieutenant Lena T. Helm, with 25 non-commissioned officers and privates, and 11 women and children, were prisoners when we were separated. Mrs. Heald and myself were taken to the mouth of the river St. Joseph, and being both badly wounded, were permitted to reside with Mr. Burnett, an Indian trader. In a few days after our arrival there, the Indians all went off to take Fort Wayne, and in their absence, I engaged a Frenchman to take us to Michilimackinac by water, where I gave myself up as a prisoner of war with one of my sergeants. The commanding officer, Captain Roberts, offered me every assistance in his power to render our situation comfortable while we remained there, and to enable us to proceed on our journey. To him, I gave my parole of honor, and came on to Detroit and reported myself to Colonel Proctor, who gave us a passage to Buffalo. From that place, I came by way of Presque Isle, and arrived here yesterday. I have the honor to be yours and C. N. Heald, Captain U.S. Infantry. Thomas H. Gushing, Esker, Adjutant General. Appendix V. Darius Heald's narrative of the Chicago Massacre, as told to Lyman C. Draper in 1868. Footnote 963. For an account of the 2 Darius Heald narratives of the massacre, see Supra, p. 381. The earlier narrative of the 2, which is presented here, was related in an interview with Lyman C. Draper in 1868. It is printed here for the first time from the original manuscript in the Draper collection. It has never been used by historical writers hitherto, nor, apparently, has the fact of its existence been known. In a newspaper account preserved by D. Heald, somewhat fragmentary evidently, an obituary notice of Madge. Heald is the following, supplying a few words toward the close in brackets. Madge, Heald was in command of Fort Dearborn, Chicago, in 1812, when an order was presented to him by a British officer and Indian, Mr. D. Heald believes from Gen Hull to deliver up the post, with all the public property therein. The officer was accompanied by several hundred Indians who, after the troops had left the garrison, commenced an indiscriminate massacre of the men, women, and children. The major endeavored to rally the few who were armed, but was so severely wounded in the very outset as to be deprived of every means of resistance. In this situation, he was about to be dispatched by some of the Indians, and was only saved by the interference of a young man, a half-breed connected with the Indians by the name of Jean-Baptiste Chandonnies, through whose persuasions and the hope of a considerable reward which he held out to the savages, they were induced to desist from their murderous design, and to take him a prisoner. Mrs. Heald was in the early part of the action separated from her husband and fell in company with her uncle, the late Madge. W.M. Wells, formerly Indian agent at Fort Wayne. In the running fight which this brave man kept up with a dozen of the Indians, and while dying of the wounds he had received, he killed 3 of their best warriors, 2 with his rifle and the 3rd with his dirk. Mrs. Heald was wounded in the breast, in both arms and in the side. To her unshaken is she indebted for the preservation of her own life and that of her husband, their friend Shandoness. Madge Heald resolved to retire for Detroit. Can't tell when nor where the militia came from who were killed. Wells thought there would be difficulty, yet thought they might effect their escape, and strongly advised the attempt, saying the longer they remained the more Indians there would be ready to intercept them when they should start, as they would have to do when starved out. Thinks there was no opposition to evacuation by any of the officers. Mrs. Heald used so to represent it. Capt. W.M. Wells got there perhaps 3 or 4 days before the evacuation. Nothing was then destroyed. The secreting the ammunition in the well was after he came, as also the destruction of the whiskey, so the Indians should not have it to infuriate them. The government Indian goods were distributed to the Indians, who were receiving them as the garrison left. Capt. Wells and the militia were half a mile in advance. The Indians had formed a half circle at the east end of the lake, and the west end of which was left open for the Americans to enter. They did enter. This half-moon trap was about 3/4 of a mile long. Wells discovered them as he neared their upper or western line. The advanced party were fired on, returned the fire, and fell back to the main body. Wells gave a signal with his hat before reaching Madge Heald and the main body. Wells and party yet some distance off, mounted on ponies, waving his hat, indicating that their march was intercepted. Indians' heads now began to pop up all along the line. Then Madge Heald formed his men in battle line on a sandhill. The wagons were made part of the line of defense. The Indians would get up as near as they could, behind trees, bushes, and sandbanks to protect them, would fire upon Heald's band, who would repel these attacks. Discovering a short distance ahead a better position for defense, Madge Heald got the wagons containing 6 soldiers, women, and children between the troops and the lake, made a charge, drove the Indians, and secured this more desirable position. The Indians kept crowding up and a running fight took place, seemingly from the fort to where the wagons were. Mrs. Heald found herself in front and near her uncle, who rode up beside her, saying, "My child, am mortally wounded." The blood was oozing from his mouth and nose, shot through the lungs. She inquired if he might not possibly recover. "No, I can't live more than an hour," and added, "My horse is also badly wounded and I fear cannot carry me to where the wagons are. I must hasten." His horse soon fell and caught one of the dying captain's legs under him, but Wells managed to disengage himself. Mrs. Heald now said to him, "See, there are Indians close by." He replied, "I care not. I cannot last but a few minutes. I will sell my life as dearly as possible. As there is no apparent hope for your escape, my dear child, I trust you will die as bravely as a soldier." He now fell to the ground and shot as he lay, with his rifle and then with his pistol, thus dispatching 2 Indians. While reloading, several other Indians came up and laying as if dead, he made a last effort, raised his rifle and killed another. Then hastily bidding his niece farewell, adding that he had done all he could in his weakness, the advancing Indian host had now come up, readily recognized him, though painted black and dressed like an Indian. And while some of them, disingenuously, treacherously, spoke of saving him, one of their number pointed his gun at Wells' head. Seeing which, the dying man pointed his finger at his heart and made a circular motion around the crown of his head, thus indicating where to shoot him and take his scalp. In another instant he lay in death, when his heart was taken out, cut up into small bits, distributed and eaten, that they might prove as brave as he. His scalp was then torn off, his body well hacked and cut to pieces. Mrs. Heald received her wounds while close by her brave uncle, 3 wounds in one arm, 1 in the other, 1 cut across her breast, 1 in her side, only 1 bone, and that in one of her arms broken. She stuck to her horse, was surrounded by the savages and taken prisoner. She had no weapon of defense, doesn't know what Indian took her, except that he was a young chief. She and her horse were led off and taken to where the squaws were. On the way, the Indians charged her with being an Epiconera Wells. This, from supposed policy, she denied. The squaws came out to meet the approaching party, and one of these forest ladies at once commenced pulling out the blanket from under Mrs. Heald, which was spread over the saddle, and on which she sat when she tried to see if she could use her right hand, which was the least disabled of the two, and plied her riding whip 2 or 3 times smartly over the adventurous squaw's bare neck and shoulders, who quickly relinquished her hold and retreated beyond the reach of this white squaw warrior. The young chief who had her in charge let go the bridle and raised a hearty yell of rejoicing at the daring intrepidity of his prisoner, exclaiming, "Brave squaw, epiconier." He seemed resolved on protecting and serving her, and appeared to admire her spirit. He would afterwards take the unfortunate squaw, who was supposed to be his wife, and exhibit to the Indians the marks on her shoulders and relate the circumstances of her receiving them, when they would all raise a hearty laugh, which the squaw herself seemed to enjoy as much as the others. The chief gave directions to the squaws who lifted Mrs. Heald from her horse to dress the wounds with poultices, which they did, and rendered her condition very comfortable. In the fight she had observed one of the officers fall, perhaps her husband. She inquired as to Madge, Heald's fate, saying she was the white captain's squaw. They told her he was wounded and a prisoner to another band and had not yet marched away. She then told them she wanted to see him and share his fate in company with him. They told her that she and her husband belonged to different parties and she could not go with him. She insisted that she must see him or die. A squaw who had dressed her wounds now addressed her as epiconier, and she now frankly acknowledged the relationship, and said if she had been a man she would have fought as long as a red skin could have been found. Now Jean-Baptiste Chandonnies made quite a speech to the Indians of the band who had her, appealing to them in their native language, saying that she was an epiconier, that she was not only related to a brave man, but was the wife of a brave officer, and had proved herself a brave and spirited woman, and ought to be permitted to see her husband, and closed with a noble appeal in her behalf. He obtained their promise to remain until he could go and see the Indian who had Captain Heald as his prisoner. He at once repaired to the other camp and informed Captain Heald about his wife, and prevailed on his Indian captor to mount him on a pony, though wounded, and conveyed him to where his wife was when an affecting meeting took place. The good-hearted Chandonnies then tried to effect a trade, an arrangement by which the two prisoners should be kept together. At length, Chandonnies purchased Mrs. Heald from her captor for an old mule captured there and a bottle of whiskey, and had her placed with her husband. In the fight, the Indians got in the rear and were killing 6 soldiers, women and children when Heald and party commenced falling back, but they were overpowered, killed, and taken. Capt. Heald also captured, all at last, in a hand-to-hand fight, all mixed up, whites and Indians. The Indians used guns, spears, bows, and arrows in the fight. Thinks the prisoners, Mr. and Mrs. Heald, were some 30 days reaching Mackinac where capt. Heald, being a Mason, was befriended by the British officer in command there, one of the fraternity, and was treated very kindly, who offered to loan him any amount of money, tendering him his pocketbook even, adding that if he ever reached home he could return it, if not it would all be right. It was believed by Mrs. Heald that it was her spirited conduct that induced the Indians to spare her and her husband, both badly wounded, and in such condition would be troublesome and cumbersome. Mrs. Heald saw and read Mrs. Kinsey's Wabun, and said it was exaggerated and incorrect in its relation of the Chicago massacre. Don't know the name of the Indian who took Capt. Heald. Mrs. Heald said the Indians were not drunk. Mr. D. Heald thinks the friendly Miamis who came with Wells to escort in the troops were what Madge. Heald speaks of as militia, which I doubt, as it seems that the friendly Indians took no part in the fight, whereas some of the militia were killed, as Heald's report shows. L. C. D. Thinks Wells painted himself as much to disguise his person as for anything else. Mrs. Heald said that she did not see the incident of Mrs. Helm, if it was her, being sent by her captor into the edge of the lake for safety. In 1831, Chandonnies called and visited Madge Heald and wife, accompanied by a chief, and spent 2 or 3 days there, they being cordially entertained, Madge killing a beef and a sheep, and gave them a feast of fresh meat, and talked over the story of the eventful captivity. Chandonnies and others were then on their way to Kansas as a deputation to view the country and report the result of their observations to their people. Just before the evacuation of Chicago, Mrs. Heald had sewed into a whammis or roundabout several $100s in paper money and gave this in Chief Alex Robinson $100, for conveying Madge, Heald and wife to Mackinaw, which he safely accomplished. This garment Madge Heald wore under his regular military suit, and when his outside clothing was stripped from him, the old whammis and money were left untouched. Page 615 of Peck's edition of Annals of the West says Mrs. Heald was attacked in a boat. This is a mistake. The Indians were not troublesome as represented in that work, as crowding into the fort before the evacuation. Wells arrived the 13th. See Heald's official report in the Annals. Madge Heald was so disabled that he was not engaged in any other active military service subsequently. After a few years, his wounds gradually grew worse, so that he had to use a crutch and cane, and these wounds finally hastened his death. The ball was never extracted. Can't say about Capt. Heald first going to Chicago in 1810, don't know whether there was then any garrison there or not. Mrs. Heald was born in Jefferson Co. Chi. In 1790, was in her 21st year when married in May, 1811. Mr. Heald has got a small watercolor likeness of his grandfather, General Samuel Wells, and a daguerreotype of Mrs. Rebecca Heald. There is no likeness extant of Madge Heald. Footnote 964. Now owned by his daughter, Mrs. Lillian Heald Richmond of St. Louis, for a reproduction of its CP 300. Appendix VI. Lieutenant Helm's account of the massacre, together with the letter of Helm to Judge Woodward announcing the narrative. Footnote 965. The letter as printed here is copied from the original manuscript in the Detroit Public Library. Notwithstanding Helm's statement that the narrative would be ready in 2 weeks, an endorsement on the back of it indicates that it was not received by Woodward until November 10, 1815. In the meantime, Heald had severed his connection with the army near the close of 1814. In view of Helm's apprehensions of being court-martialed for his story, it seems not unlikely that there is some relation between Heald's retirement and its long-delayed appearance. Words and phrases which have been crossed out in the original manuscript of the letter and of the massacre narrative are printed in italics and put within brackets. Flemington, New Jersey, 6 June, 1814. Dear Sir, I hope you will excuse the length of time I have taken to communicate the history of the unfortunate massacre of Chicago. It is now nearly finished, and in 2 weeks you may expect it, as the history cannot possibly be written with truth without eternally disgracing Major Heald. I wish you could find out whether I shall be cashiered or censured for bringing to light the conduct of so great a man. As many thinks him, you know I am the only officer that has escaped to tell the news. Some of the men have got off, but where they are I know not. They could be able to testify to some of the principal facts. I have waited a long time, expecting a court of inquiry on his conduct. But see plainly, it is to be overlooked. I am resolved now to do myself justice, even if I have to leave the service to publish the history. I shall be happy to hear from you immediately on the receipt of this. I have the honor to be, sir, with great respect, your Obt. H.B. served L. T. Helm. Augustus B. Woodward Esker, Washington City. Flemington, June 6, Augustus B. Woodward, Esquire Milton Va. Helm, Mr. Lina T. Letter from dated Flemington, New Jersey, June 6, 1814, received at Washington. Juneth. Illustration: Lieutenant Heald's narrative of the Fort Dearborn massacre, by courtesy of the Chicago Historical Society. The massacre narrative. Footnote 966. The narrative, like the letter supra, is copied from the original manuscript in the Detroit Public Library. The tabular list of the survivors of the massacre, which seems to have accompanied the narrative, is written in pencil and on paper of a different size than that used for the narrative proper. The sheet is in such condition that a number of the names would be undecipherable, but for the light shed by a comparison with the Fort Dearborn muster roll of May 31, 1812. Sometime in April, about the 7th 10, a party of Winnebagos came to Chicago and murdered 2 men. This gave a sufficient ground for to suppose the Indians hostile, as they had left every sign by scalping them, and leaving a weapon, say a war mallet, as a token of their returning in June. Mr. Kinsey sent in a letter from the interior of the Indian country to inform Capt. Heald that the Indians were hostile inclined, and only waiting the declaration of war to commence hostilities. This they told Kinsey in confidence on the 10th of July. Capt. Heald got the information of war being declared, and on the 8th of August got General Hull's order to evacuate the post of Fort Dearborn by the route of Detroit or Fort Wayne if practicable. This letter was brought by a Potawatomi chief Winnipeg, and he informed Capt. Heald through Kenzie to evacuate immediately the next day if possible, as the Indians were hostile, and that the troops should change the usual route to go to Fort Wayne. The evacuation took place on the 15 August. Prior to this, Capt. William Wells arrived from Fort Wayne on the 12th August with 27 Miamis, and after a council being held by him, with the tribes there assembled to amount of 500 warriors, 179 women and children, he after council declared them hostile, and that his opinion was that they would interrupt us on our route. Capt. Wells incurred into the state of the arms, ammunition and provisions. We had 200 stand of arms, 4 pieces of artillery, 6,000 lb of powder, and A sufficient quantity of shot lead, and C 3 months' provisions taken in Indian corn, and all this on the 12th of August, having prior to this expended 3-month provisions at least in the interval between the 7th and the 12th of August. Exclusive of this, we had at our command 200 head of homed cattle and 27 barrels of salt after. This survey Wells demanded of Capt. Heald if he intended to evacuate. His answer was he would. Kenzie then, with Lt. Helm, called on Wells and requested him to call on Capt. Heald and cause the ammunition and arms to be destroyed. But Capt. Wells insisted on Kenzie and Helm to join with him. This being done, Capt. Heald hesitated and observed that it was not sound policy to tell a lie to an Indian that he had received a positive order from Gen Hull to deliver up to those Indians all the public property of whatsoever nature, particularly to those Indians that would take in the troops, and that he could not alter it, and that it might irritate the Indians and be the means of the destruction of his men. Kenzie volunteered to take the responsibility on himself provided Capt. Heald would consider the method he would point out a safe one. He agreed. Kenzie wrote an order as if from General Hull and gave it into Capt. Heald. It was supposed to answer, and accordingly was carried into effect. The ammunition and muskets were all destroyed the night of the 13th, the 15th. We evacuated the garrison and, about 1.5 miles from the garrison, we were informed by Capt. Wells that we were surrounded, and the attack by the Indians began about 10 of the clock morning. The men in a few minutes were, with the exception of 10 all killed, and wounded. The ensign and surgeon's mate were both killed. The Capt. And myself, both badly wounded during the battle. I fired my piece at an Indian, and felt confident I killed him or wounded him badly. I immediately called to the men to follow me in the parara, or we would be shot down before we could load our guns. We had proceeded under a heavy fire about 105 paces, when I made a wheel to the left to observe the motion of the Indians, and avoid being shot in the back, which I had so far miraculously escaped. Just as I wheeled, I received a ball through my coat pocket, which struck the barrel of my gun and fell in the lining of my coat. In a few seconds I received a ball in my right foot, which lamed me considerably. The Indians happened immediately to stop firing, and never more renewed it. I immediately ordered the men that were able to load their guns and commence loading for them that were not able. I now discovered Captain Heald for the first time to my knowledge during the battle. He was coming from towards the Indians, and to my great surprise, they never offered to fire on him. He came up and ordered the men to form, that his intentions were to charge the body of Indians that were on the bank of the lake, where we had just retreated from. They appeared to be about 300 strong. We were 27, including all the wounded. He advanced about 5 steps, and not Adel, to my surprise, was the first that halted. Some of the men fell back instead of advancing. We then gained the only high p of ground there was near. We now had a little time to reflect and saw death in every direction. At this time, an interpreter from the Indians advanced towards us and called for the captain, who immediately went to meet him. The interpreter was a half Indian and had lived a long time within a few yards of the fort, and bound to Mr. Kinsey, he was always very friendly with us all. A chief by the name of Blackbird advanced to the interpreter and met the Capt, who after a few words' conversation delivered him his sword, and in a few minutes returned to us and informed me he had offered $100 for every man that was then living. He said they were then deciding on what to do. They, however, in a few minutes called him again and talked with him some time, when he returned and informed me they had agreed if I and the men would surrender by laying down our arms, they would lay down theirs, meet us halfway, shake us by the hand as friends, and take us back to the fort. I asked him if he knew what they intended doing with us then. He said they did not inform him. He asked me if I would surrender. The men were at this time crowding to my back and began to beg me not to surrender. I told them not to be uneasy, for I had already done my best for them and was determined not to surrender unless I saw better prospects of us all being saved, and then not without their being. They were willing. The Capt asked me the second time what I would do without an answer. I discovered the interpreter at this time running from the Indians towards us, and when he came in about 20 steps, the Capt put the question the third time. The interpreter called out, "Loot, don't surrender, for if you do they will kill you all, for there has been no general council held with them. Yet you must wait, and I will go back and hold a general council with them and return and let you know what they will do." I told him to go, for I had no idea of surrender. He went and collected all the Indians and talked for some time. When he returned and told me the Indians said if I would surrender as before described, they would not kill any, and said it was his opinion they would do as they said, for they had already saved Mr. Kinsey, and some of the women and children. This enlivened me, and the men, for we well knew Mr. Kinsey stood higher than any man in that country among the Indians, and he might be the means of saving us from utter destruction, which afterwards proved to be the case. We then surrendered, and after the Indians had fire of our guns, they put the Capt, myself, and some of the wounded men on horses, and marched us to the bank of the lake, where the battle first commenced. When we arrived at the bank and looked down on the sand beach, I was struck with horror at the sight of men, women, and children lying naked with principally all their heads off. And in passing over the bodies, I was confident I saw my wife with her head off about 2 feet from her shoulders. Tears for the first time rushed in my eyes, but I consoled myself with a firm belief that I should soon follow her. I now began to repent that I had ever surrendered, but it was too late to recall, and we had only to look up to him who first caused our existence. When we had arrived in half a mile of the fort, they halted us, made the men sit down, form a ring round them, began to take off their hats, and strip the Capt. They attempted to strip me, but were prevented by a chief who stuck close to me. I made signs to him that I wanted to drink, for the weather was very warm. He led me off towards the fort, and to my great astonishment, saw my wife sitting among some squaws, crying. Our feelings can be better judged than expressed. They brought some water and directed her to wash and dress my wound, which she did, and bound it up with her pocket handkerchief. They then brought up some of the men and tommyhawked one of them before us. They now took Mrs. Helm across the river, for we were nearly on its bank, to Mr. Kinsey's. We met again at my father's in the state of New York, she having arrived 7 days before me, after being separated 7 months and 1 week. She was taken in the direction of Detroit, and I was taken down the Illinois River, and was sold to Mr. Thomas Forsyth, half-brother of Mr. Kinsey's, who a short time after effected my escape. This gentleman was the means of saving many lives on the warring frontier. I was taken on the 15th of August, and arrived safe among the Americans at St. Louis on the 14th of October. Captain Heald, through Kinsey, sending his 2 Negroes, got put on board a Indian boat going to St. Joseph, and from that place got to Mackinac by Lake Michigan in a birch canoe the night of the 14th. The interpreter and a chief black Patridge waited on Capt. Heald. The Indian gave up his medal, and told Heald to beware of the next day, that the Indians would destroy him and his men. This Heald never communicated to one of his officers. There was but Capt. Wells that was acquainted with it. You will observe, sir, that I did with Kinsey protest against destroying the arms, ammunition, and provisions, until that Heald told me positively that he would evacuate at all hazards. 15 of August, we evacuated the fort. The number of soldiers was 52 privates, and musician 4 officers, and physician 14 citizens, 15 children, and 9 women. The baggage being in front with the citizens, women, and children, and, on the margin of the lake, we having advanced to gain the prairie, could not see the massacre. But Kinsey, with Dr. Van Voorhees, being ordered by Capt. Heald to take charge of the women and children, remained on the beach, and Kinsey, since told me he was an eyewitness to the horde scene. The Indians came down on the baggage wagons for plunder. They butchered every male citizen, but Kinsey 2 women and 12 children in the most inhuman manner possible, opened them, cutting off their heads and taken out their hearts. Several of the women were wounded, but not dangerously. Mr. Helm, Nov 10, 1815. Nathan Heald, released. Lena T. Helm do Nathan Edson. Elias Mills. Thos, Point Dexter. August Mort died natural. James Latta killed. Michael Lynch killed. John Suttonfield killed. John Smith Center, released. John Smith Junner. Nathan Hurt deserted. Richard Garner killed. Paul Grumo. James Van Horn. W. M. Griffiths, 16, supposed to be a Joseph Bowen, 17, Frenchman, and released. John Fury. John Crozier deserted. John Needs. Daniel Doherty. Dyson Dyer killed. John Andrews killed. James Starr killed. Joseph Knowles. James Corbin Fielding. Corbin citizens mortally wounded. Joss Burns since killed. Women taken prisoners. Mrs. Heald released. Mrs. Helm do. Mrs. Holt. Mrs. Burns. Mrs. Lee prisoners. Mrs. Simmons. Mrs. Needs killed in the action. Mrs. Corbin. Mrs. Heald's Negro woman. Children yet in captivity. Mrs. Lee's 2-1 since dead. N.D. Mrs. Burns 2. Mrs. Simon 1. 13 children killed during the action. 11 citizens including Capt. Wells. John Kinsey taken but not considered as a prisoner of war. 54 rank and file left the garrison.